Chapter 775. The dual poison heart attack pill was an elixir made from two deadly poisons. It could help a person break through quickly. However, the ingredients for this elixir were very difficult to collect and the refinement process was very strict. If the refinement failed and the dosage was wrong, the person who took it would immediately die. What a pity that it was eaten. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. At this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps. It was that person walking out from the depths. At once, he hurriedly hid himself. His opponent was only at 80% physique seal. After taking the dual poison heart attack pill, he broke through to 85% physique seal. Yi Xian could still defeat him with a sneak attack. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yi Xian held his breath, waiting for his opponent to appear before him. He would immediately attack. He's here. Yi Xian heard the commotion. He gripped the telepathic sword in his hand tightly and stabbed it in a certain direction. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A giant wolf head pounced at his opponent. However, his opponent reacted quickly and dodged the wolf fangs. How dare you sneak attack me? You don't know what's good for you. The person shouted angrily and swung his sword at Yi Xian. Yi Xian saw that his sneak attack had failed, so he could only use force. There was a difference of 4 realms, but with his bloodline, it was not a problem to deal with him. Bam! 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 The sound of their true qi colliding echoed throughout the poison cave. However, Yi Xian did not notice that a black scorpion the size of an index finger was rapidly approaching him. Kid, I have the Poison King's inheritance. His opponent snorted coldly. So what? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He did not understand why his opponent would suddenly tell him the truth. But in the next moment, he understood. Pfft! Suddenly, something sharp pierced Yi Xian's foot. He looked down and saw that it was a black scorpion the size of an index finger. Yi Xian had never heard of the Poison King, but he had the ability to control poisonous creatures. This martial artist had the Poison King's inheritance, so he naturally had this ability as well. Not good. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He felt his entire foot being paralyzed. Ding! Host has been poisoned. Detoxification beginning. He quickly swallowed the detoxification pill in his mouth. The poison which had set up a non-lethal formation, so the detoxification pill in his mouth was the one to remove the paralysis. However, what was even worse was still to come. Yi Xian's eye of insight swept over and discovered that a large amount of poison had suddenly surged out from the stone wall. Poisonous scorpions, snakes, centipedes, and all kinds of poisonous creatures. And the expert who had obtained the Poison King's inheritance said coldly. Yi Xian's face darkened. He actually wanted to run, but his path of retreat was already covered by those poisonous insects. Furthermore, he couldn't fly or shrink the ground into an inch, so how could he escape? At that moment, the poison in his body had actually been neutralized. However, he was pretending to be paralyzed. You don't know what's good for you. Bite him. The Poison King's inheritor snorted. He immediately had one of the poisonous creatures near Yi Xian's feet crawl up Yi Xian's body and bite him. The bite was not painful, but this poisonous creature was 100 pain centipede. Being bitten by it would cause heart-wrenching pain. After Yi Xian was bitten, he immediately felt immense pain. However, not long after, the pain disappeared without a trace and was removed by the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Sir, give me something more powerful. Yi Xian grinned, holding the prince's token in his hand. How can he be fine? The Poison King's inheritor was shocked. At this moment, there were more than a dozen different poisonous creatures around Yi Xian. There were more than 1,000 of them. In addition, the only way out had already been sealed off by his poison. It was a slow passage, so Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. The Poison King's inheritor was slightly surprised. Then, He smiled playfully and said, "Since you want to play, I'll play with you." He immediately controlled a more poisonous creature to bite Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt dizzy after being bitten. However, the effect only lasted for a second before it was relieved by the divine tree of life bloodline. Why is this kid so weird? The Poison King's inheritor was a little helpless. He controlled another poisonous creature to bite Yi Xian. However, the effect only lasted for a second or two. Yi Xian was alive and kicking again as if nothing had happened. My resistance to poison is getting stronger. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had a way to escape the poison cave. That was to use the dragon-patterned golden armor. The dragon-patterned golden armor could cover him completely. These poisonous creatures would not be able to enter. At the same time, as long as he used the dragon-patterned golden armor, this person would definitely be killed by his sword. The dragon-patterned golden armor has too many implications. If I'm recognized, I might be killed. If not, I might lose my qualification. It's better not to use it. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had killed the city lord of Tianfeng City. The latter had both an official position and a noble title. If he was recognized, he would be accused of killing an official of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Although he had evidence in his devouring space, the seventh prince was the backer of the ghost cult. If the evidence was not recognized, he would be in trouble. After all, the evidence was obtained from the vice city lord of Tianfeng City. Moreover, the vice city lord was already dead. There was no evidence. The evidence might be said to be fabricated. Kid, how did you become immune to these poisons? At this moment, the Poison King's inheritor could not help but ask. He had obtained the Poison King's inheritance. Those who used poison were most afraid of poison experts. Yi Xian was right in front of him. He did not move at all, but he could detoxify himself. He was very curious about this body constitution. I'll tell you after I'm bitten by all the poisonous creatures. Yi Xian grinned. As you wish. The Poison King's inheritor snorted. However, how would he know that Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life and could detoxify himself quickly? A few seconds later, all the poisonous creatures left a mark on Yi Xian's body. At the same time, Yi Xian was immune to all the poisonous creatures present. To be on the safe side, he scanned with the eye of revelation. He did not miss anything and was immune to all the poisonous creatures. Kid, how did you do it? The Poison King's inheritor asked. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword tightly and smiled. It's simple. Because I am immune to all poisons. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already made his move. The Poison King's inheritor had been on guard. Naturally, he would not be hit. At the same time, he controlled the poisonous creatures to attack Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was already immune to the poison of these poisonous insects. These poisonous insects no longer posed any threat to him. Chapter 776. Yi Xian's expression was cold. He had taken advantage of the fact that his opponent did not know about his tree of life bloodline to increase his poison resistance. The disadvantage had turned into a tie in an instant. Damn it, this brat is not afraid of poison anymore. The Poison King's inheritor cursed. Boom. 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 Yi Xian endured the bites of the poisonous insects while fighting with the Poison King's inheritor. The two of them weren't too far apart in strength, and the entire poison cave was filled with activity as they fought fiercely. Brat, take this. The Poison King's inheritor suddenly took out a bag of poisonous powder and was about to throw it at Yi Xian. You dare to show off your poisonous powder? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity for him. Gravity space, wind space. Before the Poison King's inheritor could throw the poisonous powder, two forces pressed down on the bag of poisonous powder. Bam! With a muffled sound, the bag of poisonous powder exploded, and the poisonous powder filled the air. Hiss! The poisonous powder landed on the Poison King's inheritor's body and melted his arm along with his clothes. Ah, the Poison King's inheritor did not expect Yi Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. After all, profound meaning was useless against people who had sealed more than 50% of their physique, let alone someone like him who had sealed more than 85% of his physique. However, profound meaning was useless against people, but it was still useful against things. Yi Xian immediately used the dual space to control the bag of poisonous powder and wrapped it around the Poison King's inheritor. The Poison King's inheritor's heart-wrenching scream echoed in the cave. He had already thrown away the long sword in his hand and was trembling in pain. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xian quickly slashed twice. One cut off the interspatial ring on his opponent's arm, while the other cut off his opponent's prince token. Whoosh! The Poison King's inheritor turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. Immediately, experts came forward to help heal him. Even Yi Xian did not expect the battle to end so quickly. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked his opponent to seek death? I hope he doesn't die. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. Even if he dies, it shouldn't have anything to do with me. Yi Xian's heart trembled. After all, he had saved Yi Xian's life by sending him out of the mystic realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been reduced to a pool of blood. Immediately, he hurried over to pick up the two interspatial rings in case they died. Then, he was suddenly teleported out of the mystic realm. Although he didn't obtain the other party's dragon luck, he still obtained a middle-grade inheritance. This was already a good harvest. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the Great Emperor's will is at 70%. Yi Xian directly swallowed the good stuff inside and broke through to the next realm. Then, he waited quietly for a while, but he didn't find anything happening. It seemed that the other party had either survived or died, but was thought to have reaped what he had sown. Huff huff. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His dragon luck was not low, and it would be a pity if it was reset to 0. More importantly, if he was eliminated, then the remaining 2 days would be wasted. Since he wasn't eliminated, he quickly found a corner and sat down. Then, he learned the skill of controlling poisonous insects in the Poison King inheritance. At this time, he had already gathered the poisonous insects in the only path. If anyone came in, the poisonous insects would instantly surge out and poison them to death. Although I wasn't in danger just now, I have to thank the Poison Witch for the antidote pill. This Poison King inheritance is not useful to me, so I'll give it to her after the Battle of Dragon Luck, Yi Xian thought to himself. When he was stung by the poisonous scorpion, he could have directly used the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, the Poison Witch's antidote pill resolved the crisis of his secret being exposed, so he had to thank her. Anyway, most of the content in the Poison King inheritance was about refining poison and poison arrays. Yi Xian had already copied it into the devouring system. He had already devoured all the good stuff, so it didn't matter to him. What a pity. If that dual poison heart attack pill was used for a special devouring system, I might be able to break through to the next realm once or twice. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. The other party's physique seal was at 80%, but after obtaining the dual poison heart attack pill, she broke through to 85% physique seal. If that pill was given to Yi Xian, he would have profited greatly. Then, Yi Xian directly left the poison cave. Although he had gained the most from this trip, someone had already found a high-grade inheritance. Hence, he had to hurry up. Immediately, he found a ranking stone tablet nearby and took a look. The 7th prince is first, the 6th prince is second, the 4th prince is third, and the 1st prince is fourth. Yi Xian understood the rankings. It seemed that the person who obtained the high-grade inheritance was an expert under the 7th prince's command. At the same time, the expert who was killed by the poison which was also under the 7th prince's command. In other words, the 7th prince would only have 9 people participating in the second round. Forget it. This is only the first round anyway. Let's continue looking for the inheritance. Yi Xian's figure flashed and left the place. The value of a mid-grade inheritance was very high. If the dual poison heart attack pill had appeared, then the other mid-grade inheritances would probably be even more valuable. Even mid-grade inheritances were so valuable, let alone high-grade inheritances. Yi Xian estimated that by the end of the Battle of Draconic Luck, there would be many experts with 90% physique seal, or even 95% physique seal. Hence, he could not fall behind too much. A day passed quickly. In this day, Yi Xian found more than 10 low-grade inheritances, but he did not find a single mid-grade inheritance. At this time, more than half of the Battle of Draconic Luck had passed, and there was only 1 day left. It's been almost 2 days. I estimate that there are at most 50 people left, and they are all experts. Yi Xian was still wandering in the forest, and he was still at 70% physique seal. He had no choice, as it was too difficult for him to break through. At this moment, the second high-grade inheritance has been found. Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian's ears, and his body trembled. The second high-grade inheritance. 2 high-grade inheritances in 2 days. The probability is not low. I estimate that there are no more than 5 high-grade inheritances in the entire secret realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered that he was very close to the ranking stone tablet, so he immediately went over to take a look. Today, the 4th prince's dragon luck was at the top. The 2nd was the 7th prince, the 3rd was the 6th prince, and the 4th was the eldest prince. Damn it, the 6th prince is 3rd. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He represented the 6th prince, but he did not expect to be ranked 3rd. However, he felt that the eldest prince was a little strange, because the eldest prince's team was very strong. All 10 of them were at 80% physique seal and above. When they entered the secret realm, they were already at 90% physique seal, but they were ranked last. This could only mean that the eldest prince's team was very unlucky. Except for these 4 people, the rest of the princes did not catch Yi Xian's attention. Chapter 777. I have to hurry. If I can find a high-grade inheritance, the dragon luck might be able to help the 6th prince return to first place. Yi Xian hurriedly made his move. However, he had only taken a few steps when a figure entered his sight. This person. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. He thought about it carefully. Is that Xia Yuni? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Xia Yuni was the old man who had beaten him up like a dog. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. Previously, he was not strong enough and could only be chased around by Xia Yuni like a dog. Today, however, he had the strength to fight back. Xia Yuni sprinted through the forest. Yi Xian saw that his speed wasn't fast, and wasn't much faster than the Poison King's inheritor from back then. It seemed that his luck wasn't good either, and he didn't obtain any good inheritances. If I kill you, my dragon luck will be erased and I will be eliminated. This time, I will collect some interest. Yi Xian was ready to make his move. However, in the next moment, he felt a little strange because Xia Yuni was sprinting in a certain direction without stopping. He seemed to be in a hurry. This confused Yi Xian, so he decided to follow Xia Yuni for a while to see what he was up to. Xia Yuni was very fast. Yi Xian followed him. He had to follow him and make sure that he was not discovered by Xia Yuni. About half an hour later, Xia Yuni emerged from the forest. There was a long canyon in front of him. There were already several figures at the entrance of the canyon. There are 6 people. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Xia Yuni had a special method. Among the 6 people, Yi Xian recognized one of them. It was the 6th prince's personal guard, Yang Qi. The other 5 were experts under the command of the 1st prince, the 4th prince, and the 7th prince. If Yi Xian was included, there were 2 experts under the 4th prince. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There were so many experts. Could this be the upper-tier inheritance that had just been discovered? Chief Steward Xia, so it's you. A blue-clothed middle-aged man shouted. He had used a special method to bring Xia Yuni over. Xia Yuni ran over and glanced at the scattered people in the surroundings. Is this a high-grade inheritance? The blue-robed middle-aged man nodded and said in a low voice, that's right, I discovered this inheritance first. However, I tried to obtain it once, and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to obtain it by myself. Thus, I attracted some people over after obtaining the Dragon Luck Pillar. The reason why he was not surrounded was because he had obtained a middle-grade inheritance and broken through to 90% physique ceiling realm. With a large amount of draconic luck, even if the people present worked together, they would not be able to eliminate him. After the others saw Xia Yunyi, their faces turned gloomy. This blue-clothed middle-aged man's strength was exceptional. Now that Xia Yunyi was added, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Suddenly, another person walked out of the forest. Oh, there's another one. The blue-clothed middle-aged man saw Yi Xian slowly walking out of the forest through Xia Yunyi's figure. Xia Yunyi turned around and did not pay much attention when he saw that it was just a brat at 70% physique ceiling realm. He would not associate Yi Xian with the person who killed his grandson. After all, that person was only at 45% physique ceiling realm. The difference was too great. Yang Qi, who was leaning against the stone wall, saw Yi Xian and his eyes flashed. However, when he thought of Yi Xian's strength, he felt slightly helpless. Brat, this is a high-grade inheritance. You won't be able to help, Yang Qi said to Yi Xian. That's not necessarily true. Yi Xian said. At this moment, Yang Qi suddenly flew over and whispered, Brat, I obtained a lot of draconic luck in the past 2 days. I'll give you all of it. Crush the prince's medallion and leave to secure the draconic luck. This, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, you don't plan to fight for this inheritance? The inheritance is indeed important, but the draconic luck is even more important. If the 6th prince can become the crown prince, these things are nothing, Yang Qi continued. He was thinking for the 6th prince. After all, he was the 6th prince's personal guard. Then why don't we explore this high-grade inheritance first? If it doesn't work, just crush the prince's medallion and leave, Yi Xian suggested. As you can see, there are a few people with 90% physique ceiling realm here. The weakest one is at 85% physique ceiling realm. You're only at 70% physique ceiling realm. Can you help? Yang Qi was very doubtful. Although he had heard that Yi Xian had successfully challenged someone 3 levels above him, he had only succeeded in defeating someone with 70% physique ceiling realm. Ha! Yi Xian smiled and turned to look at Xia Yunyi. He whispered, if the opponent is that old man, I'm confident I can kill him. What? Yang Qi suspected that he had misheard. Yi Xian was confident that he could kill Xia Yunyi, who was at 85% physique ceiling realm. Alright, since that's the case, you'll come with me. Yang Qi immediately nodded. If anything happened along the way, he would crush Yi Xian's prince's medallion and eliminate Yi Xian. This would prevent the medallion from being taken away and draconic luck from being absorbed. Then, Yang Qi walked over with Yi Xian. The other 2 forces also gathered. Captain Yang, are you going to bring him along? The middle-aged man in blue asked in shock. You don't have to worry about that. Yang Qi didn't waste time. Yi Xian was his trump card. When everyone heard this, they snorted inwardly. It was already a miracle that Yi Xian, who was at 70% physique ceiling realm, could survive until now. However, he still wanted to explore this high-grade inheritance. He was courting death. No one present dared to underestimate Yang Qi's strength, but bringing along a burden was a waste of time. This brat probably has a lot of draconic luck. Yang Qi has already given it to him. If necessary, he can send it out of the secret realm. Everyone came to a realization. In their eyes, Yi Xian was equivalent to a transporter. We have 2 people from each of the 4 forces. Since that's the case, tell us about this high-grade inheritance. A black-clad old man under the first prince looked at the middle-aged man in blue. The middle-aged man in blue was the first to arrive. He had also absorbed the draconic luck pillar at the entrance of the canyon. At the same time, he had also gone in to explore. Now that everyone was present, the middle-aged man in blue didn't hide anything and explained, "When I went in to explore just now, I was surrounded by many armored cavalrymen. These armored cavalrymen would regroup after being defeated, so I suspect that this is the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general from 1,000 years ago." When the middle-aged man in blue finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. The Wolf Fang general? It can't be, right? Xia Yunyi said subconsciously. After all, he had seen the Wolf Fang general's dragon-patterned golden armor with his own eyes. After all, his grandson had died at the hands of the man wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Chapter 778. It's just a suspicion. If you don't believe me, you can follow me in and take a look, the middle-aged man in blue said. Let's call him the Wolf Fang general then. How strong is the Wolf Fang cavalry? The old man in black asked. A single Wolf Fang cavalry is comparable to an 8th-level physique ceiling realm martial artist, the middle-aged man in blue answered. The next moment, everyone was shocked. It said that the Wolf Fang general has 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. If a single Wolf Fang cavalry is that strong, we'll definitely die if we go in. That's right. Even if we're strong, we won't be able to survive against 3,000 8th-level physique ceiling realm martial artists unless we're supremes. There's no way to get the inheritance. Can we just go over the cliff? Everyone looked solemn. At this moment, the middle-aged man in blue said, "No, there's a formation at the top of the canyon. Even I can't break it. But it's not as difficult as you think. I estimate that there are only 300 Wolf Fang cavalry here. If there's only 300 Wolf Fang cavalry, it's possible. But is there a saber general under the Wolf Fang general in this canyon?" A young man asked. Yes, but there are only 5 of them. I estimate that they're 9th-level physique ceiling realm martial artists. Also, I saw the Wolf Fang general's dragon-patterned golden armor in the depths. The middle-aged man in blue nodded. Dragon-patterned golden armor? Everyone was shocked. This item was enough to make them risk their lives. After all, they all had hopes of breaking through to the physique ceiling realm in their lifetime. If they had the dragon-patterned golden armor, their chances of breaking through to the Supremes would be higher. Xia Yunyi was the same. But he was shocked that there was a second dragon-patterned golden armor in this world. Could it be that the dragon-patterned golden armor I saw earlier was a copy, and only its defensive power was stronger? Xia Yunyi thought to himself. At the same time, Yi Xian was also guessing. There's a blueprint for the dragon-patterned golden armor in the treasure pavilion. As long as I have the materials, I can make a dragon-patterned golden armor. It seems that the dragon-patterned golden armor in the upper inheritance is the real one. Yi Xian thought. He was determined to get the dragon-patterned golden armor, because as long as he could get it, he would be able to wear it legitimately. Since that's the case, there's no need to say anything more. Let's each choose a breakthrough point, said the black-clothed old man. The blue-robed middle-aged man was unable to break through 300 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, who were equivalent to 80% of the body ceiling realm. However, there were 4 factions, and if they all broke through at the same time, each faction would have less than 100 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. That's right. After breaking through, the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general will depend on one's ability. Xia Yunyi nodded. To be honest, he was also very interested in the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, it all depended on who reached the end and obtained the inheritance. As long as someone obtained the inheritance, they could crush the prince's token and fly out of the secret realm. As for the others, they had gained nothing. The people from the 4 powers each chose a breakthrough point. Yi Xian and Yang Qi were on the far right. Coincidentally, Xia Yunyi was on his left, right next to him. The 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 5 deputy generals should be controlled by the experts of the royal family. It seems that the last dragon-patterned golden armor will also move, Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from the left. Someone had attacked the Wolf Fang cavalrymen in front of them. Let's go! Yang Qi, who was next to Yi Xian, shouted and rushed over. The Wolf Fang cavalrymen were equivalent to 80% of the body sealing realm, and there were 300 of them. If Yi Xian was alone, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through, unless he wore the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, if he joined forces with Yang Qi, there would be no problem. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword and followed closely behind Yang Qi. Yang Qi was a 90% of the body sealing realm expert, and he was very strong. He also had the prince's token in his hand, and occasionally used the dragon luck to support him. Every time he swung his sword, he could send 2 or 3 Wolf Fang cavalrymen flying. Although Yi Xian was slightly weaker, it was not a problem for him to send 1 Wolf Fang cavalryman flying. At that moment, he used the Eye of Revelation to copy the martial arts of Yang Qi and the others into the devouring system. Captain Yang, go to the right. There are fewer of them there. Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. He had discovered this with the Eye of Revelation. Just now, someone had broken through first, but it was not much of an advantage. If they had broken through first, more Wolf Fang cavalrymen would have rushed over. In this way, Yi Xian and Yang Qi had benefited. Okay. Yang Qi trusted Yi Xian for the time being and rushed to the right. Countless Wolf Fang cavalrymen followed, but they were all sent flying by the 2 of them. The Wolf Fang cavalrymen's defense was very strong. Even if they were forcefully separated, under the control of the imperial family experts, they would quickly regroup and continue to fight. If one were to compare the progress of the 4 forces, the 7th prince and Xia Yuni were the fastest, because they did not hesitate to use the draconic fortune of the universe. Yang Qi and Yi Xian were second, followed by the 1st prince's black-robed old man and young man, and finally the 4th prince's pair of middle-aged twins. Because there was a large number of Wolf Fang cavalrymen in between, no one knew the progress of the others. However, Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to discover this. The 7th prince's 2 subordinates are recklessly using the draconic fortune. They are about to break through. Yi Xian reminded. What? Yang Qi was shocked. In the next moment, his aura also surged. This time, he was going all out. If Xia Yuni and Xia Yuni were to break through, then the blue-robed middle-aged man with 90% body seal would use a large amount of draconic fortune to resist the 5 deputy generals, and Xia Yuni would be able to obtain the inheritance. Just as Yang Qi began to use a large amount of draconic fortune, Xia Yuni and the blue-robed middle-aged man had already broken through the encirclement. In front of them were 5 deputy generals with 90% body seal. Behind the 5 deputy generals was the coveted dragon-patterned golden armor. At the same time, on a table beside the dragon-patterned golden armor was an interspatial ring. Come! The middle-aged man in blue roared. His aura instantly doubled. He wanted to fight against the deputy Long Dao general, who had his body sealed by the wills of 5 great emperors. At the same time, Xia Yuni also used a large amount of draconic fortune and followed closely behind the blue-robed middle-aged man. When the blue-robed middle-aged man stepped into the range of the deputy generals, the 5 deputy generals also charged over. As for Xia Yuni, no one stopped him. At the same time, Yang Qi had already charged out, and Yi Xian was right behind him. Don't even think about getting past me. Yang Qi used a large amount of draconic fortune to intercept Xia Yuni before he could. Scram! Xia Yuni didn't care so much and turned around to attack. Although he was 1 level lower than Yang Qi, he had come out first, so Yang Qi couldn't intercept him. Chapter 779. The dragon-patterned golden armor is also being controlled. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He had discovered a strange energy within the dragon-patterned golden armor with his insightful eye. Hence, he decided to help deal with Xia Yuni first. Damn it! Xia Yuni cursed. He struggled to block the attack while charging toward the dragon-patterned golden armor. At the same time, the other two forces broke through the encirclement of the Wolf Fang cavalry. Stop! The black-clothed old man under the first prince shouted. Xia Yuni had already reached the dragon-patterned golden armor. Just as he was about to take the interspatial ring, the statue-like dragon-patterned golden armor suddenly moved. Peng! The dragon-patterned golden armor punched Xia Yuni's shoulder and sent him flying. The punch was so powerful that it penetrated Xia Yuni's bones. If it had hit his chest, Xia Yuni would have died instantly. Fortunately, the dragon-patterned golden armor was controlled by a royal family expert, so it would not kill him. What? Xia Yuni himself was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to obtain the item, he discovered such a thing. It was really too tragic. He was not the only one who was shocked. So were the others. None of the people present were able to block that punch just now. Body seal 100%. The dragon-patterned golden armor was comparable to a body seal 100% expert. Damn it, what a loss. The middle-aged man in blue cursed the person who set up this checkpoint thousands of times. He had used up his draconic luck to block the 5 saber deputies, but he did not expect to be a guinea pig. Ha, you're finished. The black-robed old man laughed and suddenly rushed towards the blue-robed middle-aged man. The young man who was with him did the same. The middle-aged man in blue was already under a lot of pressure when facing the 5 saber deputies who had reached 90% body seal. With the addition of these two people, he had no way to block them. Crack! The middle-aged man in blue smashed his prince token and turned into a stream of light to leave the mystery realm. Finished. The elder in black's expression darkened. Since the middle-aged man had left, the two of them were the closest to the saber deputies. Sure enough, the moment the blue-clothed middle-aged man disappeared, the deputy generals with long sabers instantly turned to look at him. Then, they attacked together. The black-robed old man was reluctant to part with this superior inheritance, so he immediately turned around and shouted, "Let's get rid of them together, then we'll discuss the distribution method." When the twins heard this, they looked over at Yang Qi. "All right." Yang Qi replied when he saw that the dragon-patterned golden armor was only protecting the platform and not attacking anyone else. But before that, he had to deal with Xia Yuni first. Xia Yuni was sent flying by the dragon-patterned golden armor. Just as he stabilized himself, a figure appeared beside him. "Old man, collect some interest first." While Xia Yuni was defenseless, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword and cut off his arm. Hiss! Yi Xian raised an arm and quickly took off the Cosmos ring. Although Xia Yuni didn't manage to break through to the 90% physique seal stage, he still managed to find quite a few inheritances. There were quite a few things in this ring that allowed Yi Xian's strength to soar. "Old man, have a taste of this move." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly struck out with his palm. This was the Great Compassion Palm that Xia Yuni had just used, and it was also the move that had injured Yi Xian severely. What? Xia Yuni was shocked. This move was his ultimate move, so how could Yi Xian know it too? Boom! Xia Yunyi's body flew out again. This time, he flew directly into the range of the Wolf Fang cavalry. The Wolf Fang cavalry's range of movement was leisurely. This was the range of the 5 saber lieutenants, so they couldn't enter. But now, they could attack. Kacha! Before Xia Yuni could land, one of the Wolf Fang cavalry stabbed out with his saber, piercing the prince's medallion on his chest. He immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. "Alright, let's quickly deal with these 5 saber lieutenants." The black-robed old man shouted. "Alright." The elder brother of the middle-aged twins also agreed. 1 saber lieutenant each wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, the 5 of them all used their draconic luck to quickly deal with the 5 saber lieutenants. Normally, the twins wouldn't be able to deal with them, but they had obtained a lot of draconic luck, so it was enough to kill the 5 saber lieutenants. I can't reveal too much of my strength. Later, when we fight for the inheritance ring, I'll use my full strength. Yi Xian thought as he attacked the saber lieutenants. In terms of draconic luck, he had the highest draconic luck among the 6 of them. But don't forget, the others were all using draconic luck, so who would care about him, who had 70% physique seal? Yang Qi, who was the strongest among them, was the first to defeat a saber lieutenant, but he had no intention of helping. Kid, I'll use all my strength to block the dragon-patterned golden armor. You quickly get the interspatial ring. Yang Qi whispered to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. Xia Yuni, who had gone to get the interspatial ring, was only at 85% physique seal. Yang Qi was much stronger than him, and with the support of his draconic luck, it shouldn't be a problem for him to block a punch. In an instant, Yang Qi rushed toward the dragon-patterned golden armor with Yi Xian. You didn't keep your promise. The black-robed elder immediately panicked when he saw this. They had agreed to deal with the 5 dragon-patterned golden armor first, but Yang Qi and Xia Yuni suddenly changed their mind. It could only be said that they were too naive. In the face of such an inheritance, they could throw away their integrity. Bam! Yang Qi had already stepped into the range of the dragon-patterned golden armor. In an instant, the dragon-patterned golden armor rushed toward him and threw a punch at him. Boom! Yang Qi directly used all his draconic luck to block the punch. The dragon-patterned golden armor's strength was comparable to a human at 100% physique seal, but Yang Qi was only 2 levels lower. With the support of his draconic luck, blocking the punch was not a problem. By the time Yang Qi blocked the punch, Yi Xian had already passed by them and was going straight for the interspatial ring. There was an array on the platform where the interspatial ring was placed. Yi Xian's profound meaning was useless against it, so he could only grab it with his hands. Damn it! The others cursed in their hearts when they saw Yi Xian grab the interspatial ring. Yi Xian didn't expect to get the inheritance of the interspatial ring so easily. He originally wanted to go all out, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. The moment he got the interspatial ring, he quickly checked it and found that there weren't many things inside. He had the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He also had the forging methods for the Wolf Fang cavalry, the deputy saber general, and the dragon-patterned golden armor. This interspatial ring was completely useless to him. Chapter 780. While Yang Qi was putting away the dragon-patterned golden armor, he was also dealing with the 2 saber lieutenants. Yang Qi had no choice but to shout, "Let's go. Let's get out of the secret realm." With that, he smashed his prince medallion. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before smashing his as well. The 2 of them turned into streams of light and flew out of the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at the place where they had entered the secret realm. There were already many people gathered there. Great, this is great. The 6th prince applauded as he quickly walked out of the hall. The cooperation between Yi Xian and Yang Qi just now was simply perfect. After that, they even obtained the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general and the dragon-marked golden armor. Your Highness. Yang Qi immediately bowed after he left. You're welcome. The 6th prince said with a smile. Although Yang Qi and Yi Xian had used a lot of dragon luck to obtain the inheritance, the 7th prince, 4th prince, and eldest prince had also used a lot of dragon luck. Among them, the 7th prince's loss was the greatest. At this time, he was already gnashing his teeth in anger in a corner. Your Highness, this is the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yang Qi hurriedly took out the dragon-patterned golden armor. In the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar. The dragon-patterned golden armor's defensive power was amazing. It could even withstand 20% of the power of the lightning tribulation. It was a huge temptation to them. Some of the ministers had already reached 100% of the physique sealing realm. However, they could only suppress their cultivation and did not dare to break through. If they failed, they would be destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He also took out the interspatial ring and handed it over. Your Highness, this is the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general. Unexpectedly, the sixth prince ignored the dragon-patterned golden armor and took Yi Xian's interspatial ring. The blueprints for the Wolf Fang cavalry, the saber lieutenants, and the dragon-patterned golden armor. Good, with them, I can build a powerful army. The sixth prince was overjoyed. He knew that the most valuable thing in the secret realm was the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general. Sigh, what a pity. Not only did I not get anything, but I also wasted the last day. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He did know the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, but the 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 5 long-blade deputy generals were all under the control of the imperial family. He couldn't take control of them. Furthermore, Deputy General Saber had been on the verge of being defeated, and if he had stayed behind, he would have been surrounded. Therefore, he had no choice but to follow Yang Qi. However, right at that moment, Yi Xian, you've done a great service this time. This dragon-patterned golden armor is yours, the sixth prince suddenly said. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian could not believe his ears. He thought that the sixth prince would definitely accept the dragon-patterned golden armor. Who would have thought that the sixth prince would directly give it to him? Your Highness, this is... Yi Xian asked in astonishment. In the next moment, he understood why the sixth prince did not want it. It was because the sixth prince already had the dragon-patterned golden armor. When they saw the sixth prince wrapped in the dragon-patterned golden armor, everyone was shocked. He has it. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The sixth prince was the son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. Moreover, he had a good character and was favored by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. It was normal for him to receive the dragon-patterned golden armor. At that moment, in a corner. What? He has the dragon-patterned golden armor. The seventh prince's eyes widened. He had only just found out that the sixth prince had the dragon-patterned golden armor. If the sixth prince did not show it to him, he would still be in the dark. Damn that old man. How can he be so biased? The seventh prince cursed in his heart. Not only that, but the fourth prince and the others also did the same. Instantly, all eyes were on the sixth prince. There was envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ha, Yi Xian, take it. The sixth prince kept the dragon-patterned golden armor and laughed. As long as he had the materials, he could make the dragon-patterned golden armor himself. When the time came, Yang Qi would have it too. Most importantly, the sixth prince saw that Yi Xian was not ordinary and wanted to use the dragon-patterned golden armor to keep Yi Xian. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian quickly put the dragon-patterned golden armor away. Now, he could finally wear the dragon-patterned golden armor. As for the extra set of dragon-patterned golden armor, he could leave it to others. You two go back and rest, the sixth prince said. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Xian and Yang Qi cupped their fists respectfully and left the imperial city under the lead of a eunuch. When Yi Xian returned to the sixth prince's residence, he went to find the poison matriarch and passed the poison king legacy to her. There were 2 more stages, and they had to work together. There was still 1 day before the Battle of Draconic Luck. Yi Xian returned to his residence. When he entered the secret realm, he was only at 60% body sealing. When he left, he was at 70% body sealing. He felt that no one could stop him in the Crown Prince's trial. After the Battle of Draconic Luck, there will be a few days of rest. At that time, the sixth prince might give me some rewards. That way, I will be able to break through to 75% body sealing. Yi Xian pondered in his room. In fact, he had another option, which was to devour the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, while the dragon-patterned golden armor was precious to others, it was just a material for the devouring system. If he devoured it directly, it would not give him much experience, and it would be difficult for him to break through once. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep the dragon-patterned golden armor for now. If necessary, he would devour it directly in the next stage. After all, he had the blueprint for the dragon-patterned golden armor. As long as he had the materials, he could make it himself. His priority was to improve his strength and help the sixth prince win the crown prince's trial. Soon, a day had passed. The battle of draconic luck was finally over. When the sixth prince returned to his residence, he immediately summoned Yi Xian and the others. For this battle of draconic luck, we are temporarily ranked third. The seventh prince is ranked first, the eldest prince is ranked second, and the fourth prince is ranked fourth. The sixth prince reported the rankings and said, "Not bad, we did not lose any members. In fact, we improved a lot." After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to Yi Xian. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, Yi Xian was probably the strongest among them. After all, he had obtained the most draconic luck, more than Yang Qi at his peak. The others might not know and only looked at him with envious gazes, but the sixth prince had witnessed Yi Xian defeat the Poison King's inheritor under the sixth prince's command. That was an expert with 85% of his body sealed. In this battle of draconic luck, Gu Jian, Chief Steward Zhua, and Yang Qi had all successfully broken through to 90% body sealing. Although the venomous witch was slightly weaker, she had also obtained the Poison King's inheritor. Moreover, the sixth prince had promised to help her break through to 85% body sealing. As for the other four, only Chao Bao had broken through to 85% body sealing. The other three did not gain much. Chapter 781. These are the information of the other three princes' subordinates. Take a look. The sixth prince threw 10 sets of information to Yi Xian's team and continued, "Among the teams in this battle of dragon luck, our team is probably ranked third. I'm afraid that the first prince and the seventh prince's teams have 90% physique sealing completion. After this battle of dragon luck, some of them have reached 95% physique sealing completion, and some of them are suspected to have reached 100% physique sealing completion." After hearing this, Yi Xian's team was shocked. Suspected to have reached 100% physique sealing completion? Who is it? Chief Steward Zhua asked. A woman in a black robe. I've never heard of her before. I don't know where he got her from. She was also the one who got the high-grade inheritance from the Heavenly Fist sect. The sixth prince shook his head and said, "Not only that, but the first prince also got a high-grade inheritance." Hearing this, everyone felt a huge pressure. If the seventh prince and the first prince both had such powerful experts, they would be in trouble. Then, who are our opponents in the second round of the Crown Prince trial? Chief Steward Zhua asked again. Our first round is against the ninth prince, the sixth prince replied. The second round of the Crown Prince trial was a 2-on-1 battle. In the first round, there were 17 teams in total. After the Battle of Dragon Luck, the last 5 teams were eliminated, so there were only 12 teams left. Then, these 12 teams would fight in pairs, and the winner would take the opponent's Dragon Luck. Phew. After hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The ninth prince's team wasn't strong, so it wouldn't be a problem to deal with them. You've all worked hard in the Battle of Dragon Luck, so I won't mistreat you. These 10 interspatial rings are distributed according to your Dragon Luck. After the sixth prince finished speaking, he threw out the interspatial rings one by one. However, to everyone's surprise, the first one to take the interspatial ring wasn't Yang Qi's team, but Yi Xian's. Then, it was Gu Jian's and Yang Qi's. The poison which killed someone by mistake, so her dragon luck was reset to 0. However, the sixth prince also gave her a lot of things. The moment Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he trembled. Not only were there a lot of treasures, but there was also something he desperately wanted. The illusory spirit fruit. The illusory spirit fruit can activate my eye of illusion. Yi Xian widened his eyes. The eye of illusion was equivalent to an illusion array that could be activated in an instant. It could cause the opponent to fall into an illusion array. Ding! Host has activated the eye of illusion. The system notification sounded. Currently, Yi Xian had already activated 2 heavenly eyes, the Eye of Insight and the Eye of Illusion. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his strength had increased. Moreover, as long as he wanted to, he could break through at any time. Alright, the second round of the Crown Prince trial will be held in 3 days. Go and rest. After the sixth prince finished speaking, he left. Yi Xian did not waste any more words and left immediately. However, this time, he did not return to his own room. Instead, he went to the kitchen of the sixth emperor's mansion to borrow a wild bird. Then, he used the eye of illusion on the pheasant. Coo coo coo, everything in front of the pheasant's eyes changed. It directly crashed into the wall and kept flapping its wings, as if it had seen something terrifying. The eye of illusion is really good. Those who are not strong enough will be easily confused. When the time comes, it will be easy for me to kill the enemy. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was very much looking forward to the battle in 3 days. Ding! Host has broken through. The current great emperors will seal 75% of the body. 3 days passed by quickly. After 3 days, the sixth prince led Yi Xian and his team back into the imperial palace. This time, the venue of the battle was still in the secret realm. When Yi Xian entered the secret realm, he saw a huge arena. Beside the arena, there were already many officials of the Sunflame dynasty in the audience. Before Yi Xian arrived, many of the other princes had also arrived. The sixth prince led Yi Xian to the audience and waited quietly. Not long after, 10 figures appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. They were the seventh prince's team. The seventh prince's team was only left with 9 people because one of them was accidentally killed by the poison witch. However, there were a few people who were all wearing black robes, looking very mysterious. They must be from the Nether Spirit sect. Yi Xian guessed inwardly. If Yi Xian had the eye of perception, he would be able to clearly sense the other party's cultivation level. Unfortunately, the eye of perception had not been activated yet. Not long after, the first prince's team arrived. There were a few powerful auras in their team, but because they were mixed together, it was impossible to determine who they were. Yi Xian waited for a while more. In the end, all 17 princes arrived. However, many of them were killed. Only a little more than 150 of the original 170 princes were left. At the same time, only 12 princes advanced to the second round. At this time, Eunuch Wu suddenly flew into the arena. Now, let's welcome the 12 princes to the arena. Eunuch Wu's voice rang out. Then, the sixth prince flew over. In the second round of the Crown Prince trial, each prince would choose 5 people to fight. The order of battle was up to each prince. The winner would receive half of the loser's dragon luck. There was a ranking stone tablet beside the arena. The ranking on the tablet would be updated in real time. Because the sixth prince did not know the order of battle, he had the 10 princes of Yi Xian draw lots before he arrived. Yi Xian drew the number 6, so it was the 6th round. Eunuch Wu called the 12 princes over to distribute the number plates. Not long after, the 6th prince returned and secretly distributed the number plates to the 10 princes of Yi Xian. Alright, next up is the first round. The 6th prince versus the 9th prince. Both sides will have 1 number plate. Eunuch Wu shouted. Once Eunuch Wu called out the number plate, the order of battle could not be changed. The 6th prince's number plate was the Poison Matriarch. Because she had accidentally killed a person, she did not have any dragon luck. Her opponent was a martial artist at 70% of the Physique Seal realm. A martial artist at 85% of the Physique Seal realm versus a martial artist at 70% of the Physique Seal realm. There was a difference of 3 levels, so there was no suspense in this round. The Poison Matriarch did not have any dragon luck, but her opponent did. Therefore, the Poison Matriarch had won this round. If she won, she would receive half of her opponent's dragon luck. If she lost, she would not lose anything. However, it was impossible for her opponent to win. The Poison Matriarch threw the prince tokens to Eunuch Wu after she went into the arena. Intentional murderer, your dragon luck will be reset to 0. Begin. Eunuch Wu received the 2 prince tokens and announced loudly. There was no suspense in this round. The poison matriarch slapped her opponent out of the arena. Unfortunately, her opponent did not have much dragon luck, but it was better than nothing. Chapter 782. If Yang Qi encountered someone with a lot of dragon luck, then he would have profited. If he encountered someone with little dragon luck, then it would be a waste of talent. Thus, the 6th and 9th princes were observing the expressions of their opponents. The 9th prince had never intended to compete for the position of crown prince. All he wanted was dragon luck. They cultivated a special technique from a young age that allowed them to store dragon luck in their bodies and use it when necessary. Most importantly, dragon luck could be used to withstand the Paragon Tribulation. In the second battle, the 6th prince sent out an expert with 75% body seal. His opponent was only at 70% body seal. Furthermore, he suppressed his opponent in terms of cultivation level and won again. The 9th prince was ranked below the top 10 of the 17 princes. It was already very difficult for him to gather 10 people with 70% body seal. Now that he had lost 2 battles in a row, his morale plummeted. In the 3rd battle, the 6th prince won. In the 4th battle, the 6th prince won. In the 5th battle, the 6th prince won. The experts on the 9th prince's side had half of their dragon luck taken away. It was very tragic. In the 6th battle, it was Yi Xian. When Yi Xian joined, he was only at 60% body seal. Now, he was at 75% body seal. It was not bad. His opponent was only at 70% body seal. Oh, it's this kid. The 6th prince gave him the dragon-patterned golden armor. I remember. I thought the 6th Highness would give the dragon-patterned golden armor to Yang Qi. Don't underestimate this kid's strength. He defeated an expert with 85% body seal at the Poison King's Legacy. He seems to be immune to poisons. He's a good seedling. Who knows, he might become a paragon in the future. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he might be able to. The ministers discussed in low voices. At this time, Yi Xian was the center of attention. He slowly landed on the arena and looked at his opponent. It was rare for Yi Xian to have a higher cultivation level than his opponent. I admit defeat. The martial artist with 70% body seal said directly. He couldn't beat Yi Xian anyway, so he might as well admit defeat early. Hearing this, Eunuch Wu immediately channeled half of his dragon power into Yi Xian's prince medallion. In the 6th battle, the 9th prince won. The 9th prince's heart turned cold, because in the next 4 battles, his people were all defeated. If the dragon luck of all his subordinates was reduced by half, then the total dragon luck of his prince seal would be reduced by half as well. A 10-win streak was a very good start, and it also boosted the morale of Yi Xian's 10 players. Next, it was the 3rd prince against the 11th prince. Both sides won 5 battles, but the 3rd prince still earned some dragon fate. Then, it was the 4th prince against the 8th prince. The 4th prince's team had lost 1 person in the Battle of Draconic Luck, so they only had 9 people left. However, the 8th prince wasn't a match for him at all, and he was defeated 9 times in a row. Now, there were already 6 princes fighting, so there were only 6 left. Under normal circumstances, the older prince would have an advantage, so the 1st prince defeated the 5th prince with a score of 9 wins and 1 loss. The 2nd prince and the 7th prince had both won 10 matches in a row. Just like that, the first round was over. It was the crown prince, the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, the 4th prince, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince. Only the 5th prince was unlucky enough to meet the 1st prince. The rankings were updated. After 1 round, the 1st prince actually overtook the 7th prince and is now ranked 2nd. The 6th prince and the 4th prince are ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. The officials were also not satisfied. Although some of the battles were forfeited, some of the people with similar strength still fought very well. Now, it was time to decide the order of the 2nd round. Eunuch Wu would pick the order of the battles. In the second round, the first prince will fight the fourth prince, the second prince will fight the sixth prince, and the third prince will fight the seventh prince. Eunuch Wu announced the order of the battles. After hearing the order of the battles, many people's expressions changed, and the fourth prince looked the worst. The fourth prince's team was the weakest of the four princes. The first prince's team was very strong, and there was a person who was suspected to be a 100% physique sealing expert. Although he could admit defeat, he would still have to give half of his dragon luck to the other side. In the first battle of the second round, the first prince would fight the fourth prince. The fourth prince was obviously at a disadvantage, so it depended on the order of the battle. Forfeit. 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 The fourth prince looked at the first prince, who had a calm expression on his face. Every time the first prince yelled out, "Admit defeat," his heart would tremble violently. He was originally a strong contender for the position of crown prince, but now it seemed that there was no suspense. He only wanted to obtain some dragon fate to resist the supreme tribulation. After this round, the first prince overtook the seventh prince and took first place. Next, it was the second prince's turn to face the sixth prince. Second brother has two people with 85% physique sealing realm. The sixth prince hoped that his team would encounter the two people with 85% physique sealing realm so that he could plunder a large amount of their dragon fate. The first battle he sent was Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already jumped onto the arena. His opponent was one of the two people with 85% physique sealing realm. The second prince wanted to get a good start and raise morale, so that he would not lose too badly. Damn it, I can't believe I met him. The gray-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy because he had heard that Yi Xian had obtained a set of dragon-patterned golden armor. Since he practiced swordsmanship, it would be extremely difficult for him to break the defense of the dragon-patterned golden armor without using his dragon fate. The prince token had been given to Eunuch Wu. If he wanted to win, he had to knock Yi Xian out of the arena. If he lost, he would have to give Yi Xian half of his dragon fate. Not going to forfeit? Yi Xian thought to himself when he saw his opponent's expression. Let's begin, Eunuch Wu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed middle-aged man attacked Yi Xian first. At the same time, Yi Xian gripped his spiritual rhino sword tightly. For directions annihilation. A slash pierced through the air and collided with his opponent's attack. Boom! A shockwave swept across the arena. Smoke and dust filled the arena and instantly enveloped both of them. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, could accurately locate his opponent's position. For directions annihilation. Eye of Illusion. This time, Yi Xian directly used a trump card. When the gray-robed middle-aged man found out that his opponent was Yi Xian, he was actually very nervous. His willpower was not strong enough, so Yi Xian immediately found a flaw in his state of mind. The next moment, he saw a huge figure rising from the smoke and dust. What? The gray-robed middle-aged man was shocked. Yi Xian was clearly a human. How could he turn into a giant dragon? He could not help but raise his head and look at the huge head that popped out of the smoke and dust. His heart trembled violently. Chapter 783. However, just as the gray-robed middle-aged man was in shock, a slash tore through the air and directly struck his chest. Crack! Amidst a clear sound, the gray-clothed middle-aged man was blasted flying, and he fell outside the arena. There was an anti-flight array on the arena. Due to his absent-mindedness, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Yi Xian's joint attack and ultimately defeated. Seeing this, Eunuch Wu raised his eyebrows. He felt that something was wrong with the middle-aged man, but he did not ask. Instead, he announced, "The sixth prince wins." He directly channeled half of the middle-aged man's qi to Yi Xian, then threw the prince token back to Yi Xian. What's going on? Why didn't he block or dodge? This is strange. Even if his eyes are blocked by the smoke, he should be able to block it with his perception. That brat is strange. I don't know what method he used to make his opponent absent-minded for a moment. the ministers began to discuss among themselves. It was not only them. No one present could understand what was going on. Pfft! The middle-aged man in gray who was sent flying out of the arena had already returned to normal. He looked at Yi Xian in the arena and asked in shock, "An illusion array? When did you set up that illusion array?" "It's a secret." Yi Xian smiled and walked down the arena. The Eye of Illusion was his trump card. However, it was a trump card that he could show to others. After all, as long as he matched it with the Eye of Revelation, he could use it silently when he saw his opponent's eyes. The middle-aged man in gray's words shocked the surrounding people. They had the same doubts as the middle-aged man in gray. When did Yi Xian set up the illusion array? Could it be when the smoke was rising? Ha, good. Although the sixth prince did not see it, he did not pay much attention to it and applauded. Now, Yi Xian's strength was enough to intimidate others. He had the strength to kill an 85% physique ceiling expert. This meant that he could fight an 85% physique ceiling expert. The sixth prince thought to himself that he had not misjudged. He was thinking that if Yi Xian was nurtured, he would definitely become an invincible half-step supreme being. His chances of becoming a supreme being in the future were very high. Next round. Eunuch Wu did not waste any time and immediately shouted. Yi Xian was the first match, and Yang Qi was the next. Yang Qi was a 90% body sealing expert, and he also had the ability to challenge people above his level. Therefore, his opponent directly admitted defeat, and Yang Qi took half of his opponent's dragon luck. There weren't many experts under the second prince's command. Soon, this round was over. The sixth prince finished with 8 wins and 2 losses. He didn't lose a lot of dragon luck in those 2 losses, so he also made a lot of money. The third round was between the third prince and the seventh prince. The seventh prince's current team was comparable to the first prince's, so the third prince was also not a match for the seventh prince. He lost 9 battles in a row. In the end, the seventh prince was still ranked first, the first prince was ranked second, and the third prince was ranked third. Where did the experts in the first prince and the seventh prince's teams come from? The sixth prince could not figure it out. The strongest expert he found was only 85% body sealing expert, while the first prince and the seventh prince's teams had experts who were suspected to be at 100% body sealing expert. Even if they each found a high-grade inheritance, the gap was too big. Now, my trump card is Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's realm is too low. Even with the dragon-patterned golden armor, I'm afraid he can only fight against a 95% body sealing expert. Moreover, my dragon luck is the lowest. The seventh prince's strength is not superior to mine, and the first prince is even more unfathomable. I'm afraid I'll be squeezed out this time. Although the sixth prince was unwilling to accept it, it was the truth. However, he could still give it a try. The top 3 have been decided. The third round of the Crown Prince trial will be held in 7 days. Eunuch Wu announced loudly. Then, the princes led their own teams and left. Yi Xian was led back to the sixth prince's residence by the sixth prince. Everyone, what do you think of the current situation? The sixth prince asked after they returned to the residence. Yi Xian and the others looked at each other. Then, Chief Steward Zhuo said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid that in this Crown Prince trial, you are." "It's hopeless," the sixth prince frowned. Yi Xian also felt that it would be difficult for the sixth prince to produce. Previously, he'd understood the third stage of the Crown Prince's trial and discovered that the third stage of the Crown Prince's trial was both a test of strength and strategy. Of course, luck was also important. In the second round of the Crown Prince trial, only the top 3 would advance to the third round. The third round of the Crown Prince trial was actually a sandbox game. In the beginning, it was a tripartite situation. Each side had 2 checkpoints and a main city, and each side's prince had to guard the main city. This was because once the main city was conquered, their side would immediately lose. The top 3 in terms of dragon luck were the 7th prince, the 1st prince, and the 6th prince. Each side had 2 checkpoints. For example, the sixth prince's 2 checkpoints were adjacent to each other. At the same time, these 2 checkpoints were adjacent to the 7th prince's and the 1st prince's checkpoints. To put it simply, the 6th prince had 2 checkpoints. One of them had to fight the 7th prince's checkpoint, while the other had to fight the 1st prince's checkpoint. The 6th prince had to give orders to both checkpoints at the same time. As for the 3 princes, they could only leave the main city and join the battle when one of their checkpoints was conquered or when the enemy's checkpoint was conquered. Every main city started with 1,500 soldiers. At the same time, there were some resource points in the sandbox game. As long as one occupied these resource points, they would instantly gain 500 soldiers. The last remaining prince would become the crown prince. As for the dragon luck in the first 2 rounds, there were many ways to use it in the 3rd round. For example, they could directly use dragon luck to exchange for soldiers. When the checkpoints were under attack, they could also use dragon luck to control the arrow towers to kill the enemy. The 6th prince's 10 subordinates all had dragon luck. In the 3rd round, the 6th prince would obtain the total dragon luck of all 10 of them. At the same time, Yi Xian's 10 subordinates' dragon luck would not decrease and could still be used. This was the final round of the Crown Prince trial. Strength was indeed important, but luck and strategy were also very important. Even a 100% physique ceiling expert might not necessarily be able to lead a battle. However, the 6th prince's team was already weaker than the 1st prince and the 7th prince. He could only rely on the dragon luck that he had accumulated in his early years. Forget it, I will succeed or die trying. If we are comparing dragon luck, I will definitely be the one with the most. The 6th prince thought to himself. Chapter 784. Go back and rest, the 6th prince said after a moment of thought. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Xian and the others nodded respectfully. However, the 6th prince called out again, Yi Xian, you stay. Hearing this, Yi Xian's footsteps paused. After Chief Steward Zhua and the others left, the 6th prince asked, Yi Xian, if I give you more cultivation resources, will you be able to break through in 7 days? As long as I have enough, I can definitely break through. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he said solemnly. He was currently at 75% body seal. If he broke through again, he would be at 80% body seal. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he faced an expert at 100% body seal. Alright, this interspatial ring is for you. You must break through. The 6th prince threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian without saying anything else. This time, he decided to bet on Yi Xian. Of course, he had already ordered the dragon-patterned golden armor to be made for Yang Qi as well. Yi Xian caught the interspatial ring and looked inside. His heart trembled. These things were enough for him to break through to 80% body seal. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked him. In fact, he wanted to say something to the 6th prince. As long as the 6th prince was willing to give him all his wealth, he would definitely help the 6th prince become the crown prince. You should go and rest too. The 6th prince said. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Xian answered and left. After he left, the 6th prince also paused for a moment before leaving the 6th prince's residence. This time, he would either succeed or die trying, so he wanted to borrow some draconic luck from the other princes. In fact, he had another plan in mind, which was to use the draconic luck to pass the supremacy tribulation. He was already at 100% body seal. With the dragon-patterned golden armor and draconic luck, his chances of passing the tribulation were not low. However, if he failed to pass the tribulation, then he would be struck and his soul would scatter. With his talent, he would definitely be able to break through to the supremacy realm in the future, so he did not dare to take the risk. Of course, if he succeeded and became a supremacy, the position of crown prince would definitely be his. After being rewarded by the 6th prince, Yi Xian hurriedly returned to his room. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the great emperor's will is at 80%. The moment he closed the door, Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged. He had broken through. The reward from the sixth prince was enough for a person to reach 90% of the body-sealing realm. It was very precious. But to Yi Xian, these things could only go from 75% to 80%. I've broken through. Now, I don't have to be afraid of those experts who seem to have reached 100%. If I were to comprehend sword intent, I would be invincible among half-supremes. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the bed and immersed his mind into the devouring space. Currently, he was still unable to specifically devour the sword will, so he would refine the sword will on his own, but every time, he would fail. One had to admit that sword god Ba Huang was really lucky to actually be able to comprehend sword intent. He stayed in his room for 7 days, but he still couldn't refine the sword will. He gave up. When the 7 days were up, he hurriedly left the residence and went to the training field. The sixth prince and the others were already there. When the sixth prince saw Yi Xian, his eyes lit up. Good. You didn't disappoint me. Yi Xian smiled and walked over. Today was the last part of the crown prince's trial by fire. The 3 princes were staking everything on this one throw. They were determined to win the position of crown prince. During the 7 days, Yang Qi and Poison which had both made breakthroughs. Yang Qi broke through to 95% of the body-sealing realm. At the same time, the sixth prince rewarded him with a set of dragon-patterned golden armor. Poison which had obtained the legacy of the Poison King, and with the help of the sixth prince, she smoothly broke through to 90% of the body-sealing realm. As for the others, they had also improved their strength. Let's go. The sixth prince led the 10 people into the palace. The ministers had already gathered, and the other princes had also arrived. TSK TSK TSK. First prince, sixth prince, seventh prince. Who will become crown prince? I think the mysterious first prince will win. I think the seventh prince will win. The ministers were still discussing in private. Yi Xian looked at the hundreds of ministers and imperial experts of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and couldn't help but feel nervous. As long as he helped the sixth prince become crown prince, he wouldn't have to worry about the resources he needed to break through to the supremacy level. However, the other 2 princes weren't weak either. It wouldn't be easy to have the last laugh. After the sixth prince arrived, he stood at the side with Yi Xian and the others. He began to size up the first prince and seventh prince's teams. As expected, the auras of the 2 teams were much stronger than before. It seemed that they had also received a lot of rewards. After a while, Eunuch Wu appeared. Not only that, but there was also a middle-aged man in golden clothes behind him. He wore a golden crown. This man was the current emperor, the sixth prince's father. When he appeared, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look solemn. At the same time, they felt a huge pressure descend. A supremacy expert. The emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty is a supremacy expert. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Even the sixth prince had achieved 100% of the physique sealing realm. The emperor was a supremacy expert. Yi Xian estimated that if all the experts in the hall besieged the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty emperor, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. He was an expert with a supremacy golden body. In a battle between supremacy experts, unless one had a powerful supremacy martial technique or comprehended the sword intent, it was very difficult to die. Yi Xian looked at the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty emperor with flickering eyes. If he had refined the sword intent, his attack would be able to hurt a real supremacy with a supremacy golden body. Unfortunately, he hadn't. Are the 3 of you ready? The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty emperor looked at the 3 princes. We are ready. The sixth prince and the other 2 princes said in unison. The rules of the siege phase are the same as the first phase. Intentional killing is not allowed. If the prince token is broken, you will be teleported out of the secret realm. At the same time, the 3 princes can use the prince token to command their subordinates at any time. Eunuch Wu said. Then, the first prince, sixth prince, and seventh prince's teams followed Eunuch Wu into the secret realm. The location where Yi Xian and the others landed was different from before. This time, they appeared outside a city wall. This is your main city. There is a soaring dragon pillar in the main hall behind this main city. If the soaring dragon pillar is destroyed, Your Highness, you will be eliminated. Similarly, there is a soaring dragon pillar in each of the 2 checkpoints. If these 2 soaring dragon pillars are destroyed, the gate of the checkpoint cannot be closed. At the same time, Your Highness can leave the main city. Eunuch Wu said and handed over 11 maps. This is the map of the siege phase. Your Highness, you have 1 day to adapt to the environment. Tomorrow, you will wait for the order to start the battle. Only then can you send your troops and leave the territory to explore the resource points. Chapter 785. After hearing Eunuch Wu's words, the 6th prince took over the siege map. On the map were 9 cities, 3 main cities, 6 checkpoints, and other locations. The checkpoint on the left is for the 1st prince, and the one on the right is for the 7th prince. The 6th prince glanced at the map. Rumble. At this moment, the gates of the main cities suddenly opened, and an orderly army walked out. When the crowd saw this orderly army, they trembled all over. Wolf Fang cavalry? The 6th prince exclaimed in surprise. Eunuch Wu nodded and said, That's right. The Wolf Fang cavalry is involved in this siege. Each side has 1,500 Wolf Fang cavalry with 80% physique ceiling, 15 deputy generals with 90% physique ceiling, and 3 golden armored generals with 100% physique ceiling. This, the 6th prince was astonished. He remembered that the Sun Yen Emperor had only used a few giant stone golems to attack the city. Yi Xian also looked on in astonishment. The Sun Flame Emperor dynasty was indeed powerful. These puppets can be controlled by the prince's seal and prince's token. Your Highness, please distribute them as you wish. These are the rules. Good luck, Your Highness. After Eunuch Wu finished speaking, he directly entered the secret realm entrance. In the next moment, the secret realm entrance disappeared without a trace. In the secret realm, one's senses were greatly reduced. At the same time, one couldn't fly or shrink the ground, so this was Yi Xian's home ground. Alright, I'll mark some locations here. You guys check them. The 6th prince didn't delay. He marked over 100 locations on the map because he could use the prince's seal to control Yi Xian and the others. When the time came, he would have to command. After Yi Xian and the others marked their locations, the 6th prince said, Poison Matriarch, lead Chao Bao's group and 500 Wolf Fang cavalry to the checkpoint on the left. Set up a poison array at the city gate. Yes. Poison Matriarch nodded. She immediately used the prince's token to control a golden armored general, 5 deputy generals, and 500 Wolf Fang cavalry to leave. Chao Bao was only at 85% physique ceiling, and the other 3 weren't strong, so they were assigned together. When necessary, they had to use their draconic luck to control the defense tower and counterattack. Fortunately, after the poison which obtained the Poison King's inheritance, her influence was not lower than that of Chief Zhua and the others who had 90% of their bodies sealed. Yang Qi, Yi Xian, the 2 of you will lead the remaining people and a squad to the right checkpoint. Wait for further instructions, the 6th prince ordered. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately asked, Your Highness, are you going to side with the 7th prince? The 1st prince is mysterious, and his influence is not any weaker than the 7th prince's. I don't think he will take the initiative to attack. He should first look for those resource points, replenish his forces, and then attack a city in one fell swoop. The 6th prince replied. So, when the time comes, who's going to go explore the resource sites? Resource points were extremely important for this siege. As long as they occupied a resource point, they would immediately gain 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. If they occupied a few more, they would be able to expand their advantage. There are a total of 10 resource points on the map. If we can obtain all of them, we will instantly gain an additional 5,000 soldiers. The 6th prince understood the importance of resource points, but he couldn't choose anyone to explore them. Hence, he asked, resource points can be reclaimed every day after midnight. There will be a huge battle in the middle tomorrow. How do you guys think we should distribute the resources? The 5 of them exchanged glances. Then, Yi Xian took the initiative to step forward and said, "The perception in the secret realm is greatly reduced, but I have a special method to find these resource points quickly. When the battle starts tomorrow, I will go." That's right. At the beginning, we usually occupy the resource points first. I will go too, Yang Qi said. Then, the skinny old man added, "My movement technique is not bad either. Count me in." Alright, tomorrow, the 3 of you will go explore the resource points. Chief Zhuo and Gu Jian, you guys will guard the right checkpoint. The 6th prince nodded. Unfortunately, his original body couldn't leave the main city after the battle started. Now that the battle had not started, he couldn't leave his territory. He could only move between the main city and the checkpoints. Thus, Yi Xian and the rest led a squad and left. It was only an hour's journey from the main city to the right checkpoint. Very soon, Yi Xian and the rest arrived at the right checkpoint. The right checkpoint was the same as the 6th prince's main city. It only had 1 wall and 1 palace. Those are the defensive arrow towers. As long as you use your dragon luck, you can control them to attack the enemy. However, it will consume a large amount of dragon luck, Yang Qi said as he looked at the 2 arrow towers on the left and right sides of the 1,000-meter-long wall. I wonder how powerful these 2 arrow towers are. They should be able to kill ordinary Wolf Fang cavalry, Chief Zhuo couldn't help but say. Everyone led the army into the right checkpoint and looked around to get used to the environment. As the battle had not started yet, there was a special formation on the right checkpoint that prevented people from jumping down. At the same time, the gate couldn't be opened. Thus, Yi Xian and the rest couldn't leave the city to investigate. It wasn't easy to attack a city. They had to attack from the city gate. Thus, everyone estimated that the 3rd stage of the trial would take a few days. In any case, it wouldn't end so easily. Yi Xian also got used to the environment and waited patiently. The left checkpoint had Poison Matriarch's poison formation. It wouldn't be easy to break it. After all, Poison King was once an expert with 100% body seal. He was known as the Invincible Half-Supreme. His poison formation was very difficult to break unless one was a supreme. This was why the 6th prince was so confident. A day's time passed very quickly. Yi Xian stood guard in front of the city gate with Yang Qi by his side. In a while, the battle would begin. When the time came, he would have to take the lead and occupy the resource points first. Captain Yang, the 2 of you should occupy the 3 resource points nearby first, Yi Xian said. What about you? Yang Qi frowned. I'm going to take a look at the 7th prince's side. Although the perception in the secret realm is greatly reduced, I have a special method. If I can reduce the 7th prince's men, then the threat will be greatly reduced. Yi Xian said. The 7th prince only has 9 men, but they might send experts directly. Can you handle it? Yang Qi asked. Even with 100% body seal, I'm confident. Every resource point we occupy means an additional 500 soldiers. It's a huge advantage, Yi Xian replied. The cities were allocated according to order. There were a total of 10 resource points in this central territory. Each side had 3, but the 7th prince had the first, so he had 4. Yi Xian's target was the 4th resource point. Be careful. Yang Qi reminded him. Chapter 786. Yes. Although we want to snatch the resource points after the battle, we have to be careful of the enemy gathering their forces to break through the checkpoint, Yi Xian reminded. Yang Qi said solemnly, Don't worry. The 6th prince is worried, so he used his dragon luck to exchange for 2 more platoons. They're on their way. 2 platoons? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. 1 platoon consisted of 500 Wolf Fang cavalry, 5 deputy generals, and 1 golden armored general. The golden-armored general had dragon-patterned golden armor, and his strength had reached 100% of the physique seal realm. Each checkpoint was guarded by 2 platoons, so they would not be defeated directly. Now, the 6th prince had 2,500 Wolf Fang cavalry, but he did not know how many Wolf Fang cavalry the crown prince and 7th prince had exchanged their dragon luck for. Yi Xian, Yang Qi, the battle is about to begin. Get ready. At this moment, the 6th prince's voice came from Yi Xian's prince token. Yes. Yi Xian and the other 2 replied. They could use the prince token to obtain the resources from the 6th prince. At the same time, the prince token was very important in this checkpoint, as it could also snatch the dragon luck of others. Once the prince token was broken, the person would be directly sent out of the secret realm. With fewer people, there would be fewer people controlling the arrow towers, which would weaken the enemy's strength. Therefore, the 6th prince ordered that except for Poison Witch, no one was allowed to leave the left side of the city. After all, Qiao Bao and the others were not strong, and were not even as strong as the deputy general. They could just obediently control the arrow towers and the Wolf Fang cavalry. The time has come. Let the siege begin. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly opened the city gates. Captain Yang, I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Yi Xian directly dashed in a certain direction. Now, it was a race against time. Whoever occupied the resource points first would have the advantage. Yang Qi looked in the direction Yi Xian left and praised Yi Xian in his heart. That was because Yi Xian's speed was not slower than his 95% of the physique seal realm. TSK, this kid is indeed extraordinary. The skinny old man laughed. After leaving the right checkpoint, Yi Xian headed straight for the 7th prince's territory. He traveled at full speed, hoping to find a resource point first. If they occupied the resource points first, the main city would immediately receive 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. Therefore, they would take as much as they could. My perception will be greatly reduced in the secret realm, but I have the Eye of Revelation. I have the greatest advantage. Yi Xian sprinted over. The 3 main cities were actually not far from each other. It would only take a few hours to reach the neighboring checkpoint. However, the map that Eunuch Wu gave him only indicated the approximate location of the resource points, not the specific ones. But for Yi Xian, this was not a difficult task. If Yang Qi takes the 3 closest resource points, and I take 1 more, then we'll have 500 more soldiers. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian summoned his dragon-marked golden armor. This was the first time he had used the dragon-patterned golden armor since he entered the imperial capital. Although he had the Eye of Revelation, it was better to wear it just in case. He ran for more than an hour. Along the way, he constantly used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. He discovered that there were still quasi-supreme sacred beasts around. This made him secretly wish that it would be great if he had the Eye of Control. He could directly control these quasi-supreme sacred beasts. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly saw a place. He immediately stopped in his tracks and rushed in that direction. It was a cave. It looked ordinary, but Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation saw the flow of spiritual energy. He looked at the map copied by the devouring system and realized that this was the area where the 7th prince's additional resource point was. Is my luck that good? Yi Xian was a little suspicious and immediately rushed over. He cautiously entered the cave and saw a dragon luck pillar. It's indeed a resource point. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly absorbed the dragon luck on the dragon luck pillar. Then, a platform beside the dragon luck pillar lit up with a blue light. The 7th prince's light was red, the 1st prince's light was white, and the blue light represented the 6th prince. Successfully occupied. 6th prince, I have occupied a resource point, number 4. Yi Xian immediately used the prince token to obtain the resource point from the 6th prince. Good. The 6th prince immediately replied. However, in the next moment, he realized that the 3 resource points closest to him were marked as number 8, number 9, and number 10. Yi Xian, you went to the 7th prince's side? The 6th prince asked in shock. Yes, I occupied it. Yi Xian nodded. Now that he had occupied this resource point, it would not be occupied again today. At this moment, 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen had respawned in the 6th prince's main city. The resource point would respawn at midnight and he could continue to occupy it. Then, another 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen would appear. Originally, the 6th prince's main city only had 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, but now, another 500 had appeared, making it a total of 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. Well done. Be careful when you come back. The 6th prince reminded him. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Although that was his answer, he did not want to leave just like that. Since number 4 was near the 4th prince's side, the 4th prince would definitely send someone over first. Yi Xian guessed that someone was already searching for resource point number 4. It was not easy to find things in the secret territory. Yi Xian was lucky that he had the Eye of Revelation. Otherwise, he would not have found it so easily. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Let me use the Poison King's myriad poisons god-killing formation. Yi Xian grinned. Although he had given the Poison King's legacy to the Poison Witch, he had already copied it into the devouring system, so he knew how to use it too. A few seconds later, the cave was filled with danger. If he was not careful, even a 90% body seal expert would die. After leaving the cave, Yi Xian hid around the cave. Instead of going to the next resource point, he might as well wait for the 7th prince to lose some people first. The 7th prince already had one less person. If he lost another person, there would only be 8 people left. With so few people, even if they had a large army, they would not be able to control it. Yi Xian squatted on the ground. 10 minutes later, a figure entered his line of sight. He's here. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword, his eyes gleaming. This figure was very fast. He was at least 90% body seal expert. He rushed into the cave. At that moment, Yi Xian directly went into hiding. What? A cry of surprise came from the depths of the cave. It was unknown whether the other party had discovered that the resource point had been occupied or that they had discovered the poison formation. Kill. After hearing this, Yi Xian charged in without hesitation. He was the one who had set up the poison formation. Fighting in it would increase his strength in disguise. Not good. When the people inside heard the commotion, they immediately shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed in wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Boom! Chapter 787. Dressed in black, you must be from the ghost cult, right? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. He remembered that the 7th prince had 3 black-robed subordinates. One was a woman suspected to be at 100% physique ceiling, while the other 2 were at 95% physique ceiling. Hearing Yi Xian's question, the man's body uncontrollably moved. Although he didn't answer directly, his body answered Yi Xian's question. You're courting death. The black-robed man roared as he charged toward Yi Xian. He recognized the dragon-patterned golden armor, but Yi Xian's prince's medallion was inside the armor. It would be difficult to defeat Yi Xian. Therefore, he had no choice but to force his way through. Ha! If you want to pass through, you have to pay the toll. Yi Xian laughed as he charged forward. The cave was filled with colorless and odorless poisonous fog. His opponent was already poisoned, but even if he wasn't, Yi Xian still had a way to deal with him. Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian stabbed out with his Wolf Fang sword, and a giant wolf head pounced forward. Netherworld stab. The black-robed man's expression darkened. He extended an arm from under his robes and stabbed at the giant wolf head. Poof! The giant wolf head was pierced, and it instantly dissipated. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Like Yang Qi, this person was only at 95% physique ceiling, but he was much stronger than Yang Qi. However, this was still not enough to deal with Yi Xian. As the giant wolf had dissipated, a sharp circular slash tore through the air and sliced open the black-robed man's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. The black-robed man's expression turned grave. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or this attack would have sliced off his entire arm. However, the worst was yet to come. The black-robed man sensed that something was wrong. He glanced at his shoulder and saw that the blood had already coagulated. Not only that, but the muscles in his shoulder were completely paralyzed. Poison. The black-robed man finally reacted, but it was too late. The slow-acting poison had already been activated the moment he was injured, paralyzing his entire body. It's too late. Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian used his draconic fortune to stab forward once more. The giant wolf had bit down on the black-robed man, and in the next instant, he appeared beside the black-robed man, flicking and sweeping his sword. The prince medallion in front of the black-robed man's chest was taken out. At the same time, his left arm, which was wearing an interspatial ring, was cut off. Thank you for your dragon luck. Yi Xian absorbed a large amount of draconic luck from the prince token and crushed it. No. The black-robed man's eyes widened. How could he have imagined that in less than 2 hours after the start of the battle, he would be eliminated by crushing the prince's order? Unfortunately, that was the truth. Hua! The black-robed man transformed into a beam of white light and flew out of the secret realm. The 7th prince had lost one more person, leaving him with only 8 people. Moreover, this black-robed man was at 95% body sealing. The 7th prince had suffered a great loss this time. Yi Xian hurried over and put away his universe ring. Sure enough, there were a lot of natural treasures inside. However, there was no information about the ghost cult inside. Yi Xian was sure that the black-robed man was from the ghost cult. No matter how strong the ghost cult is, they probably can't produce a supreme being expert. That's why the Sunflame's Sacred Dynasty's emperor might know about it, but he didn't reveal it. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Then, he activated the prince medallion and said, 6th prince, I sent a 95% body sealing expert out of the secret realm. What? Really? The 6th prince exclaimed. Okay, I'll go to resource point number 3 now, Yi Xian said. Okay, be careful. The 6th prince was a little agitated. A 95% body sealing expert was actually sent out of the secret realm by Yi Xian. Not only that, Yi Xian even occupied resource point number 4. This was beyond the 6th prince's expectations. After leaving the cave, Yi Xian looked at the map and then rushed to resource point number 3, which was the closest to him. Resource point number 4, which was the furthest away, had sent a 95% body sealing expert. This meant that resource point number 3 was probably not the black-robed woman who was suspected to have completed her physique sealing. Yi Xian rushed for more than 10 minutes. With the help of the Eye of Revelation, he quickly found resource point number 3. Unfortunately, resource point number 3 had already been occupied. The other party had already left. However, this did not matter because Yi Xian was only there to scout. He would memorize the way to resource point number 3 and come back to occupy it after midnight. Following that, he headed towards resource point number 2. As expected, resource point number 2 was already occupied. Then, Yi Xian went to resource point number 1. Resource points number 1, number 2, and number 3 were all occupied. However, this was within Yi Xian's expectations. This time, he was here to scout. He would memorize the location of the resource points so that it would be easier to find them next time. Just as Yi Xian was about to go back, the prince medallion in his arms suddenly lit up. The 6th prince's anxious voice came from it. Yi Xian, this is bad. You've been eliminated. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't he go with Yang Qi to occupy the 3 resource points nearby? How did he suddenly get eliminated? It's the 1st prince's men. He invaded our territory, but he was eliminated after occupying the resource points, the 6th prince said. Yi Xian frowned. He thought to himself, it's 90% physique ceiling, and his movement technique is amazing. To be able to eliminate him, it's at least 95% physique ceiling, or even 100% physique ceiling. If the first prince sent out 100% physique ceiling right from the start, the tempo would be too fast. Then what should I do now? Yi Xian asked. You go back first and help poison witch. I'm afraid the first prince will attack directly, the sixth prince said. All right. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left and charged towards his own territory. 3 hours had already passed, and all 10 resource points were probably occupied. Although it was unknown how many resource points the first prince and the seventh prince had, they ended up with 4. 4 resource points could instantly increase the sixth prince's army by 2,000. At this time, the sixth prince had already divided the 2,000 soldiers into 2 groups to guard the 2 front teeth on the left and right sides. There were now 2,000 Wolf Fang cavalry, 10 deputy generals, and 2 generals in golden armor on each side. Yi Xian couldn't help but admire the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If so many Wolf Fang cavalry were to be deployed on the battlefield, it would be a terrifying battle force. After all, the Wolf Fang cavalry could be reorganized. More than an hour later, Yi Xian returned to the left side of the checkpoint to help poison witch. In this situation, it was best to observe the situation first. It was best not to act rashly. The black-robed man that Yi Xian sent out of the secret realm didn't have time to inform the seventh prince. The seventh prince only knew that he had been eliminated, but not by whom. However, Yi Xian guessed that the seventh prince would assume that it was the first prince. After all, there weren't many experts on the sixth prince's side. Unless the seventh prince sent someone to the 4th resource point because of the blue light. Yi Xian guarded the left side of the checkpoint and waited for a few hours. Chapter 788. In another 2 hours, the resource points would respawn. By then, whoever obtained a resource point would instantly gain a large number of troops. However, the neutral zone was too dangerous right now. The sixth prince did not know if someone was lurking around his 3 resource points. Sixth prince, this time, Captain Yang and I will go. We both have the dragon-patterned golden armor, so it won't be easy for us to be eliminated. Yi Xian replied. Alright, then you go to number 8 and Yang Qi go to number 10. Once you've occupied number 9, we'll regroup immediately. The sixth prince replied. This time, he chose to be more conservative. He only wanted to occupy 3 resource points. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly left the left checkpoint, while Yang Qi left the right checkpoint. In fact, Yi Xian hoped that someone was lurking around number 8 resource point. That way, he would be able to find them first and send them out of the secret realm. Soon, he arrived at resource point number 8. Just as he expected, there was a person waiting for him here. There's still half an hour before the resource points respawn. Let me deal with you first. Yi Xian did not say anything and quietly sneaked over. Just now, he was eliminated at number 8 resource point, so this person was very likely to be the one who was eliminated. Yi Xian used the darkness to slowly approach. When he was only a kilometer away, he suddenly attacked. Draconic Fortune. Wolf Tooth Rush. To be safe, Yi Xian blessed his opponent with Draconic Luck. With this attack and a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to catch his opponent off guard. Boom! 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 The giant wolf head smashed through a large number of trees and bit at his opponent. That person was shocked, but before he could react, he was bitten by the giant wolf head. Yi Xian instantly rushed out and slashed with his wolf tooth sword. Swish! The black-clothed person's arm was directly chopped off. His expression darkened as he forcibly dispersed the wolf tooth rush with Draconic Luck. Retreat! The black-clothed person did not care about his severed arm and immediately turned to leave. Yi Xian quickly rushed over, took the black-clothed person's ring of cosmos and devoured it, then quickly chased after him. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Yi Xian roared as he madly attacked. Each of his attacks was blessed with draconic luck. Damn it! The black-clothed man cursed angrily because he couldn't even see Yi Xian's shadow. However, he could sense that Yi Xian was only 80% body seal. Even he did not expect that someone with an 80% body seal would be able to defeat someone with a 95% body seal. He's so fast, but it doesn't sound like Yang Qi. Who could it be? The black-garbed man had no idea what was going on. However, he realized that Yi Xian was actually faster than him. Most importantly, Yi Xian's attacks were extremely ferocious, and he had no choice but to use his draconic luck to block them. Boom! 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 Their true qi collided, and countless trees were broken. However, just as Yi Xian was about to catch up to him, he suddenly heard a series of noises. This was the Wolf Fang cavalry. What a guy, he actually brought out quite a few Wolf Fang cavalry. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He didn't know if the other party had brought out a saber deputy or a golden armored general. If there was a golden armored general, then it would be troublesome. So what if there is a golden armored general? I also have the dragon-patterned golden armor. Even if I can't beat him, I can still escape. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and continued to chase. Rumble. Hundreds of Wolf Fang cavalry appeared, and at the same time, 2 saber deputies with 90% body seal appeared. The black-clothed man joined forces with these puppets to counterattack Yi Xian. What a joke. In front of absolute strength, these are all decorations. Yi Xian roared in his heart and attacked crazily. Draconic luck. Firmament splitter. The firmament splitter supported by draconic luck was extremely powerful. One strike could split the armor of the Wolf Fang cavalry in half. Even the saber deputies couldn't withstand it and could only be sent flying. This time, the black-clothed man had brought 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 saber deputies. He originally thought that he could take down a resource point, but unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Xian. It's him. At this moment, the black-clothed man finally realized who was chasing him. It was Yi Xian who was rewarded with the dragon-patterned golden armor by the 6th prince. What a joke. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, even if Yi Xian just stood there and let the Wolf Fang cavalry attack him, they probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Go! The black-clothed man didn't care too much. He directly activated the prince's order and controlled the Wolf Fang cavalry and the saber deputies to surround Yi Xian while he himself escaped. You want to leave? Stay here. Yi Xian was like a sharp knife that directly split the Wolf Fang cavalry apart and went straight for the black-clothed man. Damn it! Seeing that so many Wolf Fang cavalry couldn't stop Yi Xian, the black-clothed man's face sank to the bottom. He suddenly smelled a dangerous aura. Xiao! 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 Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. He slashed out more than 10 times in a second and blocked the black-clothed man's escape route. The black-clothed man had no choice but to turn around and allow Yi Xian to close the distance. The black-clothed man's speed was still considered fast. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have caught up to him. He treated his wounds, gripped his sword tightly, and suddenly turned back. He knew that he probably couldn't escape, so he wanted to cooperate with the Wolf Fang cavalry and the saber deputies to chase Yi Xian away. However, he underestimated Yi Xian's dragon luck. You want to fight to the death? Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian sneered and directly stabbed with his sword. Break for me. The black-clothed man shouted and also slashed with his sword. Boom. The 2 true qis collided and a shockwave swept out. However, Yi Xian was still a level higher. The giant wolf head with a large amount of dragon luck bit into the black-clothed man's body. Eye of illusion. Firmament fissure. Xiao. A cold light flashed and the black-clothed man's other arm flew up. Now, he didn't have the ability to break free from the giant wolf head, let alone escape. Looking at the black-clothed man who was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and picked up the prince token. When the prince token fell into Yi Xian's hands, the black-clothed man was already in despair. He knew that he was about to be eliminated. Thank you for your dragon luck. After absorbing the dragon luck in the prince token, Yi Xian directly crushed it. Hua! The black-clothed man turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. At the same time, Yi Xian also recognized him. This person was an expert under the first prince, but he was dressed in black. Because it was night, it was easier to ambush the enemy in black. Although it consumed a lot of dragon luck, the opponent's dragon luck was twice as much. It was a huge gain. Rumble. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly heard the commotion behind him. The Wolf Fang cavalry and the Long Saber deputy general were still charging over. Is it automatically attacking the nearest enemy? Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and directly charged into the enemy. In less than 10 seconds, the 200 over Wolf Fang cavalry and the 2 deputy generals with 90% of their bodies sealed were all destroyed by him. Not only that, he also discovered a secret. The Wolf Fang cavalry can't be reorganized. Chapter 789. The Wolf Fang cavalry can't be reorganized. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, it made sense. If they could be reorganized, there would be too many soldiers. However, Yi Xian also knew the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He tried to control the Wolf Fang cavalry, but he couldn't do so. He couldn't absorb them into the devouring space, so he had no choice but to return. This time, the first prince also lost. Not only did he lose 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 deputy generals, but he also lost a 95% physique sealing expert. Soon, Yi Xian returned to Resource Point 8 and waited patiently. Resource Point 8 was located in a cave in a canyon. The cave flashed with a blue light. When it was midnight, the blue light disappeared. At the same time, the dragon luck pillar appeared again. Yi Xian didn't say anything and absorbed the dragon luck. Then, the platform shone with a blue light again. Occupation successful. Yi Xian, did you manage to occupy Resource Point 8? The 6th prince asked. Yes. Yi Xian replied, also, I eliminated a 95% physique sealing expert under the first prince. There are also 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 deputy generals. There was a pause on the other end. Then, the 6th prince said in shock, that's great. Yi Xian, well done. From the start of the battle, Yi Xian had given the 6th prince many surprises. First, he occupied the 7th prince's 4th resource point and eliminated a 95% inscribed physique expert under the 7th prince. Now, he eliminated another 95% inscribed physique expert under the 1st prince. This was unbelievable. Your Highness, I'm going to Resource Point 9 to meet up with Captain Yang. Yi Xian said and immediately left. Okay, be careful. Reminded the 6th prince again. Although resource points were important, Yi Xian was much more important than them in the current situation. Not long after, Yi Xian rushed from Resource Point 8 to Resource Point 9. Resource Point 9 was empty, so he quickly went to occupy it. Yang Qi hurried over, and the two of them met up. Yi Xian, Yang Qi said after seeing Yi Xian. I can't believe you single-handedly took care of 2 95% body sealing experts. Ha, let's hurry back. Yi Xian smiled. The two of them rushed toward their own city. Now, the 6th prince had conquered a total of 7 resource points and obtained 3,500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. In addition to the initial 1,500 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalry that the 6th prince had exchanged for, they now had a total of 6,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. When Yi Xian and Yang Qi returned to the right checkpoint, they immediately called for a meeting. Now that all 10 resource points had been occupied, it was possible that someone would attack the city today. However, the 6th prince was still uncertain, so he decided to wait for a day. Guarding for a day did not mean that they would not go out. The 6th prince directly ordered Gu Jian to lead 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalry, 10 long blade deputy generals, and 1 golden armored general out of the city to hide. As for the left checkpoint, there was even less of a need to worry because there was a poisonous array there. There were also 3,000 soldiers there, so it would not be easy to break through. This checkpoint was very peaceful. Yi Xian stayed on the city walls and did not notice anything strange. The sixth prince did not send any news, which meant that the left checkpoint was also safe. However, just as dawn was about to break, Yi Xian suddenly scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found something strange. Someone's there. Yi Xian immediately said. Yang Qi was shocked. He did not know how Yi Xian found out. He looked in the direction Yi Xian was looking, but did not see anything. Captain Yang, I'll go out alone to take a look, Yi Xian said. Be careful. Although Yang Qi was worried, Yi Xian also had the dragon-patterned golden armor and was probably stronger than him. Boom! The right checkpoint's gate suddenly cracked open. Yi Xian walked out and scanned the area with his eye of revelation. There was a person squatting 10,000 meters away from his 11 o'clock. It seemed to be someone from the seventh prince's side. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Is it a spy? Watch me clear you out of the secret realm. Yi Xian sneered and quickly sneaked over. In the secret realm, one's perception was greatly reduced. Although the other party hid his aura, Yi Xian could use his eye of revelation to locate him. When Yi Xian got closer, he realized that it was not him, but her. It's a woman. Yi Xian was surprised. His eye of revelation could see the internal environment of a person's body, so he could tell that the other party was a woman. Among the three factions, besides the poison matriarch, the seventh prince had a black-robed woman. Moreover, this black-robed woman was the expert suspected to have reached 100% body seal. At this moment, the black-robed woman suddenly moved. You want to go back after spying? Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly chased after her. At the same time, he took out the prince's order and informed the sixth prince, asking him to tell Yang Qi to send a golden-armored general over. If the black-robed woman could be sent out of the secret realm, the seventh prince's side would not be a threat. After all, there were only 7 people left. Yi Xian immediately chased after her. The black-robed woman was very fast, so Yi Xian had to use his full strength. As a result, the other party discovered him. The black-robed woman was surprised. She guessed that Yi Xian was the same as her. He wanted to investigate and bumped into her. In that case, I'll deal with you first. The black-robed woman's eyes flashed. She suddenly took out a black longsword and turned it back. Firmament Fissure. Netherworld Spike. The two attacks enhanced by draconic luck collided, causing a huge shockwave. Now, even if Yi Xian did not inform the sixth prince, Yang Qi would have brought people out. You are indeed from the ghost sect. Again. Yi Xian shouted and attacked madly. He had a lot of luck, which was enough for him to use. If he could obtain the luck of the black-robed woman, he would have profited greatly. Boom! 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 The two people's true energy collided, causing a huge commotion. Gu Jian, who was guarding outside the city, had received the sixth prince's orders. Now that he heard the commotion, he immediately brought a golden-armored general over. Boy, you are very strong. Now, I will let you have a taste of this move. The black-robed woman snorted coldly. After thrusting out her sword, she threw out a punch. A purple fist shadow flew towards Yi Xian. Such power! Is this the heaven-shaking fist from the Heavenly Fist sect's high-grade legacy? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Fortunately, he had already memorized the trajectory of his opponent's true energy with the Eye of Revelation. Ding! Copy of Heaven-Shaking Fist successfully. Learn? Yes. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly answered in his mind. Ding! Host has learned Heaven-Shaking Fist. The system notified. Quasi-Supreme Martial Arts were the transition between Void God Martial Arts and Supreme Martial Arts. Therefore, there was no proficiency level to speak of. Yi Xian directly learned Heaven-Shaking Fist and threw out a punch. Heaven-Shaking Fist. Chapter 790. The two purple fist shadows collided. Although there was a huge gap between their realms, Yi Xian still had the King of Fighters' bloodline and strength, so he was not much weaker than his opponent. When the two fist shadows dissipated, the black-robed woman was shocked. This was a martial art technique that she had obtained from a high-grade inheritance during the Battle of Draconic Luck. Why did Yi Xian know it too? However, she could not care less. Heavenly Fist Puppets, appear. The black-robed woman revealed another trump card. These were two puppets that she had obtained from the inheritance of the Heavenly Fist sect. Yi Xian suddenly became a 1 versus 3. I expected this. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He had thought of this when he saw that his opponent was a woman. After all, the sixth prince had given him a piece of information. However, the Heavenly Fist sect restrained him because it was a fist technique that could injure him through the dragon-patterned golden armor. It was not a big deal to injure him, but he was afraid that the prince token would be accidentally broken and he would be eliminated. Therefore, it was better to retreat for the time being. Kid, you must be the sixth prince's trump card. In that case, I'll send you out first. The black-robed woman said with a smile. Then, she and the two Heavenly Fist puppets attacked Yi Xian crazily. Yi Xian was beaten back bit by bit. However, from the corner of his eye, he discovered that his reinforcements had arrived. I'll help you. Gu Jian shouted, bringing a golden armored general with him as he charged over. The black-robed woman's expression changed when she heard that. Yi Xian alone was difficult enough to deal with. Now that he had a golden armored general and a 95% body seal expert, she was not a match for them. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. The black-robed woman trembled as she was hit by the illusion. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the black-robed woman dispelled the Forbidden Eye of Illusion in an instant. How is this possible? How is her mental state so strong? Yi Xian was shocked. He wondered if the gap between their realms was too big. Since the Forbidden Eye of Illusion did not work, he would force her to stay. Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian frantically swung his sword, blocking the black-robed woman's path of retreat. Gu Jian had also arrived and attacked the black-robed woman. At the same time, under his control, he attacked the black-robed woman as well. The black-robed woman's face darkened. She knew that things weren't looking good. After thinking for a moment, she decided to use her trump card. Netherworld Escape. Immediately, the black-robed woman's speed skyrocketed. She immediately abandoned the two Heavenly Fist puppets and fled. Her speed was even faster than that of the golden armored general and Yi Xian. We can't catch up. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and shouted at Gu Jian, restrain the two Heavenly Fist puppets. Lone's sword was stunned for a moment. He immediately controlled the golden armored general to block one of the celestial fist puppets while he personally blocked the other one. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and slapped the Heavenly Fist puppet on the top of its head. 10,000 Divine Thoughts Technique. Yi Xian's consciousness turned into thousands of clones and seeped into the Heavenly Fist puppet, forcibly erasing the black-robed woman's remnant consciousness. Now, the Heavenly Fist puppet was under his control. The Heavenly Fist puppet originally emitted the black-robed woman's aura, but now, it was Yi Xian's. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Yi Xian rush to the other Heavenly Fist puppet and forcibly take control of it again. Sensing that the two Heavenly Fist puppets were no longer under her control, the black-robed woman's face turned ashen as she shouted, Brat, I will make you pay for this. This time, she really suffered a double loss. Not only did she consume some draconic luck, but she also lost two Heavenly Fist puppets that were at 95% sealed. What a blunder. You're lucky to have left quickly. Otherwise, I would have eliminated you. Yi Xian coldly snorted. He just happened to see the black-robed woman leave his line of sight. It was impossible to catch up with her. At this moment, Lone Sword asked in shock. You subdued the 2 heavenly fist puppets? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Fortunately, the black-robed woman had just received the heavenly fist sex inheritance, so she couldn't control the 2 heavenly fist puppets very well. Thus, he forcibly used the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to erase the remnant consciousness. Amazing, Lone Sword said in admiration. At this moment, Yang Qi also came over with a golden-armored general and asked, Yi Xian, are you alright? I'm fine. That person is the black-robed woman under the 7th prince. I've checked her strength. She's indeed at body seal 100%. Yi Xian shook his head and said. As expected, she's at body seal 100%. Fortunately, they don't have the dragon-patterned golden armor. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. Yang Qi heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the 2 dumbstruck heavenly fist puppets and sighed inwardly that Yi Xian was really not an ordinary person. Yi Xian's strength was already very strong. Now that he had 2 heavenly fist puppets that he could store in his interspatial ring, he could do whatever he wanted here. Then, Yi Xian and Yang Qi returned to the city, while Lone Sword continued to wait outside the city with a golden-armored general. After finding out about Yi Xian's gains, the 6th prince was overjoyed. However, he was in the middle of a great battle, so he couldn't leave the main city. Otherwise, he would definitely come over and give Yi Xian a big hug. Originally, he didn't have much confidence, but after this day, his confidence was bursting. The reason for this was because Yi Xian had made several great contributions. This time, he might be able to suppress the 2 princes and become the crown prince. At this moment, outside the secret realm, a group of ministers watched the battle and were in an uproar. The 6th prince really has good foresight. This kid is only at body seal 80%, but he can actually fight against a body seal 100% expert. His future is limitless. Not only that, he even took in the 2 heavenly fist puppets. Did he cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique? Previously, he obtained the Wolf Fang general's inheritance, so it's not surprising that he has the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. It's amazing that he learned it in such a short time. The ministers were full of praise for Yi Xian. Sitting on the dragon throne, the flaming Sun Emperor narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be very optimistic about Yi Xian. However, the ministers outside could see that there were already 2 large armies gathering and advancing towards the 6th prince. The sky was starting to brighten. Today was the 2nd day after the war started. No one knew if the 7th prince and the eldest prince would make a big move. Yi Xian, be careful. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen today. The 6th prince's voice came from the prince's command medallion. Yi Xian, who was standing on the city wall, used the eye of revelation to scan the area. When he heard this, he replied, yes. The 6th prince's main purpose was to guard against the 7th prince. That was why he was assigned to guard the checkpoint on the right. At midnight yesterday, they had taken over 3 resource points. After the war started, they took over 4 more. That was why they had an extra 500 soldiers. Don't underestimate these 500 soldiers. If there was no one guarding the checkpoint, these 500 soldiers would be enough to charge in. Chapter 791. Yi Xian, this is bad. The left checkpoint is under attack. There are at least 5,000 soldiers. Go and help them. The 6th prince exclaimed. What? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 5,000 soldiers. When the battle started, each side had a starting force of 1,500. Even if the first prince had taken over 6 resource points, he would only have 4,500 soldiers in total. However, there were now 5,000 soldiers. This meant that the first prince had used his dragon luck to exchange for a large number of soldiers. After all, they still had to defend their base. I'll go now. Yi Xian immediately replied. However, the next moment, his eye of revelation saw something. He immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted to the 6th prince, Sixth Prince, there are also a large number of Wolf Fang cavalry at the right checkpoint. What? How many? The sixth prince asked in shock. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds and then reported, at least 4,000. Damn it, the first prince and the seventh prince are working together to eliminate me first. The sixth prince immediately reacted. The left checkpoint was under attack by 5,000 soldiers, while the right checkpoint was under attack by 4,000 soldiers. Although both checkpoints had 3,000 soldiers, they were under attack at the same time. Sixth Prince, should we all retreat to the main city? Yang Qi took out the sixth prince's token and asked. The sixth prince thought for a moment and said, no, if we lose the two checkpoints, the first prince and the seventh prince can attack at the same time. At that time, all the resource points will be taken. We won't have any chance of winning. Yang Qi, immediately lead a team to the left checkpoint. I will immediately exchange for some Wolf Fang cavalry to support them. Yes. Yang Qi did not say anything else and left. Sixth Prince, there are also 4,000 soldiers here. Should we go out and fight? Yi Xian asked. I'll give you command of the right checkpoint. You take over. The sixth prince's voice came from the sixth prince's token. Now, Yi Xian was the overall commander of the right checkpoint. It was up to Yi Xian to decide whether to fight or defend. Now that Yang Qi had left, Gu Jian was still waiting outside the city. Only he and Chief Shuo were left on the city walls. They were just enough to control the two arrow towers. Attacking the city was not that easy. The reason why the seventh prince's team had not attacked yet was because they were afraid of the two arrow towers. Yi Xian, what do we do now? Chief Shuo asked with a frown. Chief Steward Shuo, you guard the arrow tower. If they attack, use the arrow tower to attack. I'll go out of the city and meet up with Lone Sword. Then, we'll go and spy on the enemy. Yi Xian replied. There were 4,000 soldiers here, representing the seventh prince. Because each prince could only control 2 divisions, there were only 1,000 or so soldiers. Then be careful. Chief Steward Shuo reminded. Yi Xian nodded silently. He went down the city wall and left through a secret passage. He first obtained it with Gu Jian, then went alone to spy on the military situation. I wonder how many golden-armored generals the seventh prince has sent over, Yi Xian guessed as he carefully sneaked over. The golden-armored general was comparable to a physique-sealing realm master. Moreover, it was indestructible. It was almost invincible in the hidden territory. At first, the sixth prince had 3 golden-armored generals. Then, he used his draconic luck to exchange for 2 more. Unfortunately, Yang Qi left with 2 divisions and 1 golden-armored general. The other golden-armored general was with Lone Sword, so there were no more golden-armored generals on the right side of the checkpoint. There are too many soldiers. It's an advantage for me. Why don't I go and harass them first? Yi Xian planned. Of course, this was assuming that the enemy did not have a large number of experts. He snuck over and scanned with his eye of revelation. Sure enough, there were 4 living people. That black-robed woman is here too. The other 3 don't look strong. They're at most 90% physique-sealing realm masters. However, they brought 3 golden-armored generals. Are they here for revenge? Yi Xian's heart trembled. The black-robed woman was at physique-sealing realm. The 3 golden-armored generals were also at physique-sealing realm. There's no other way. I can only try. Yi Xian was also helpless. Even if the sixth prince exchanged for a large number of soldiers, it would still take some time for them to arrive. It would be difficult to defend for more than an hour. If the 4,000 soldiers launched an all-out attack, it would take more than half an hour. Therefore, Yi Xian could only set an example and try to harass the enemy. Kill! Yi Xian immediately drew his Wolf Fang sword. Draconic Fortune of the Universe. Firmament Fissure. His attack, enhanced by draconic luck, pierced through the air and instantly cut the 80% physique sealing realm masters in half. In just a second, Yi Xian destroyed more than 10 Wolf Fang cavalry soldiers. What? The black-robed woman, who was waiting for the order to attack, was shocked. She immediately understood that the enemy had sent someone to harass them. Find them! The black-robed woman shouted. At the same time, she flew out and controlled a golden-armored general to rush in the direction of the commotion. Perception was greatly reduced in the secret realm. Therefore, the black-robed woman could not accurately pinpoint Yi Xian's location. She could only rely on the direction of her attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was harassing them without any rules. His plan was to kill as many people as he could. That black-robed woman is here. Good, heavenly fist puppets. Yi Xian released 2 heavenly fist puppets that he had just subdued. In fact, he was very reluctant to do so, but this time, he had no choice but to sacrifice them. The 2 heavenly fist puppets directly charged into the Wolf Fang cavalry army. Meanwhile, Yi Xian quietly left. His target was not the black-robed woman, but the other 3 controllers. As long as one of them was sent out of the secret realm, the army of 4,000 would be reduced to 3,000. The other 1,000 could only watch as no one controlled them. As Yi Xian ran, he used his insightful eye to observe. As expected, the black-robed woman was attracted. A physique-sealing realm master has left. The other 3 don't look strong. One of them is my old friend, Xia Yuni. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the first round of the Battle of Draconic Luck, Xia Yuni was crippled by him and then kicked out of the secret realm. After that, Xia Yuni received treatment and recovered from his injuries. At the same time, he also broke through to 90% physique sealing realm. However, he was still vulnerable in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian quietly sneaked over. He glanced at the black-robed woman in the distance and then suddenly attacked. Draconic Luck. Firmament Splitter. Several powerful attacks pierced through the air. Xia Yuni was startled. By the time he reacted, the attacks were already in front of him. Now that Yi Xian was at 80% physique sealing realm and had a large amount of draconic luck, even if Xia Yuni broke through to 90% physique sealing realm, he was still not his match. Fortunately, there were 2 long saber generals in front of Xia Yuni who were at 90% physique sealing realm. After Yi Xian's attack split the 2 long saber generals in half, its power was less than half when it reached Xia Yuni. Chapter 792. Bam! Although the attack was less than half done, it still caused a lot of trouble for Xia Yuni. His hands were numb from the impact. At the same time, he recognized the attack. However, he did not associate the person who killed his grandson with the person who attacked him. After all, the person who killed his grandson was only at 45% physique sealing level. He was as weak as an ant. Whoosh whoosh. Xia Yuni was sent flying, but he quickly controlled one of the golden-armored generals to rush towards Yi Xian. What a pity that I didn't eliminate him directly. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He quickly moved away from the spot. This time, the 7th Prince's team brought 4 golden-armored generals. If he was surrounded, he would be in danger. Hence, he had to resort to guerrilla warfare. At the same time, the moment Xia Yuni stabilized himself, a voice came from his prince token. Attack! The voice belonged to the 7th Prince. He gave the order to attack the city at the same time to the black-robed woman and the others. Coincidentally, Yi Xian also heard it. They're attacking. He raised an eyebrow and quickly launched an attack. Even if he could not stop the entire army, he had to reduce some of them. The black-robed woman, who was about to cause trouble for the 2 heavenly fist puppets, stopped in her tracks when she heard the order. She immediately controlled the army to advance. However, even if she did not receive the order, she knew that she had been lured away. More than 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry charged madly towards the right checkpoint. 6th Prince, the right checkpoint is attacking. Yi Xian quickly took out his prince token and reported. All right. The sixth prince replied. Yi Xian's prince token could not be used by others. It had to go through the sixth prince. The sixth prince received the news and immediately notified Gu Jian and Chief Steward Zhua. A huge battle broke out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already avoided the army. He circled around and attacked from the back. His attacks were very fierce. Every time he attacked, he would cut several Wolf Fang cavalry in half. The Wolf Fang cavalry in the secret realm could not be reassembled. One killed meant one less. Chief Steward Xia, find that kid. I'll attack the city. The black-robed woman shouted. All right. Xia Yuni replied. He also understood that the people who came to disturb them this time were very powerful, so he deliberately left behind a golden-armored general and 2 long-blade deputy generals. However, in order to be safe, Yi Xian had already made a detour to the 2 heavenly fist puppets. He immediately put them away and then quickly concealed himself. Damn it, that brat ran away. This was Xia Yuni's first thought, but he didn't care so much. He directly led the golden-armored general and the Wolf Fang cavalry to charge forward. Yi Xian was only here to harass them. There was no need for him to be so calculative. Attacking the city was more important. As long as they broke through a checkpoint, the 7th prince would be able to move freely. Ignoring me and going to attack the city, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The defensive power of the formation on the city gate was not bad. With the addition of Chief Zhua's arrow tower, they should be able to hold on for a while. What he needed to do now was to clear the people out. At that moment, he stealthily approached Xia Yuni, who was lagging behind, and summoned the 2 heavenly fist puppets again. Kill! Yi Xian and the 2 puppets attacked from the rear. Caw! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These were the sounds of the Wolf Fang cavalry being cut in half by Yi Xian. Behind. Xia Yuni had also guessed that Yi Xian would attack from the rear, so he had the golden-armored general follow behind him while he hid behind the Wolf Fang cavalry. The black-robed woman and the other 3 golden-armored generals were already charging towards the right checkpoint. If they worked together, who knew how long the city gate would last? Thus, Yi Xian had to be dealt with quickly. Old man, you gave me a good beating that day. Now, I'm going to collect some interest. Yi Xian controlled the 2 heavenly fist puppets and quickly broke through. His speed was so fast that Xia Yuni was stunned. Stop them. Xia Yuni controlled the golden-armored general to meet them. However, Yi Xian immediately controlled the 2 heavenly fist puppets to block them, while he himself attacked Xia Yuni. A mere 90% sealed physique. Get out of here. Yi Xian shouted. A sword beam and a purple fist shadow blasted towards Xia Yuni at almost the same time. Xia Yuni's expression was gloomy. He did not have the ability to block these 2 attacks. Boom! The sword beam sent him flying, while the purple fist shadow smashed right in front of him. The prince's token shattered and he was sent flying out of the mystic realm. At this moment, he also saw the Wolf Fang sword in Yi Xian's hand and confirmed Yi Xian's identity. There were still hundreds of Wolf Fang cavalry around Xia Yuni, but without the prince's token's control, they would only attack the nearest person. Go! Yi Xian did not care too much. He directly sent the defenseless golden-armored general flying, then recalled the heavenly fist puppets and quickly disappeared into the forest. The army of 4,000 was now down to 3,000. At the same time, the black-robed woman and 2 others had already rushed to the city gate, but Gu Jian swept out before them and intercepted them, preventing them from attacking the city gate. On the city wall, Chief Steward Zhua looked at the densely packed figures under his command and controlled the arrow tower to attack crazily. Pooh! 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 The arrow tower swept wildly, shooting out dozens of arrows with extremely strong penetrative power in 1 second. These arrows could easily pierce through the armor of the Wolf Fang cavalry. Seeing the Wolf Fang cavalry crumble one by one, the black-robed woman was shocked. She did not expect the arrow tower to be so powerful. It could probably take out at least 10 Wolf Fang cavalry in 1 second. You guys, give me control of the golden armored general. I will go and blast open the city gate, the black-robed woman shouted. At this moment, there were still 3 golden armored generals. Including the black-robed woman, there were 400% sealed physique masters. Although the city gate's array was powerful, under the joint attack of 400% sealed physique masters, it would probably be broken in less than 5 seconds. Not good. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face fell. He immediately informed the 6th prince to let Gu Jian enter through the secret passage and take control of the arrow tower. There were a total of 2 city gates, so they had about 10 to 15 seconds to open the gates. Before that, Yi Xian had to clear out the Wolf Fang cavalry as quickly as possible. Found him, he's over there. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately released 2 heavenly fist puppets. His target this time was still a person who had 90% sealed physique. This person's golden armored general had been taken away by the black-robed woman, so his defense was too weak. Yi Xian directly rushed in like a sharp knife. Leave the item and scram. Facing the murderous god Yi Xian, this person did not have the ability to change hands. He had his arm chopped off and the prince's token shattered. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. However, his mission had been completed. Even if he was chased out, the Wolf Fang cavalry would take the initiative to attack the surrounding enemies. Chapter 793. Yi Xian quickly took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, the items in the interspatial ring could not help him break through. If that's the case, that's all I can do. In this situation, Yi Xian had only one option, and that was to break through. Only by breaking through would he be able to face 4 body seal experts by himself. Right now, other than the extra dragon-patterned golden armor, his most precious things were the 2 heavenly fist puppets. Although the dragon-patterned golden armor was precious, he had no other choice. He immediately devoured the dragon-patterned golden armor. Not enough. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly rushed over and devoured the 2 sky fist puppets as well. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently at 85% body seal. His realm had increased again. Yi Xian was able to fight the black-robed woman to a draw. Now that he had broken through, it should be no problem for him to defeat the black-robed woman. Ha! Don't even think about attacking the city. Yi Xian roared, and the Wolf Fang cavalry that were pouncing on him were sent flying. Complete annihilation. Yi Xian was no longer afraid of anyone. He charged directly at the black-robed woman. What? The black-robed woman, who was controlling the 3 golden-armored generals to charge forward, suddenly felt something. She turned her head to look and discovered that Yi Xian was charging straight towards her. The Wolf Fang cavalry and the deputy general that were blocking the way were all easily dealt with by Yi Xian. However, the black-robed woman had already broken through the encirclement and reached the city gates. Her mission this time was to break through the checkpoint. As long as she could break through this checkpoint, it would be fine even if all the Wolf Fang cavalry were killed. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through, it would not be so easy to break through the checkpoint. Draconic Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian launched an attack at the black-robed woman. Nether Spike. The black-robed woman turned around and stabbed with her sword. Bang! The 2 chi collided, and the shockwave disintegrated the Wolf Fang cavalry around them. My Eye of Illusion was useless against you back then. Now that I've broken through, have a taste of it. Yi Xian glared at him. The Eye of Illusion could be activated as long as one could see the other party's eyes. In the next moment, the black-robed woman's body trembled slightly. Although she had been on guard previously, she did not know how Yi Xian had attacked her, so she was hit again. Alright, Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian thrust out his sword, and a giant wolf head pounced over, biting the black-robed woman. The interspatial ring is mine. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over. Facing such a vicious woman, he would not show mercy. He immediately slashed out with his sword and chopped off the black-robed woman's wrist. At the same time, the 3 golden-armored generals surrounded him and began to attack him. The golden-armored generals were comparable to physique-sealing realm masters, but Yi Xian also had the dragon-patterned golden armor, so the 3 golden-armored generals were no threat to him. For directions extermination, get lost. Yi Xian suddenly unleashed a blast of energy around him, forcing the 3 golden-armored generals to take 2 steps back. Then, he thrust his sword at the black-robed woman. The Eye of Revelation could not only see the environment in the black-robed woman's body, but also detect objects with spiritual energy, such as the prince's token. At the same time, when Yi Xian thrust his sword, the black-robed woman came to her senses. She looked at the sword and immediately used her trump card. Nether Walk. The black-robed woman dodged the attack and immediately ran away while sticking close to the wall. This move again. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This martial art was too strange. The black-robed woman used this move to escape the last time. However, he had learned his lesson this time. He directly used the Eye of Revelation and the devouring system to copy the information into the devouring system. Ding! Copy of Nether Walk successfully. Learn? Yes. Yi Xian replied. Now that he had this martial art, it would not be a problem for him to catch up with the black-robed woman. However, just as he was about to give chase, he thought of a problem. If he left, the 3 golden-armored generals would definitely break into the city. When that happened, the 3 golden-armored generals would charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. Then, the gate of the checkpoint would not be able to be closed. At the same time, the 7th prince would be able to leave the main city and move freely. The 1st prince, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and even the 4th prince who did not make it into the top 3 had already achieved 100% physique sealing. They were very powerful and it would be troublesome if they were released so easily. After all, the 6th prince was the one who broke into the checkpoint, not the 7th prince. I'll let you go this time. Yi Xian finally decided to guard the checkpoint and not chase after the black-robed woman. He quickly took off the black-robed woman's interspatial ring and checked it. The Saintess of the Nether Sect. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. No wonder the 7th prince had so many elites supporting him. It turned out that he had a Saintess with him. However, if the Saintess was already at 100% physique sealing, then the sect leader should be at least at 100% physique sealing as well. He just did not know where the sect leader of the ghost cult was. Yi Xian did not care too much. He looked at the 2 armies fighting outside and quickly rushed out. The golden-armored generals may be powerful, but they are not indestructible. Yi Xian thought to himself. If the golden-armored generals were indestructible, then why would they need the Wolf Fang cavalry to attack the city? They could just use their draconic luck to exchange for the golden-armored generals. Why would they need so many soldiers? Firmament Fissure. Skyquake Fist. Nether Spike. Yi Xian grabbed a golden-armored general and pressed it against the city wall, attacking it madly. The other 2 golden-armored generals were also attacking him, but he took their attacks head-on. In 3 seconds, the golden-armored general endured countless attacks. After 3 seconds, it finally collapsed. Then, Yi Xian spent some time dismantling the other 2 golden-armored generals. Then, he charged into the enemy army. Yi Xian, how is the checkpoint on the right? The 6th prince's voice sounded. It's defended. The 7th prince lost 3 golden-armored generals. Yi Xian replied. At this point, he had already dismantled 3 golden-armored generals. The 4th golden-armored general was still in the forest tens of thousands of meters away. Because there were no enemies, they just stood there. What? The 6th prince was shocked again. Yi Xian actually dismantled 3 golden-armored generals. This was too amazing. The 6th prince had used his draconic luck to exchange for the golden-armored generals. The amount of draconic luck he used to exchange for the golden armored generals had made his heart ache for a long time. He did not expect that the golden armored generals could only be dismantled in front of Yi Xian. Your Highness, I suggest that we immediately attack the seventh prince. Yi Xian hurriedly said. All right. You will still be in command of the checkpoint on the right. The sixth prince immediately agreed. Understood. Yi Xian replied and continued to attack the Wolf Fang cavalry. At this moment, his eye of revelation suddenly swept across a person. It was the last person on the seventh prince's side. Chapter 794. You want to run? Stay. Yi Xian controlled his only golden armored general and charged forward. Not long after, his opponent turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. The seventh prince's side had lost one person in the first round. When they entered the third round, there were only 9 people left. Then, when Yi Xian took over the resource point, there were only 8 people left. Now, other than the black-robed woman, the other 3 were all cleared out of the secret realm. Therefore, the seventh prince's side only had 4 people left. This was a good opportunity for a counterattack. Without a leader, the Wolf Fang cavalry was like a sheet of loose sand. In less than a minute, they were completely annihilated by Yi Xian. Speaking of which, it was strange that the black-robed woman did not take the golden armored general with her. She was probably scared out of her wits and ran with all her might. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th golden armored general, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the 6th Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhuo, Gu Jian, you two defend the city. I will lead 1,000 soldiers to attack the 7th Prince. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhuo and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhuo nodded. By now, they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th golden armored general, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the 6th Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhuo, Gu Jian, you two defend the city. I will attack the city alone. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhuo and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhuo nodded. By now, they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. Yi Xian immediately left. This time, the 7th Prince had lost 4,000 soldiers and 3 members. It was a great loss. This was a good opportunity to beat the dog while it was down. With Yi Xian's current realm, he would probably be able to break through the city gate in 10 seconds. Then, he would charge into the main palace and destroy the dragon pillar. After leaving the right checkpoint, he used the netherworld escape that he had just learned and rushed toward the 7th Prince's main city. The nether escape was a quasi-supreme martial art that focused one's true chi on the feet. Although it was impossible to attack while running, it was very good for running. Yi Xian single-handedly led the entire battle. Not only did he annihilate 4,000 soldiers, but he also destroyed the golden armored generals. He was a monster. A monster, a monster. Although the golden armored generals are not controlled by anyone, it is not so easy to destroy them. He actually destroyed 4 golden armored generals. I'm afraid that only the 3 princes can fight against him now. Looking at his route, it seems like he's going to the 7th Prince's territory. Is he planning to attack the 7th Prince? He's really powerful. He single-handedly stopped 4,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. Now that he's going to attack the city alone, I feel like the other 2 gatekeepers are useless. The 7th Prince and the eldest prince teamed up to eliminate the 6th Prince, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to hold on to one of the checkpoints. I'm afraid the 6th Prince won't win. The ministers continued to discuss. However, even the emperor didn't know when the seventh prince and the eldest prince had teamed up. Could it be that they had discussed this before entering the secret territory? Sixth prince, how's the checkpoint on the left? On the way to the seventh prince's territory, Yi Xian took out the prince medallion and asked. It's not good. The sixth prince said, but in the next moment, he exclaimed, not good, the gate on the left has been breached. What? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If the left gate was breached, then things would be troublesome. The eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar. That way, the gate wouldn't be able to be closed and the eldest prince would be able to move freely. After receiving the news from the poison matriarch, the sixth prince immediately ordered the poison matriarch to absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar and bring everyone back to the main city. The left checkpoint couldn't be taken anymore. With one of his front teeth broken, the eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main city. Not only that, but the eldest prince also ordered Yang Qi to head to the main city to guard it because the eldest prince was going to personally lead the battle. Sixth prince, should I return? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. No need. Once the poison matriarch destroys the soaring dragon pillar, I will be able to leave the main city. At that time, I will teach these people a lesson. The sixth prince said angrily. The one that had been broken through was the first prince, and the one who had broken through this barrier was the first prince. Thus, both he and the first prince could move freely. However, the eldest prince was still far away in his main city, so the sixth prince was waiting for the poison matriarch. As long as the soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would immediately head to the left checkpoint and join the battle. Sixth prince, if I break through one of the seventh prince's checkpoints, the seventh prince will be able to move freely. At that time, he will join forces with the eldest prince. Won't our main city be in danger? Yi Xian asked. No, they don't have many experts left. Given your strength, if you can breach the checkpoint, then you have the ability to breach the main city. Once the checkpoint is breached, he will be able to move freely, but he won't dare to leave the main city. The sixth prince replied. Since that's the case, I will attack the city at full speed. Yi Xian couldn't care less and headed straight for the seventh prince's territory. With his strength, only the three princes would be able to stop him in the entire area of the siege battle. However, the seventh prince's attack on the right checkpoint failed, so he couldn't move freely. Hence, Yi Xian could at least take down one checkpoint. At the same time, at the left checkpoint. Boom! With a loud sound, the soaring dragon pillar on the left checkpoint of the sixth prince's camp was destroyed by the poison matriarch. Then, the poison matriarch led her men and the golden-armored general to escape, leaving the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen behind to block the enemy's advance. Sixth prince, you can move freely now. The moment the soaring dragon pillar collapsed, the sixth prince heard a voice. It was Eunuch Wu's voice. At that moment, he directly charged out of the main city and charged towards the left checkpoint. His speed was much faster than Yi Xian's, who was currently using the netherworld escape. This was an existence that was almost invincible amongst half-step sovereigns. Chapter 795. After the left checkpoint was breached, the first prince's army chased after the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. When the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry were wiped out, the first prince's army retreated, leaving the sixth prince with nothing to show for it. They retreated as expected. They're saving up their strength. Next time, we'll launch an all-out attack. The sixth prince gritted his teeth in anger. With one of his two front teeth missing, the enemy would be able to pass through this checkpoint and come and go as they pleased. The other front tooth would probably be pulled out soon as well. This was bad news. Right now, the sixth prince could only pray that Yi Xian's attack would succeed. At that time, the seventh prince would be pinned down by Yi Xian while the sixth prince could focus on dealing with the first prince. An hour later, Yi Xian, who was using the nether escape to travel, finally arrived in front of the seventh prince's checkpoint. He scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found that there were only two people on this checkpoint. That black-robed woman didn't come back. Is she afraid that I'll kill her halfway and then go to the other checkpoint? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. But it didn't matter. The arrow towers are powerful, but they haven't discovered me yet. I can charge straight to the city gates. With that thought, Yi Xian charged out. Firmament Splitter. Netherworld Spike. Skyquake Fist. Yi Xian also used all of his killing moves. When the formation on the city gate was attacked, a loud rumbling sound immediately rang out. Someone's attacking the city. The two people on the city walls cried out in alarm. But when they poked their heads out, they found that there was only one person attacking the city. It's him. Quick, informed the seventh prince. The two of them recognized Yi Xian. After all, they had just received news from the seventh prince that their side had suffered a crushing defeat. But it was useless to inform the seventh prince because the dragon pillar was not destroyed. The seventh prince could only watch over the main city and not come out. First, destroy the first checkpoint, then go around to the second checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. This was Yi Xian's plan. As long as they went around it, they would be able to reach the main hall where the dragon's soaring pillar was located. The reason why the first prince's army didn't go was probably because they wanted to leave this checkpoint to the seventh prince. It could also be because the sixth prince had already killed his way out. The first prince was afraid that the sixth prince would kill all of his soldiers, so he retreated. Boom! Amidst a loud sound, Yi Xian spent 6 seconds to break through a city gate. The formation on the city gate was stronger than he had imagined, but it didn't matter. He only needed to spend another 6 seconds to break through the second city gate. Not good, he broke through the city gate, let's go. The two warriors on the city wall immediately left. This checkpoint did not even have a single golden armored general, only 2 long saber deputy generals. Even the Wolf Fang cavalry only had 500 men. How could they defend it? Boom! 6 seconds later, the second gate collapsed as well. Yi Xian charged into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroyed the dragon pillar. Sixth Highness, we've broken through a checkpoint. Yi Xian hurriedly reported to the sixth prince. Good, I'll leave the other checkpoint to you. The sixth prince replied. Without further ado, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the seventh prince's other checkpoint. As long as 2 of the seventh prince's front teeth were destroyed, the seventh prince would not dare to leave even if he could. Dare to leave. Be careful of the main city being ambushed. Yi Xian believed that he was fast enough, but before that, he had to send the seventh prince's 2 subordinates out of the secret realm first. With the Eye of Revelation, he found a secret passage in the checkpoint and dealt with the 2 experts who had reached 85% body seal realm. Meanwhile, in the seventh prince's main city. Seventh Highness, you can now move freely. Eunuch Wu's voice fell into the seventh prince's ears. How could this be? That damned Yi Xian defeated my 4,000-strong army all by himself and even broke through my checkpoint. Just who is he? The seventh prince muttered to himself. Although he really wanted to rush out, find Yi Xian, and beat him up, he did not dare. What if Yi Xian was different from what he thought? What if Yi Xian didn't go to the other checkpoint and instead hid around the main city and suddenly attacked the city when he was out? Once the main city's soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would be eliminated. Damn it, I only have 3 people I can use now. The seventh prince cursed. He had lost 1 person in the first checkpoint, so he only had 9 people left in the third checkpoint. One of the resource points had been ambushed by Yi Xian, and 3 of the 4,000-strong army had been lost in the siege. Now that the 2 guarding the city had been eliminated, including the black-robed woman, he only had 3 people he could use. 3 people, at most, could control 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. Including the seventh prince himself, it would only be 5,000. At this time, after sending the seventh prince's 2 people out of the secret territory, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the seventh prince's other front tooth. As a precaution, the seventh prince had ordered the 2 people above to retreat to the main city. Now, the checkpoint was an empty city. Therefore, Yi Xian easily destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now that the seventh prince's two front teeth had been removed, he could only stay in the main city and defend it. Sixth prince, both checkpoints have been destroyed. Yi Xian reported again. Good, we have now withdrawn our troops to the main city. You can stay in the wilderness and wait for orders, the sixth prince replied. Yi Xian nodded silently. Now, he analyzed the situation. On the eldest prince's side, they had only lost one person. Both checkpoints were still there, but because they had destroyed one of the sixth prince's checkpoints, he could move freely. On the seventh prince's side, both checkpoints had been destroyed, so he could only defend the main city. Although the sixth prince had only lost one checkpoint, he had gathered his troops and retreated to the main city. All in all, the eldest prince had the greatest advantage. Now, they could only wait and see. They could only wait for the resource site to spawn at midnight. The eldest prince has too much of an advantage. I'll go to his side and scout. If I see anyone traveling alone, I'll send them out. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then rushed to the sixth resource point that the first prince occupied before the resource point was refreshed. Yi Xian, you have to be careful. You're the only one outside. Since the eldest prince has broken through our checkpoints, he can personally take action. The sixth prince reminded him. Now, he could only rely on Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian could reduce the eldest prince's troops, they would have a fighting chance. It was close to midnight, but there was no one at the sixth resource site. This made Yi Xian feel strange. Could it be that the eldest prince has sent people to the seventh prince and sixth prince's resource sites? Yi Xian guessed. But at this moment, a figure entered his line of sight. Someone had finally arrived. He doesn't look strong. Kill him first. Chapter 796. The other party had not noticed Yi Xian yet. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the air. Whoosh! The person was shocked. He turned around and saw a giant wolf head pouncing at him with its mouth wide open. However, just as he was about to retaliate, Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian glared at the other party. The other party fell into an illusion and was bitten by the giant wolf head made of true qi. The excruciating pain pulled him back to reality. Firmament Splitter. Nether Spike. Yi Xian immediately attacked. One attack was responsible for cutting off the other party's hand while the other was responsible for shattering the prince's token. Rip. Crack. The man in black was pierced through together with the prince's token. He turned into a streak of white light and flew out of the secret realm, leaving behind half of his arm. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected the interspatial ring. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring. What's going on? He's from the Nether cult too. Yi Xian was shocked. The person he attacked earlier was on the first prince's side, but he also had the token from the Nether cult. What was going on? Could it be that the Nether cult was not only supporting the seventh prince, but also the first prince? No wonder the first prince and the seventh prince are working together. Yi Xian's eyes gleamed. Now, there were only 8 people on the first prince's side. He immediately occupied this resource point and rushed to the next one to see if he could find a second person. Unfortunately, the second resource point had already been occupied. Yi Xian did not see anyone. Forget it. I'll give up on this resource point. With my level, it doesn't matter how many Wolf Fang cavalrymen there are. Yi Xian decided to give up and went straight to the first prince's checkpoint. What he needed to do now was to scout the situation and see how many people were guarding the checkpoint. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the first prince's checkpoint. He scanned it with his eye of revelation. There were 3 people guarding this checkpoint. At the same time, Yi Xian also noticed that there were 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 golden-armored generals at this checkpoint. They aren't very strong, but I wonder if the first prince is among the 3. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His eye of revelation could see through a person's body, but he could only tell if the person was a man or a woman. However, in the next moment, he reacted. The first prince isn't among the three. That's because the Sunflame Imperial family cultivates the Heavenly Imperial technique and can seal the draconic fate in their bodies. Since my insightful I can see the circulating true chi, I can definitely see the draconic fate as well. Yi Xian suddenly recalled the enormous amount of draconic luck in the sixth prince's body, so he deduced that the first prince was not among the three. Since that was the case, he would try to attack the city. Sixth Highness, I'm currently at one of the Crown Prince's checkpoints. I feel like I can give it a try. Should I attack? Yi Xian asked. The first prince can move freely now, and his strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid he's even stronger than me. Be careful. The sixth prince reminded. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately charged out. Under the night sky and with his extreme speed, he was already in front of the city gates before the other party noticed him. Firmament Splitter. Nether Spike. Skyquake Fist. Yi Xian began to attack the city gates. Not good, someone is attacking the city. The people on the city walls reacted, but it was useless. Yi Xian only needed 6 seconds to break through a city gate. Boom! One of the city gates collapsed. Although the people on the city walls wanted to control the arrow towers, they couldn't shoot at the city gates, so they could only watch. Go, let's retreat quickly. When the three people on the city walls saw Yi Xian destroy a city gate in 6 seconds, they were scared witless. If the two generals worked together to attack the city gates, they would need at least 10 seconds. However, Yi Xian only needed 6 seconds. Boom! The second city gate collapsed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and killed his way into the secret passage, kicking the three first princes' subordinates out of the secret realm. After that, he went to destroy the Soaring Dragon Pillar. If the Soaring Dragon Pillar at the checkpoint was not destroyed, the city gate could be repaired. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wouldn't give it a chance to repair. Crack! Yi Xian slashed the Soaring Dragon Pillar with his sword, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. Now, the first prince had one of his front teeth pulled out. Although he could move freely, he was probably on his way to the main city. Sixth prince, we've broken through the checkpoint. Yi Xian reported. That's great. The sixth prince was surprised and delighted. Yi Xian had brought him too many surprises. If not for Yi Xian, he would have been eliminated from this siege. Sixth prince, I'll go to the first prince's main city to take a look. Yi Xian said. He had the Eye of Revelation, which was very useful for spying. If the first prince wasn't in the main city, he wouldn't mind attacking alone. As long as the Soaring Dragon Pillar was destroyed, the first prince would be eliminated, and the rest would be simple. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace outside the Secret Realm. This kid is really daring. How does he know that the first prince isn't in the checkpoint? Maybe he's just trying his luck. After all, the sixth prince has retreated to the main city. If the first prince's checkpoint isn't broken, the first prince can wander around and put a lot of pressure on the sixth prince. Oh, he's going to the main city. Is he going to defeat the first prince in one fell swoop? I don't think so. Although the first prince isn't here, there are still experts and 5 golden armored generals in the main city. This kid probably won't be able to break through. Not necessarily. The first prince is in danger this time. If the checkpoint is broken through, the first prince will be eliminated. The ministers were still discussing. Now, the siege battle had reached its climax. The 3 princes could move freely, but they didn't dare to go out recklessly. The only first prince who was wandering outside was the first prince. Yi Xian had broken through the checkpoint and rushed straight to the main city, so he was also rushing back at full speed. In fact, when he found out that the expert with the 95% physique seal level had been eliminated, he realized that something was wrong. Therefore, when Yi Xian broke through the checkpoint, he was also about to reach the next checkpoint. However, Yi Xian still rushed ahead of the first prince and arrived in front of the first prince's main city. He scanned with the eye of revelation and found that there were only 3 people inside. He had killed 2 of the first prince's subordinates in the wilderness and 3 more at the checkpoint. Logically speaking, there should be 5 people left. However, there were only 3 people in the main city, which meant that there were 2 people outside, probably at the other checkpoint. Fortunately, Yi Xian's eye of revelation didn't look at people with draconic luck. In other words, the first prince wasn't here. Since he wasn't in the main city, things would be easier. Chapter 797. If the eldest prince isn't here, then this is a good opportunity. Among the 3 factions, the eldest prince is the strongest. If we can eliminate him, then the 6th prince will definitely win. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, but he still asked for the 6th prince's opinion. Although the 6th prince did not understand how Yi Xian was so sure that the eldest prince was not in the main city, he chose to believe him. After receiving the 6th prince's approval, Yi Xian's morale soared. This time, he was going to attack the main city. Come on! Yi Xian shouted in his mind as he charged toward the main city's gates. The main city's gates were much stronger than the gates of the checkpoints, but Yi Xian knew that he would be able to break in if given enough time. Firmament Fissure. Skyquake Fist. Nether Spike. Before Yi Xian even got close, he had already launched a frenzied attack. When the loud noise echoed, the gatekeepers on the main city's walls noticed Yi Xian. Someone's attacking the city. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly notified the eldest prince with their prince tokens. However, the eldest prince was still on his way, so they had to defend the main city. The main city could not be breached, or the eldest prince would be eliminated. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black on the main city's walls had a dark expression. He thought to himself, is this the brat that our leader warned us to be careful of? Why does this brat know the nether spike of our nether spike? He could not figure it out, but he did not care. He turned around and said, the 2 of you stay here. I'll bring the 5 golden armored generals to deal with this brat. With that, he turned around and left. There were still 5 golden armored generals in the main city. This time, he brought all of them with him. Yi Xian was still attacking the city gate, but at this moment, 6 figures suddenly appeared from the side. Have they come out of the main city's secret passage? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He was shocked to find that 5 of the 6 figures were golden armored generals. The last human was also at 100% physique ceiling. Now, it was 1 against 6. Good timing. Yi Xian shouted. These 6 physique ceiling experts were the main city's last fighting force. As long as they were taken care of, the eldest prince would lose. Brat, stop it. The middle-aged man in black shouted as he stabbed his sword at Yi Xian. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and Yi Xian easily dodged it. However, he recognized this move. Nether Spike. As I thought so, the eldest prince is related to the Nether Spike. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly opened wide as he retaliated. Whoosh! It's Nether Spike, Estes Nether Spikes STS. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man didn't understand how Yi Xian learned the Netherworld Thorn, it wasn't the time to care about this right now. He struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print smashed towards Yi Xian. It seemed that the power of the palm print was even stronger than the Heavenly Fist sect's inheritance, the Heaven-Shaking Fist. Ding! Copy of the Netherworld Palm successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his mind. Ding! Host has learned the Nether Spike. Yi Xian immediately followed up with a palm strike. Nether Spike. Boom! The 2 huge palm prints collided and then dissipated one after another. What? You even know the Nether Spike? The middle-aged man in black was shocked again. Meanwhile, the 5 golden armored generals surrounded Yi Xian and slashed their swords at Yi Xian. Humph. Soulless puppets, get lost. For directions annihilation. With a series of crisp sounds, the 5 golden armored generals were all forced back several steps by the powerful impact. In this situation, Yi Xian actually had three choices. First, he could capture the leader and clear the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm. Second, he could kill the 5 golden-armored generals. Third, he could destroy the array on the city gate while fighting. Yi Xian thought for a while and made his decision. The middle-aged man in black was only slightly stronger than the woman in black, and the 5 golden-armored generals were no threat to him. After all, he was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. So he decided to break the city gate first. Dragon Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian attacked the city gate while dodging the middle-aged man's attacks. As long as the city gate was broken, he would not need to fight the 5 body seal masters. He could just rush in and destroy the soaring dragon pillars. Damn brat, go and guard the gate. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his mind and immediately sent 2 golden-armored generals to guard the city gate. However, this was of no use. Although the city gate was important, the golden-armored generals would still be destroyed in this siege. So Yi Xian could only carry out the second and third plan at the same time. Boom! 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 The 2 golden-armored generals stood guard outside the city gates. Facing Yi Xian's attacks, they found it difficult to defend. However, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. Attacks would still land on the city gates and destroy the city protection array. Bastard, the eldest prince will be back soon. If you have the guts, continue. The middle-aged man in black shouted. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard that. He did not know if the middle-aged man was telling the truth. Now that the main city was under attack, the eldest prince was definitely on his way back. He just did not know when he would arrive. The middle-aged man might be bluffing when he said that. But if the eldest prince really did come back, he would be like a cornered beast. Although the eldest prince was also a body seal master, the imperial family members all cultivated the heavenly imperial technique. The heavenly imperial technique was a paragon martial technique, and its combat power was outstanding. Coupled with the dragon fortune, he was no match for it. If he was forced out of the secret realm, the 6th prince would definitely lose. I don't believe it. With victory in sight, Yi Xian decided to take a gamble. If he could get rid of the eldest prince, the victory would belong to the 6th prince. Damn it, this kid is not doing anything. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his heart. He did not know where the eldest prince was and how long it would take for him to arrive. He was also afraid that he would not be able to defend the main city. At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. The Eye of Illusion. The middle-aged man in black was thinking about something else and was instantly immersed in the illusion. But his mental state was extremely high, and he immediately reacted. This middle-aged man is stronger than the saintess of the Nether cult. Could he be the leader of the Nether cult? Yi Xian could not help but mutter to himself when he saw the Eye of Illusion disappear in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to end the battle with the Eye of Illusion, but he did not expect it to be dispelled in an instant. It seemed that he could only continue to attack. Rumble. Loud sounds echoed as Yi Xian dodged and attacked at the same time. A few seconds later. Kacha. One of the golden-armored generals guarding the city gates suddenly disintegrated. Chapter 798. Now, only 4 of the 5 golden-armored generals were left. In order to defend, the middle-aged man in black had no choice but to deploy another golden-armored general. TSK, let's see how long you can last. Yi Xian sneered. He was faster than the middle-aged man in black. At the same time, he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, so the middle-aged man in black could only attack him with palm techniques. Palm techniques were generally slower than sword techniques, so Yi Xian had not been hit by a single attack yet. He felt that if he was given another 10 seconds, he would be able to destroy the main city gate. A few seconds later. Kacha! The second golden-armored general disintegrated. There were only 3 golden-armored generals left. The middle-aged man in black had a gloomy expression. He watched as Yi Xian's attacks landed on the main city gate, but he could not do anything. Not only that, but his danger level had also increased. Now that I have a golden armored general to help you, let's see how you can stop me. Yi Xian shouted and suddenly turned to attack the middle-aged man in black. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fang Charge. Nether Palm. The middle-aged man in black realized that he was in trouble. If he was knocked out, the city gate would fall. Nether Escape. The middle-aged man in black quickly used his trump card to escape. However, Yi Xian did not chase after him. Instead, he quickly swept toward the two golden armored generals guarding the city gate and gave them a good beating. Kacha! The third golden armored general disintegrated. Then, Yi Xian hurriedly attacked the city gate again. Bastard, if the leader doesn't come back soon, the main city will be breached. The middle-aged man in black had no choice but to go back and try to stop Yi Xian. At this moment. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The formation on the main city gate was broken, and the city gate was directly destroyed by Yi Xian's palm. The middle-aged man in black became nervous. There were two main city gates in total. There was another one at the end of the city wall passage, but one had already been destroyed by Yi Xian. There was nothing he could do. If the crown prince did not return during this time, they would lose. Ha! Yi Xian laughed 3 times when he saw the main city gate collapse. He sent a nearby golden armored general flying with a swing of his sword and then rushed in. As long as they could break through this door, victory would be the 6th prince's. Once the 6th prince became the crown prince, the benefits would definitely be great. Breaking through to the supremacy realm would be just around the corner. However, right at this moment. I'll be right there. How's the situation? Suddenly, a strange voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the prince's writ in the arms of the black-clothed middle-aged man was glowing. This voice belonged to the first prince. Damn it, the first prince is about to arrive. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Could it be that he had to give up on this door and leave? Your Highness, he has already broken through one of the city gates. The black-clothed middle-aged man hurriedly replied. I'll be there in 5 seconds. The eldest prince's words made Yi Xian completely give up. He wouldn't be able to break through this main city gate in 5 seconds. If the first prince were to return, he might be stuck in the passageway leading to the city wall. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't dare to dawdle. He immediately used the netherworld escape and rushed out of the passageway leading to the city wall. While using the netherworld escape, he could only gather his true energy under his feet and couldn't attack. Thus, he brushed past the black-clothed middle-aged man. What? Netherworld escape? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked once more. He was beginning to suspect that Yi Xian had infiltrated the ghost cult. Otherwise, how could he know the ghost cult's secret techniques? Damn it, I must stop him. The black-clothed middle-aged man also used the netherworld escape and followed closely behind Yi Xian. In truth, Yi Xian was still a little unwilling to give up. He couldn't be scared off by the first prince's words. Thus, he wanted to wander around the forest and see if the first prince would appear in 5 seconds. If he didn't, he would quickly return to attack the city. If the first prince really did appear, he would quickly leave, hide, and wait for the next attack. However, he was right to give up on attacking the city. In less than 5 seconds, the first prince appeared in front of the city gate. However, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Revelation. Thus, the first prince didn't discover him. He only saw the remains of the 3 golden armored generals. In the secret realm, one's perception would be greatly reduced. 5 seconds was definitely enough for Yi Xian to get away from the first prince. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I would have to face the first prince. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In fact, he really wanted to fight the first prince. Although the first prince practiced the Paragon martial technique, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation. However, so what if Yi Xian learned the Paragon martial technique? He didn't dare to use it in the secret realm. After all, there were many officials watching outside. Even the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor was present. If he dared to use it, he would definitely be hung up and interrogated. He might even harm the sixth prince. Moreover, the first prince knew the Paragon martial technique. His strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he restrict the movements of the three princes? Thus, Yi Xian couldn't take the risk. This guy keeps chasing me. The first prince might follow. No, I have to stop him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, his true energy started to burn rapidly. Dragon Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Wolf Fang Rush. Nether Palm. Yi Xian attacked crazily. The black-clothed middle-aged man who used the nether escape was extremely fast. However, he was still hit by the nether palm. If it was any other time, Yi Xian would definitely follow up with another attack. However, this was a critical moment. The first prince had already noticed the commotion caused by the palm strike. He had to leave. Nether escape. Yi Xian quickly fled. The black-clothed middle-aged man was hit by the nether palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured by the palm strike. At the same time, he lost sight of Yi Xian. Not long after, a figure flew over. It was the first prince. Are you all right? The first prince asked with a frown. I'm fine. I just lost him. The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. Forget it. The first prince looked ahead. Fortunately, he had made it back in time. If he had been half a minute later, he would have been eliminated. Although the three princes could move freely now, they were all pinned down. The three princes were basically guarding the main cities. However, the sixth prince had Yi Xian as his trump card. In this secret realm, Yi Xian had no opponents other than the three princes. Outside the secret realm, the entire palace was in an uproar. This is too exciting. If the first prince had been a little slower, that kid would have broken through. Yeah, that kid is too monstrous. Even without the dragon-patterned golden armor, he could have taken down the city alone. The first prince can't move around freely now. If that kid finds an opportunity to break through the city and destroy the soaring dragon pillar, the first prince will lose. Chapter 799. Now, all the officials' attention was on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had led the entire siege. The princes who had lent their dragon's luck to the sixth prince were livid when they saw the first prince and the seventh prince jointly attacking the sixth prince. Now, they were relaxed because the sixth prince was the one who had the highest chance of winning. If the sixth prince became the crown prince, they, as the sponsors, would be able to gain many benefits. At the same time, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty Emperor was also smiling as he thought, now, the seventh prince doesn't have enough troops and the first prince is pinned down. How is the sixth prince going to deal with this? He didn't expect this siege to be so exciting. It was even more intense than the battle decades ago. Thinking back, he had also stood out from the other princes and become the crown prince. After evading the first prince, Yi Xian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he quickly ran toward the first prince's other checkpoint. The first prince had 5 people on his side and 3 in the main city. Then, there might be 2 more at the other checkpoint. As long as those 2 were dealt with, the first prince's 2 front teeth would all fall out, just like the 7th prince. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the unbroken checkpoint. At this time, this checkpoint was already empty. The first prince had already ordered his troops to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now, other than the 6th prince, who still had a barrier, the 7th prince and the eldest prince were both gone. 6th prince, what should I do now? After breaking through the second checkpoint, Yi Xian quickly returned to the first prince's main city and then to the 6th prince. Yi Xian, you hold the first prince back. Tomorrow, I will send troops to the 7th prince and eliminate him. The 6th prince replied. Okay. Yi Xian replied. In terms of military strength, the sixth prince didn't have many Wolf Fang cavalry left. However, he still had 9 people who had been eliminated from the start. Thus, he could directly control 9,000 soldiers. 3 of the first prince's subordinates were in the main city, while the other 2 were in the wilderness. No one knew where they were stationed. At the same time, 4 golden-armored generals were also damaged. There were only 4 people left on the 7th prince's side. Adding them all together, they had at most 4,000 soldiers. There was nothing to fear. Today, Yi Xian had only occupied 1 resource point. The other 9 were divided between the first prince and the 7th prince. But now that Yi Xian was guarding the first prince's main city, the first prince couldn't send anyone out. So if they wanted to occupy the resource points, they could only rely on the 2 people stationed outside. Soon, it was almost midnight. Let's go out for a walk to prove that I'm still here. Yi Xian, who was hiding in a forest outside the main city, suddenly dashed out and attacked the city gate from afar. Again. The first prince's expression darkened. He immediately charged out of the city, but in the next moment, Yi Xian had already disappeared. In these few hours, Yi Xian had harassed him countless times, making the eldest prince very angry. Now, he simply didn't return to the main city and stood guard outside the city gate. Damn, it seems that I've angered him. Yi Xian scanned with the eye of revelation and smiled helplessly. After a while, the resource points finally refreshed. Before this, the 6th prince had been guarding the 7th prince's checkpoint. And there were people guarding the other checkpoint as well. If the 7th prince dared to go out, the 6th prince would directly attack the main city. In this way, the 6th prince occupied almost all of the resource points. Yi Xian, we've occupied 9 resource points. The 6th prince's voice came from the Prince Command Medallion. After all, the entire neutral zone was the 6th prince's army. If anyone dared to come out, they would immediately trigger the alarms, and then the golden-armored generals would immediately rush over. As for the last resource point, it should have been occupied by the 2 members of the first prince's camp. But it didn't matter. 9 resource points had increased the 6th prince's army by 4,500 soldiers. Yi Xian, continue to guard. I'll eliminate the 7th prince tonight. The 6th prince suddenly said. Okay. Yi Xian replied. It seemed that this battle was coming to an end. The 7th prince was forced to defend the main city, and many of his men had been crippled by Yi Xian. He had also lost 4 golden-armored generals. Even if he exchanged his dragon luck for an army, his own dragon luck would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to defeat the 6th prince. The 6th prince was preparing to attack the city, but he didn't need to bring too many Wolf Fang cavalry. Instead, he summoned 10 golden-armored generals. Originally, they only had 5 golden-armored generals, but to be safe, the 6th prince deliberately exchanged his dragon luck for 5 more. 10 golden-armored generals and the powerful 6th prince were enough to take down the 7th prince's main city. Tonight was destined to be an eventful night. At dawn, the 6th prince had already led the 10 golden-armored generals to the 7th prince's main city. 6th brother, you still came. The 7th prince stood on the city wall and said to the 6th prince. 7th brother, it's time to end this. Come down and fight. The 6th prince said calmly. Okay. The 7th prince replied and led the last of his men out of the main city. After the previous battle, he was only left with 4,000 men and 2 golden-armored generals. Although he still had 4 men under him, the only one who could fight was the black-robed woman. Behind the 6th prince, there were 10 golden-armored generals with 100% of their body seals. The disparity in strength was huge. 6th brother, let's fight. If you win, I'll back out, the 7th prince said. Okay. The 6th prince agreed. Although he had exchanged a large amount of dragon luck, he had plenty of dragon luck. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the 7th prince. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence, each holding a long sword. 6th brother, I'm sorry. The seventh prince shouted and activated the imperial heavenly technique of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Almost at the same time, the sixth prince also activated the imperial heavenly technique. A great battle was about to begin. The seventh prince knew that he couldn't defeat the sixth prince. After all, the sixth prince still had the dragon-patterned golden armor. His chances of winning were less than 10%. However, even if he lost, he had to lose honorably. The two princes were already at 100% of their body seals. However, they were much stronger than the black-robed woman. Together with the imperial heavenly technique, they were almost invincible in the half-step to supreme realm. It was a pity that the sixth prince was much stronger than the seventh prince in terms of cultivation level and dragon luck. Hence, the seventh prince was quickly defeated. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The seventh prince was sent flying by the sixth prince's sword. I lost. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, as a superior, he understood that the winner was always right. A loss was a loss. Immediately, he turned his head and ordered one of his men to destroy the dragon pillar in the main palace. The seventh prince's main city dragon pillar is destroyed. The seventh prince is eliminated. Chapter 800. The seventh prince's soaring dragon pillar has been shattered. The seventh prince has been eliminated. Eunuch Wu's voice rang out in the sky. Following that, the seventh prince and his men transformed into streaks of light and left the secret realm, including the seventh prince. As for the remaining troops, they stood quietly in their original positions, not moving at all. Now, the tripartite balance of power had turned into a two-sided balance of power. Yi Xian, the seventh prince, has been eliminated. The sixth prince had obtained it through the prince seal and Yi Xian. There's nothing unusual about the eldest prince's side. No one has come out. Yi Xian replied. Alright, since that's the case, we'll wait for one more day. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll attack the eldest prince's main city. The sixth prince was in a very good mood. Now that he had eliminated the seventh prince, his only opponent was the eldest prince. Furthermore, the eldest prince was restrained by Yi Xian, so he could move freely in the secret realm. He immediately sent out experts to search for the two people outside the secret realm. He spent an entire day and finally found the two people, then sent them out of the secret realm. In a few hours, the resource points would be refreshed again. At that time, the sixth prince would occupy 10 resource points and gain an additional 5,000 soldiers. By then, he would have a total of 10,000 soldiers. The ministers outside the secret realm began to discuss again. However, the outcome was very clear. The eldest prince could at most hold on for half a day. As long as the sixth prince's army pressed in, the eldest prince would definitely be unable to stop them. Then, the position of crown prince would belong to the sixth prince. It would be noon soon. When the sixth prince occupied 10 resource points, he would immediately send out his troops. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, who was squatting in the forest and occasionally using his eye of revelation, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was rapidly gathering in the eldest prince's main city. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly took out the prince seal and asked, Your Highness, the yuan qi of heaven and earth is beginning to gather in the eldest prince's main city. The sixth prince immediately reacted and exclaimed, Yi Xian, quick, attack the city. The eldest prince is undergoing the supremacy tribulation. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Transcending the supremacy tribulation in the midst of a siege. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The first prince was at the end of his power. If this continued, he would definitely lose. However, Yi Xian would never have thought that the first prince would choose to undergo the supreme tribulation at such a crucial time. One had to know that the supreme tribulation was extremely dangerous, so many people deliberately suppressed it. Out of 10 half-supremes with 100% body seal, it would be considered pretty good if one of them could break through to the supremacy level. At this moment, the crown prince was actually going to undergo the tribulation. This was simply courting death. After all, once the Supreme Being Tribulation was disturbed, it was very likely that one's soul would be scattered. Sixth Highness, am I really going to attack the city? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Now that the first prince was in the middle of transcending the Supreme Being Tribulation, if he were to be disturbed, the first prince's experts would definitely kill him. Attack. No one is stopping you. This means that they have agreed. Attack. The sixth prince said without hesitation. With this reminder, Yi Xian immediately came to his senses. If the imperial family did not want him to disturb the first prince's Supreme Being Tribulation, Eunuch Wu would definitely appear. Now that he had not appeared, it meant that the imperial family had tacitly agreed to attack the city. Kill. Yi Xian widened his eyes and rushed out. Although the first prince was very likely to fail the tribulation, if he succeeded, the sixth prince would not be able to break into the main city no matter how many troops he had. Rumble. The sound of the siege was deafening, alarming the experts in the main city. His Highness is undergoing the tribulation. Quick, everyone, kill your way out. Don't let him disturb His Highness. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted. The next moment, they rushed out of the main city through the secret passage. Previously, the first prince's camp had 4 golden armored generals destroyed by Yi Xian. Now, only 2 body seal experts were left with 100% combat strength. However, they still had many saber generals. This was a critical moment. They had to stop Yi Xian from entering the main city. They had to succeed. After all, the first prince was undergoing the tribulation next to the dragon pillar. At this moment, there was an uproar outside the secret realm. No one had expected the first prince to choose this time to break through. The entire palace was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor. He chose this time to undergo the tribulation. What is he thinking? The Sunflame Dynasty Emperor narrowed his eyes. He had more than 20 sons. However, a few of them were still underage. Hence, they were still living in the palace. Many of the princes who had competed with him for the position of crown prince had also undergone the tribulation. However, most of them had died. It was normal for some of the imperial family to die. However, the first prince was his first son. He was still concerned about him. Hence, he gave the first prince a set of precious dragon-patterned golden armor. He has accumulated a lot of dragon luck and his strength is not weak. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he should be able to break through. The Sunflame Dynasty Emperor thought. However, he was now considering whether to ask Eunuch Wu to stop the tribulation. If he did, it would be unfair to the sixth prince. If he didn't stop the tribulation, it would be a tragedy if the first prince was disturbed and struck to death by the sovereign lightning tribulation. Your Majesty, what's your decision? All the ministers and princes were thinking. In the secret realm, Yi Xian attacked the city alone again. However, the guards this time were much weaker than before. Underworld Palm. The black-clothed middle-aged man attacked Yi Xian crazily. However, Yi Xian dodged all of his attacks. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and continued to attack the city. The sovereign tribulation was to condense the yuan qi of heaven and earth above one's head. After the condensation, a tribulation lightning would strike. As long as one could withstand the tribulation, they would be able to condense the sovereign golden body. If they couldn't, their soul would scatter. Yi Xian was also very nervous. He cursed the first prince for being so shameless to break through at this critical moment. Wasn't he obviously trying to get the imperial family to stop the tribulation? Fortunately, the Sunflame imperial family didn't seem to be involved. Hence, he continued to attack. Soon, the first city gate collapsed. Yi Xian quickly rushed in and attacked the second city gate. He was also very helpless. He had already destroyed a city gate before, but it was repaired. Otherwise, he would have already rushed into the main city. Rumble. Yi Xian's attacks all landed on the city gate. Quick, stop him. The black-clothed middle-aged man shouted. At the same time, he led a golden-armored general and charged in. Not only that, but more than 10 deputy generals with long sabers also rushed in. However, 5 black-clothed middle-aged men and 5 golden-armored generals couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Now, there was only one. How could it be enough? Irritating guy, get lost. Here's an event. The Super Devouring System's current rating is 530, based on 500 points. By 12 o'clock p.m. on the 31st of December, for every 100 points of 5 stars, 1 chapter will be added on New Year's Day. For every 200 points, 2 chapters will be added, and so on. Chapter 801. Get lost, you annoying bastards. Yi Xian suddenly turned around to attack. These people were too annoying. The passageway to the city wall was not spacious, and these people would affect him greatly if they rushed in. 4 directions annihilation. A surge of energy surged out, and the saber-wielding deputies around Yi Xian were sent flying. At the same time, the middle-aged man in black rushed to Yi Xian's side and struck out with his palm. Smack! The palm landed on Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor. The palm energy passed through the armor and penetrated Yi Xian's body, severely injuring Yi Xian's internal organs. Pfft! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on his armor, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh no, I fell into his trap. The middle-aged man in black immediately reacted. He thought that Yi Xian's prince token would be in front of his chest, but it was not there. This was indeed Yi Xian's intention. Otherwise, the middle-aged man in black would not have been able to get close to him. I'll deal with you first. Eye of illusion. Yi Xian widened his eyes. An invisible energy entered the middle-aged man in black's eyes, stunning him for a moment. Although this happened in less than a blink of an eye, it was enough for Yi Xian. Swish! With a sweep of the wolf fang sword in Yi Xian's hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air. At the same time, Yi Xian had already punched out, accurately smashing onto the prince's token on the black-clothed middle-aged man's waist. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the middle-aged man in black's prince token shattered, and he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. Before he disappeared, Yi Xian saw the middle-aged man's terrified expression. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the items in the middle-aged man's interspatial ring were beyond his imagination. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The great emperors will seal the body at 85%. He suddenly made a breakthrough. What? He's only the vice leader of the Nether sect. That means... Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the first prince was the leader of the Nether Spirit sect? However, now was not the time to think so much. Breaching the city was more important. After breaking through, Yi Xian's attack power had at least doubled. In less than 3 seconds, the city gate collapsed with a loud rumble. Ha! Yi Xian quickly rushed in and laughed loudly. It seemed that victory belonged to him. However, just as the city gates were about to collapse, there was a flash in the sky. The supreme tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian was stunned. He watched as the supreme tribulation lightning struck the main hall, creating a huge hole in it. Now, the tribulation lightning had already struck down. As long as the crown prince could successfully withstand the tribulation lightning, he would be able to condense the sovereign golden body and become a sovereign. If he couldn't, then his soul would be destroyed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. He couldn't care less. Since the imperial family wasn't interfering, it meant that the crown prince trial was still ongoing. He had to destroy the dragon pillar as soon as possible. However, when he arrived at the main hall, he saw that the crown prince had already stood up. At this moment, the crown prince's entire body was glowing with a golden light. Even his eyes were golden. Yi Xian didn't know that the crown prince had the golden dragon plate armor because the crown prince had already kept it. However, Yi Xian could tell that the crown prince had withstood the tribulation lightning to become a sovereign and condense the sovereign golden body. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. The target of his attack wasn't the crown prince who was experiencing his new strength. Instead, it was the dragon pillar beside the crown prince. As long as the dragon pillar was destroyed, the sixth prince would be the victor. Even if the crown prince became a sovereign, it would be useless. Whoosh! The firmament splitter tore through the air. However, the crown prince's eyes suddenly returned to normal. He took a step forward and blocked the dragon pillar. Boom! The firmament splitter landed on the crown prince's body. After a muffled sound, the crown prince was unharmed. Sovereign golden body. Yi Xian widened his eyes and scanned with his eye of revelation. He realized that his eye of revelation couldn't see through the crown prince. There was a layer of golden membrane around the crown prince's body that blocked the eye of revelation. This was the sovereign golden body. He had already lost the best opportunity to attack. Now that the crown prince had successfully passed the tribulation lightning, he couldn't destroy the dragon pillar in front of a sovereign. The crown prince trial was over. Brat, are you the one who almost defeated me? Today, even if father comes, he won't be able to save you. Die. When the crown prince saw Yi Xian, his anger surged. He took a step forward with his left foot and immediately punched out. This punch was aimed directly at Yi Xian's head. Although Yi Xian had the golden dragon plate armor, this punch was enough to blow his head apart. The crown prince wanted to kill him. Could it be that I'm going to die just like this? Yi Xian's eyes widened as the flow of time around him suddenly slowed down. His thoughts were in a mess. Although he could dodge this punch, what if he could dodge the pursuit of the first prince, a supreme expert? No, there was still a way. Let's fight to the death. Yi Xian silently chanted the special devouring skill. Ding! The special devouring skill of sword intent is successful. The current level is incomplete sword intent. A system notification sounded. Just now, Yi Xian had blasted the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm and obtained his yin and yang ring. Because of that, he had broken through. However, Yi Xian had rushed in at that time and had not tried the special devouring skill of sword intent. Now that he had tried it, he realized that the devouring crystal was enough. Sword intent. He had finally comprehended sword intent. He could block this punch. Not only that, but he could also destroy the dragon pillar. Firmament splitter. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. This attack contained sword intent. Sword intent was something that even supreme being experts might not be able to comprehend, but Yi Xian had. Because it was his first time, Yi Xian did not know the power of this sword intent. This circular slash easily broke through the crown prince's fist shadows. Under the crown prince's shocked gaze, the slash sank into his chest and sliced the dragon pillar in half. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, and the first prince's eyes widened. Lowering his head, he discovered that his left arm had fallen to the ground, and a bloody line had opened up in front of his chest. Blood spurted out, and his entire body fell backward in two halves. The sovereign golden body had been destroyed. Not only that, but the crown prince's heart had also been sliced in half by Yi Xian's slash. What? Looking at the crown prince's body that had been sliced in half, Yi Xian was shocked. He had expected this attack to severely injure the crown prince. Then, he would use the crown prince's body to break the dragon pillar. He did not expect that the crown prince would be sliced to death with a single slash. Who was the crown prince? The crown prince was the eldest son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. He was the crown prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, he had died here. This was serious. It's over. This was Yi Xian's first thought. Chapter 802. It was Yi Xian's first time using sword intent, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could kill a supreme being expert. Perhaps it was because the first prince had just made a breakthrough and hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body yet. Now, he was in for a tragedy because the Sunflame Imperial family wouldn't let him go. Plop! The soaring dragon pillar fell. When the loud sound reached Yi Xian's ears, the entrance of a secret realm suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, several figures rushed out. One of the figures was the Sunflame Emperor. He looked at the first prince's corpse and said in shock, "How could the sovereign golden body be broken?" After saying that, he suddenly turned to Yi Xian and asked, "You comprehended sword intent?" The first prince had already made a breakthrough. Although he hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body, it wasn't something a half-step supreme being could hurt. If one wanted to hurt the sovereign golden body, only sword intent could do so. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he saw the Sunflame Emperor's murderous gaze. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he could only nod and say, "This is the incomplete sword intent that I suddenly comprehended when I was facing death." After hearing Yi Xian admit it, the Sunflame Emperor and the surrounding people were shocked. Sword intent. It was actually sword intent. One had to know that even the Sunflame Emperor, a supreme being expert, had yet to comprehend sword intent. "Emperor, the first prince's corpse has mutated." At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly pointed at the first prince's corpse and said, After being reminded, the emperor shifted his gaze from Yi Xian to the first prince's corpse. He discovered that the lower half of the first prince's corpse had a patterned tail. Not only that, but even his face had undergone a huge change. Alien race. The First Highness is actually an alien race. That's the Snake Demon clan. The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. When the emperor heard that, he was slightly shocked. He carefully sized up the first prince. Indeed, the first prince wasn't human. There were other patterns on his face. That was his original form. The demonic snake clan of the first race had the ability to disguise themselves. He had directly transformed into the first prince's appearance and infiltrated the imperial family. Even supreme being experts didn't notice him. "My son is already dead?" The Rimflame Emperor immediately realized that the dead crown prince was not a human. He was a snake demon disguised as his eldest son. He hurried over and put away the first prince's interspatial ring. After checking it, his expression suddenly changed. "I'm afraid this alien race has been here for more than 10 years. The Sun Flame Emperor gritted his teeth. He found some clues among the experts of the demonic snake clan who had disguised themselves as the first prince. The entire imperial court had probably been infiltrated by the demonic snake clan who knew how to disguise themselves. However, there was no list of names in the interspatial ring. Yi Xian was also trembling with fear. He had heard of the mutated tribes before, but this was the first time he had seen one. In this world, other than humans, there were many other races, such as the demon race, the sea race, the beast race, and so on. To humans, these demon races, the sea race, and the beast race were all alien races. The beast race was a race between the human race and the demon race. Their ancestors were actually humans, but some humans chose to mate with beasts, giving birth to the beast race. The demonic snake clan was the beast race, which was the mutated tribe that the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was talking about. It was a race that was born from the crossbreeding of humans and snake saint beasts. Yi Xian was also helpless. A human and a snake could actually mate. This was heaven-defying. For a moment, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't know what to say. Originally, Yi Xian had killed the first prince with his sword intent, so he definitely wanted to kill Yi Xian. However, the first prince wasn't the eldest son of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty, but a member of the demonic snake clan who had infiltrated the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. In that case, Yi Xian was considered innocent. "Your Majesty," now, Eunuch Wu, who was beside him, asked. "I didn't expect the mutated tribes to infiltrate the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty so much. The first prince is already dead, and he was disguised by the demonic snake clan. Even I didn't notice." The Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was shocked. He continued, "Stop the crown prince test for now. Capture all the members under the first prince. No, capture everyone who participated in the crown prince test. don't let anyone escape. Yes. Eunuch Wu answered. Then, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor looked at Yi Xian and said, what's your background? Hearing this question, Yi Xian couldn't help but stiffen. He said, I exchanged for the title of Marquis in the 6th Heaven prison, and then the 6th Prince's people took a fancy to me. Yi Xian made a long story short, but the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't believe anyone. He said, although it's because of you that we saw through the mutated tribes, it doesn't prove anything. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Your Majesty, the first prince, there's a middle-aged man in black next to him. He's the person I eliminated when I attacked the city. He's the vice leader of the ghost sect. Not only that, but the woman in black next to the 7th prince is the saintess of the ghost sect. Yi Xian quickly took out a few interspatial rings, poured the evidence into them, and handed them over. I know about the ghost sect, and I also know that the first prince is the leader of the ghost sect, but I didn't expect the mutated tribes to be behind this, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor said with narrowed eyes. The first prince was the leader of the ghost sect, and it wasn't a big deal for such a person to become the emperor. After all, every emperor had to fight openly and secretly with their brothers before ascending to the throne, and many had died. When the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor ascended to the throne, he had also done some shady things. However, the demonic snakes tribe was a mutated tribe, and the first prince had died long ago. Even if the throne fell into the hands of an outsider, it couldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled again. As expected, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor knew about the ghost sect, and it seemed like he had silently agreed with the first prince and the 7th prince's actions. The ghost sect had a secret technique that allowed one to use a large number of ghost lanterns to forcibly raise one's cultivation. This required killing a large number of peak kings and half-supremes. However, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor had also silently agreed to this. If one wanted to ascend to the throne, how could one do it without some tricks? Gather everyone in the Sun Flame Palace. With that, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor left the secret realm. In the next moment, the scene in front of Yi Xian changed. He left the secret realm, and the 6th prince was standing beside him. Yi Xian, what's going on? Did we win? Asked the 6th prince, who still didn't understand what had happened. Yi Xian shook his head and said, I killed the first prince by mistake. However, the first prince isn't a human. He's from the demonic snakes tribe. I'm afraid the real first prince is already dead. What? The 6th prince trembled when he heard this. When he heard that Yi Xian had killed the first prince by mistake, he was scared half to death. However, when he heard the rest of the story, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The demonic snakes tribe? The first prince is a mutated tribe? Yang Qi asked in astonishment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. That was why they had been teleported to the Sun Flame Palace. What they were going to do next was probably to be interrogated. Soon, the 16 princes were gathered together. Not only that, but all the members who had participated in the Crown Prince trial were also called over. Chapter 803. Consecrator Yang, I'll leave this to you. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor suddenly appeared. Behind him was a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's eyes were extremely sharp. After a quick glance, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. The black-robed old man had been watching the Crown Prince trial from another location. Naturally, he recognized Yi Xian, who had led the attack. So strong, another Supreme Being expert. Yi Xian's body trembled. Just a glance from the black-robed old man was enough to make his heart palpitate. The black-robed old man was definitely a Supreme Being expert. Are all the members of the First Prince's faction here? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked around. They're all here, just enough for 10 people. Eunuch Wu whispered. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor followed Eunuch Wu's gaze and it landed on the black-robed middle-aged man. You're the vice-sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult, right? The black-robed middle-aged man's heart trembled. He was also shocked when he saw the first prince's corpse turn into a serpent man's body. Thus, he did not dare to hide anything and nodded. "Yes, your majesty." "Who's the sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult?" The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. "It's the first prince." The black-robed middle-aged man answered without hesitation. "Are you a human?" The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. "Yes." The black-robed middle-aged man answered without hesitation. At this time, the imperial family's consecrator walked over and said coldly, "Look into my eyes." The black-robed middle-aged man looked into the consecrator's eyes. Then, the consecrator asked again, "Are you related to the other races?" "No." The black-robed middle-aged man answered immediately. However, the moment the words left his mouth, a crisp sound rang out. The black-robed middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air once again. Previously, he had been cut by Yi Xian. When he came out, he immediately treated himself and grew a new arm. But now, he was cut off again. If one wanted to determine whether he was a member of the other races, one could tell from the severed arm. If he was a member of the other races, the severed arm would mutate. This black-clothed middle-aged man's severed arm did not mutate and was still a human arm, so it could prove that he was a human, but it could not prove that he was not related to the other races. The eagle-eyed old man judged whether the other party was telling the truth by looking at their eyes. Although he didn't see any fluctuations in the eyes of the black-clothed middle-aged man, there were still times when he was unsure. "Stand aside," the eagle-eyed old man said. Then, he shouted, "Where's the saintess of the Nether Soul sect?" The voice echoed in the hall. Someone in the hall trembled. When the black-robed woman saw that it was her turn, she immediately turned around and rushed out of the Sunfire Hall. "You want to leave?" An expert guarding outside the Sunfire Hall suddenly leaped up and kicked out. Bang! The black-robed woman was sent flying and landed beside the eagle-eyed old man. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This black-robed woman was at least 100% body seal, but she had been kicked to the point of vomiting blood. Her opponent was very strong. He immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the surroundings, but he discovered that he couldn't see through the armored man. The other party was also a supreme being. This person should be the emperor's personal bodyguard. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Rip! At this moment, the black-robed woman's arm suddenly flew up. The eagle-eyed old man had made his move. If there was no ghost, why did the black-robed woman run away? As expected, the black-robed woman's broken arm changed after a while. Strange green patterns suddenly appeared on it. The demonic snake clan. What? This woman is also from the demonic tribe? Yi Xian was shocked. When he used his eye of revelation to scan the black-robed woman, he didn't discover any difference in the environment of her body. Since she was from the demonic tribe, the eye of revelation should at least be able to scan her tail. However, Yi Xian didn't see anything. This meant that the demonic snake clan's disguise ability was very strong. It was no wonder that the first prince wasn't discovered by the supreme being experts of the Sunfire Sacred Dynasty and had been hiding for more than 10 years. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. Previously, he had cut off the black-robed woman's wrist. However, after he took off the interspatial ring, he threw away the severed arm. He didn't notice it. If he had paid more attention, he would have discovered that it was the arm of the demonic snake clan. Humph! You really are from the demonic tribe. The eagle-eyed old man instantly flew over and directly captured the black-robed woman. Impossible! Suddenly, a shout attracted everyone's attention. The seventh prince rushed out from the crowd and looked at the mutated severed arm on the ground. He said in shock, "Impossible. How can you be from the demonic tribe?" The seventh prince didn't continue speaking because he had slept with the black-robed woman for at least hundreds of days and nights. Now that he knew that she was from the demonic snake clan, he almost vomited. He was actually a demonic snake clan. The human race had done an experiment before. As long as a human and a beast were married, the bloodline would be mutated and the child would still be a beast. If the black-robed woman gave birth to a child, this matter would be serious. The seventh prince had the bloodline of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. If he gave birth to a demonic tribe child, this would be a shocking scandal. However, the black-robed woman and the first prince were from the demonic snake clan. They wouldn't choose to give birth to a child. After all, this would expose their identities. Humph. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor's face changed and he glanced at the eagle-eyed old man. The latter immediately understood and said, "Seventh prince, please excuse me." Rip. Before the seventh prince could react, his wrist was cut off. He knew that he couldn't escape the fate of being interrogated. Immediately, he quickly took out a spiritual elixir from his interspatial ring and swallowed it. Before long, the severed arm grew back. After all, a half-step to Supreme Being was still in the empty God realm. Therefore, it was easier to heal an injury. If one became a Supreme Being and condensed the golden body of a Supreme Being, it would be more difficult to injure them. However, once a Supreme Being was injured, such as having an arm cut off, it would be miserable because the golden body of a Supreme Being was extremely difficult to repair. When the seventh prince's severed arm grew back, his severed arm still didn't mutate. This proved that he wasn't a demonic tribe member. However, the black-robed woman was inextricably linked to him. Therefore, he couldn't escape being implicated. "Seventh prince, please stand to the side," the eagle-eyed old man said. Then, the eagle-eyed old man took out 2 bone spurs from his interspatial ring and pierced the black-robed woman's shoulder. This could suppress the circulation of the black-robed woman's true energy. "Ah!" The black-robed woman cried out in pain. When she realized that she couldn't circulate her true energy, her face turned gloomy and she was dragged to the side by a guard. "Next, please come up one by one. You should know what to do." The eagle-eyed old man looked around and said, "What to do?" Of course, it was to cut off one of their own arms. Everyone present knew that they couldn't escape. One by one, they went up to cut off one of their own arms and received a precious elixir to recover. One by one, the severed arms and legs fell on the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 804. None of the people before him reacted strangely. Then, it was the sixth prince's turn. The sixth prince knew that he was also under suspicion, so he cut off one of his arms to prove his innocence. "All right, sixth prince, please stand aside." The eagle-eyed elder narrowed his eyes. Then, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, who was standing behind the sixth prince. Although Yi Xian killed the first prince and forced him to reveal his true form, he was still a suspect. Yi Xian took out his wolf fang sword, ready to cut off his own hand. But at that moment, the Sun Flame Emperor spoke up. "Wait, forget about it." The Sun Flame Emperor looked at Yi Xian and said. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. The Sun Flame Emperor chose to trust him. This shocked him greatly. After all, many people had already cut off their hands before him, including the sixth prince, who was about to become the crown prince. And his position in the Sun Flame Emperor's heart surpassed that of the sixth prince. However, Yi Xian also understood the Sun Flame Emperor's intention. Imperial power. Because he had comprehended the sword intent that even Supreme Being experts might not understand, the Sun Flame Emperor valued him greatly. The latter wanted to rope him in, so he trusted him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the Emperor. In fact, he was also afraid of being cut off. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. If his arm was cut off, it would wither instantly. At that time, he would be mistaken for a beast. He walked to the side and stood beside the sixth prince. "Yi Xian, you have comprehended the sword intent?" The sixth prince asked in shock. "Yes. Previously, when I attacked the city, I angered the first prince. After the first prince passed the Supreme Being tribulation, he wanted to kill me. At that time, I happened to comprehend the sword intent and almost caused a disaster. Yi Xian nodded. The sixth prince was in disbelief. A half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent was a super genius. The number of Supreme Being experts who had comprehended the sword intent in the imperial family could be counted on one hand. There was not a single half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent. Even if one turned the entire Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty upside down, one would not be able to find one. At this moment, the sixth prince could only describe Yi Xian as a monster in his heart. At this moment. 16th prince, what are you waiting for? The eagle-eyed old man narrowed his eyes. 16th prince was actually only 19 years old. Perhaps it was because he had never suffered any injuries before, unlike Yi Xian, who had fought his way up to this level, so he was a little hesitant. But in the next moment, the eagle-eyed old man took his place. Hiss! A wrist fell to the ground. Then, 16th prince suddenly leaped up and stabbed his sword at Emperor Rion. It is indeed the outsiders. The eagle-eyed old man caught the sword in an instant. Then, he took out 2 bone spurs and stabbed them into the 16th prince's shoulder. The true qi in the 16th prince's body was instantly sealed. Sigh, I didn't expect 16 to die as well. The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire sat on the dragon throne and sighed. Another member of the demonic snake clan had appeared. Everyone present could not help but gulp. They did not know if their family and friends had already died and were replaced by members of the demonic snake clan. After the 16th prince, a few more outsiders appeared and were all captured. Those who broke their wrists to prove their innocence were not released. Instead, they were all captured by the eagle-eyed old man and interrogated in a room. The eagle-eyed old man's eyes were very sharp. In addition to his strength, he managed to capture a few more outsiders. When the emperor of the Sun Flame Empire reported this to the Sun Flame Imperial family, the Sun Flame Imperial family was also shocked. Then, they launched a large-scale operation. As long as they were outsiders, they would chop off their wrists. This time, the purge of the outsiders took a total of 7 days and 7 nights. It had to be said that the outsiders had infiltrated very deeply. They had captured more than 1,000 eunuchs, palace maids, and concubines. There were only 10,000 people in the imperial palace, but 1/10 of them were from the demonic snake clan. Moreover, this was only in the imperial palace. The 17 princes' mansions had not been thoroughly searched yet. While the 17 mansions were being thoroughly searched, Yi Xian was summoned by the emperor of the Sun Flame Empire. At this time, in a small hall in the imperial palace. Yi Xian, just the fact that you helped the Sun Flame Imperial family discover the demonic snake clan is enough to prove your innocence. The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire said with his hands behind his back, facing Yi Xian. Many thanks for the emperor's trust. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. Previously, I saw you take out the Wolf Fang sword. You should have obtained the inheritance of the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang general, right? The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire asked again. Yi Xian paused for a moment and nodded, yes. Although the Wolf Fang general's inheritance was in the secret realm of the War of Dragon Luck, it did not contain the Wolf Fang sword. The Wolf Fang general contributed a lot to the ancient Saint Dynasty, but in the end, he died under the lightning tribulation. Actually, I know where his tomb is. The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, but immediately calmed down. The things in the tomb were all in the Sun Flame Imperial family, which was why the emperor of the Sun Flame Empire did not send people to excavate it. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the outsiders? The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire asked again. The outsiders' view. Yi Xian paused for a moment and subconsciously answered, those who are not of the same race are bound to have ulterior motives. What a good ulterior motives. The emperor of the Sun Flame Empire suddenly turned around and said, the snake demon tribe actually infiltrated our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty without us noticing. They must have disguised themselves as humans to infiltrate our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Their goal should be to control our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Yi Xian did not speak, and he listened quietly. Our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty has been infiltrated to such an extent, so it must be the same for the surrounding holy dynasties. Our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty and the Snake Demon Tribe are separated by several holy dynasties, only the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Therefore, the Snake Demon Tribe should have infiltrated from the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire continued, but Yi Xian did not understand why the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire was telling him this. While he was puzzled, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire finally said, "You comprehended sword intent as a mere half-step venerable. You are the most outstanding genius in the history of our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Now, let me ask you, are you willing to join our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty and serve us?" As expected. After hearing the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire's words, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire really wanted to recruit him. Seeing Yi Xian's hesitation, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire's eyes flickered and he asked, "Are you not willing?" Yi Xian jumped in fright and said solemnly, "My ambition is not in the Sun Flame Empire." He had mustered up a lot of courage to say this because there was a chance that he would be killed by the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire with a single slap. When the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire heard this, his body trembled. After 3 seconds, he said, "With your talent, our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty cannot keep you. However, you can use our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty as a springboard." Yi Xian thought that he had heard wrong. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty actually said such a thing? Using the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty as a springboard? To put it nicely, it was a springboard. To put it bluntly, it was a stepping stone. Everyone, please give this book a 5-star review. Search for the Super Devouring System in the bookstore and do not enter the circle of readers. There is a comment section under the introduction and you will get a rating there. Until the end of the year, every 100 new fans will get an additional chapter on New Year's Day and so on. Chapter 805. Yi Xian didn't expect that someone like him who had only comprehended incomplete sword intent would be so highly regarded. The Sun Flame Emperor wanted Yi Xian to join the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty first. When he became an expert in the future, he would help the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. Since that's the case, I agree. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now that this matter had happened, even though the 6th prince had won, he would still be investigated. Therefore, he wouldn't be made the crown prince for the time being. He would only be made the crown prince after he was proven innocent. Alright, then you will be a first-grade consecrator of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty from now on. This interspatial ring is for you. In addition, all the martial arts of the imperial family will be open to you, including our imperial heavenly art. The Sun Flame Emperor said as he handed Yi Xian an interspatial ring. These things are enough for you even if you are a supreme being. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and almost went berserk when he saw it. As expected of the Emperor, he was so generous. The things in the interspatial ring could definitely help him break through to the body-sealing realm. Thank you, Emperor. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I will arrange a place for you to stay in the palace for the next few days. Try not to go out. Now that the demonic snake clan has been exposed, I think the demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty will make a move. Be careful, said the Sun Flame Emperor. After that, an imperial guard took Yi Xian away. The demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty were alien races. The demonic snake clan wanted to use a disguise to seize power. Now, Yi Xian who had comprehended sword intent at the half-supreme being level would become a hidden target. After Yi Xian left, a person suddenly walked out from behind the screen. It was the eagle-eyed old man who had appeared in the Sun Flame Palace that day. Consecrator Yang, what do you think of this kid? Asked the Sun Flame Emperor. Nothing strange, at least I didn't see anything strange. The eagle-eyed old man shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. How are the alien races? asked the Sun Flame Emperor. The eagle-eyed old man shook his head once more. They're all very tight-lipped. However, I have a friend who knows how to speak, so I can invite him over. All right, no matter how much we have to spend, we have to find every single one of them. Also, send some more messengers to inform the emperors of the nearby dynasties to head over from the heavenly prison. The Rim Flame Emperor nodded. Yes. The eagle-eyed old man acknowledged and left. In fact, the Rion Emperor was afraid that the demonic snake clan had infiltrated the imperial palace. They were supreme being experts. At this time, Yi Xian was led to his new residence by an imperial guard. Now, he was a high-ranking member of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. First-grade Reverend was the highest rank, followed by second-grade Reverend and third-grade Reverend. Lord Yi, this lowly one will take his leave. The imperial guard said and left. Yi Xian looked at his small lakeside building and walked in. Then, he scanned it with his eye of revelation. There was no one inside. Originally, there were eunuchs and maids in the small building, but after the appearance of the demonic snake clan, they were all arrested for investigation. Forget it, I'll break through first. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and swallowed the items in the interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 90% physique ceiling realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 95% physique ceiling realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 100% physique ceiling realm. The Rim Flame Emperor was generous. The items he gave helped him break through to 100% physique ceiling realm. However, he was unable to break through to the Supreme Being level. If a 100% physique ceiling realm wanted to become a Supreme Being and condense the Supreme Being golden body, he would have to undergo the Supreme Being tribulation. Yi Xian was no exception. Ding! Host has a 30% success rate of passing the Supreme Being tribulation. The system notification. Sure enough, there's a success rate of passing the tribulation. However, isn't 30% a little too low? Yi Xian was exasperated. Moreover, the dragon-patterned golden armor should be included. Without the dragon-patterned golden armor, the success rate would definitely be lower than 30%. It could be 20% or even 10%. The dragon-patterned golden armor could weaken the power of the Supreme Being tribulation by 20%, but it only gave Yi Xian a 30% chance of breaking through. It seemed that he had to use other methods to increase the success rate. If I combine with my avatar to pass the tribulation, the success rate will probably increase. Moreover, I can also cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. The Imperial Heavenly Technique of the Imperial family can use the dragon luck to resist the power of the tribulation. I wonder what my success rate will be if all these factors are added together. Yi Xian thought about it and casually found a room to rest. He had just broken through, so it was better for him to stay here and wait for some time before he went to cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. He stayed here for 7 days. At this time, half a month had passed since the death of the first prince. In this half a month, the Rim Flame Sacred Dynasty was still capturing the demonic snake clan. There were already thousands of them. Yi Xian didn't care too much. He left the small building by the lake and headed for the Imperial family's martial arts pavilion. The Imperial family's martial arts pavilion was the biggest pavilion in the Rim Flame Sacred Dynasty. There were countless martial arts gathered here. You must be the kid who comprehended the sword intent. Not bad, not bad. Our Imperial family's martial arts are on the 3rd level. You can go and take a look. If you want to learn the Imperial Heavenly Technique, come to me. An old man sat behind the counter and said to Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation. As expected, it was blocked by the old man's Supreme Being golden body. The old man was also a Supreme Being. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked him and walked in. These martial arts were only names and introductions, so Yi Xian gave up the idea of copying them into the devouring system. He went straight to the 3rd floor. The martial arts on the third floor were all Supreme Being martial arts. The Supreme Being martial arts were extremely powerful. Any one of them wasn't something a half-step Supreme Being could withstand. This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't dare to fight with the three princes. However, Supreme Beings had the Supreme Being golden body. If one didn't have the sword intent, it would be difficult to kill a Supreme Being with just the Supreme Being martial arts, unless the Supreme Being martial arts were of a very high level. Yi Xian went upstairs and chose a few Supreme Being martial arts. Then, he came back down. Senior, I've already chosen. Yi Xian said the names of the Supreme Being martial arts. Then, the old man passed the secret manual to him. Kid, remember not to pass these Supreme Being martial arts to outsiders. As for the Imperial Heavenly Technique, follow me. After the old man finished speaking, he led Yi Xian to the basement of the martial arts pavilion. The Imperial Heavenly Technique was recorded on a stone tablet. The Imperial Heavenly Technique was created by the founding emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, the Crown Prince also cultivated it. Since the Crown Prince's original body was of the demonic snake clan, the Imperial Heavenly Technique must have been leaked. Therefore, the old man didn't take any measures. Ding! The Imperial Heavenly Technique has been copied successfully. Does the host want to learn it? Chapter 806. Ding! The Imperial Heavenly Technique has been copied successfully. Will the host learn it? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his mind. Ding! The host has learned the Imperial Heavenly Technique. Yi Xian glanced at it and realized that the Imperial Heavenly Technique was divided into three parts. The first part was the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, the second part was the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps, and the third part was the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body. As the name suggested, the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique was an offensive martial art, the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps was a movement martial art, and the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body was a martial art that could enhance one's physique using the dragon luck. Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body. Yi Xian took out the Prince token and used the Imperial Heavenly Technique to channel all the dragon luck into his body. He glanced at the panel and realized that the success rate of the tribulation had increased from 30% to 35%. The Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body can seal the dragon luck into one's body and refine it to strengthen one's physique. No wonder all the princes want to obtain the dragon luck. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and continued to learn the other martial arts. Although there were offensive martial arts in the Imperial Heaven Arts, the martial arts that Yi Xian learned this time included palm techniques, fist techniques, and so on, in case of emergencies. My success rate of the tribulation is only 35% now. If I use all the dragon luck to strengthen my physique, it might increase to 50%. Yi Xian left the martial arts pavilion as he thought about it. He returned to his small house by the lake and began to refine the dragon luck in his body. It's a pity that I can't absorb the dragon luck directly. I have to use the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body to absorb it, which is a little slow. Yi Xian felt helpless and began to cultivate on his own. This time, it took him another half a month to absorb all the dragon luck he had obtained. His success rate of the tribulation had reached 53%. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more worries one had and the more one feared death. Yi Xian was no exception. He wouldn't joke about his life, so he couldn't directly undergo the tribulation. Oh right, the sixth prince said that there are only 2 or 3 items in the national treasury that I need. I used the cave spirit fruit and the illusory spirit fruit to activate the Eye of Insight and the Eye of Illusion. I wonder if there are any other treasures. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Thus, he wanted to ask the emperor. If there was, then he could open another heavenly eye. Yi Xian, who had become a first-class consecrator of the imperial family, wandered around the imperial palace until he arrived at the palace where the emperor resided. Lord Yi, please wait a moment. A guard went in to report. At the same time, Yi Xian subconsciously scanned his surroundings. He discovered that there were actually 4 sovereigns guarding the surroundings of the flaming emperor's residence. It was truly a dragon's lair and tiger's den. Yi Xian thought to himself as he waited quietly. Soon, the guard returned and led him in. When Yi Xian saw the Emperor of the Sun, he was accompanied by several armored generals. Yi Xian, why are you looking for us? The Emperor of the Sun asked. Yi Xian glanced over and noticed that the flaming emperor's expression wasn't too good. It seemed that something had happened, but he didn't pay attention to it and directly asked, Your Majesty, I've already broken through to 100% of the seal. In a while, I might be going through tribulation. What? The flaming emperor and the surrounding generals were all shocked. 20 days ago, Yi Xian had only sealed his body to 85%, but now, he had actually reached 100%. In a while, he would be going through his tribulation. Wasn't this cultivation a little too fast? The Emperor of the Sun gave Yi Xian a lot of cultivation resources back then. If it was someone else, it would take several months to break through to the physique sealing realm. However, Yi Xian did it in less than a month. The Emperor of the Sun sensed that Yi Xian was indeed at the physique sealing realm and he seemed to have mastered the imperial heavenly tyrant body. Good, good, good. The Emperor of the Sun Flame was excited. He said, Then, what do you need this time? Yi Xian did not waste time and handed over a list. The Emperor of the Sun Flame glanced at it and said, In the treasury, there is only the Void Observation Vine. Void Observation Vine? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Void Observation Vine was a necessity for the Eye of Perception. The Eye of Perception had a powerful perception ability that could enhance the host's senses and aura. Although it was not as useful as the Eye of Revelation or the Eye of Illusion, it was still very useful. I have already given you the salary of a first-grade consecrator. If you want the Void Observation Vine, you will have to exchange for it with contribution points. The Emperor of the Sun Flame suddenly said. Good. Yi Xian nodded. Ever since the demonic snake clan was exposed, the news spread. The 4 sacred dynasties around our Sun Flame sacred dynasty are restless. Among them, the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty has sent troops to our Sun Flame sacred dynasty. Now, I will appoint you as the great general of suppression. You will resist the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty's attack. The Emperor of the Sun Flame said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Xian answered. The Wild Leopard sacred dynasty was one of the sacred dynasties that bordered the Sun Flame sacred dynasty. The demonic snake clan should have come from the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty. Both the demonic snake clan and the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty belonged to the beast race sacred dynasty, so they did not see each other as enemies. Now, Yi Xian had become the great general of suppression of the Sun Flame sacred dynasty. He had to go to war to earn contribution points. In the past, the 6th prince had fought many battles and earned a lot of contribution points. He then used them to exchange for dragon luck. I can give you the Void Observation Vine first, but you have to win the battle. The Sun Flame sacred dynasty's emperor said softly. Good. Yi Xian nodded. The wars between us lower-grade sacred dynasties are not allowed to send Supreme Being experts. With your strength, you are invincible among the half-step Supreme Being experts. You have the ability to kill Supreme Being experts. However, you have to be careful. Our Sun Flame sacred dynasty might have Supreme Being experts from other tribes. They might try to assassinate you. The Sun Flame sacred dynasty's emperor reminded him softly. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. It was not a joke for a Supreme Being expert to assassinate him. Although he had comprehended the sword essence and could kill a Supreme Being expert, he could still die if he was ambushed. I will be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Then you should get ready. 7 days later, you will follow General Yuan to battle. The Sun Flame sacred dynasty's emperor said. Yi Xian immediately turned around and left. This time, he planned to return to the general's tomb and merge with his doppelganger. He wanted to raise the level of his doppelganger. After all, his doppelganger was his second life. However, Just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly stopped him. It was an imperial guard. "Lord Yi, the emperor ordered me to give this to you." The imperial guard gave Yi Xian an interspatial ring and left in a hurry. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and saw that it contained the void observation vine. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Chapter 807. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Now, Yi Xian had activated 3 heavenly eyes. They were the Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Illusion, and the Eye of Perception. When he activated the Eye of Perception, his body trembled violently. This was because there were many powerful auras in the palace he was in. Only a supreme being could emit such an aura that made his heart palpitate. Even if the other party concealed their aura, he could still sense it. His sensing ability was probably more than 10 times stronger. Not bad. When I close my eyes, I still have the effect of the supersonic bat bloodline. I can sense even the slightest movement within tens of thousands of meters. I can fight even with my eyes closed. Yi Xian opened his eyes. The heavenly eye bloodline was not bad. He was looking forward to it because there were still a few heavenly eyes that had not been activated. The burning eye, the eye of the void, the eye of eternity, the eye of nirvana, the eye of glory, and so on, these heavenly eyes all had unique effects. If all of them were activated, Yi Xian's strength would be very strong. After activating the Eye of Perception, Yi Xian hurriedly left the imperial city. However, before he left the imperial city, he discovered several people following him. There are 6 in total. I wonder if they were all sent by the Emperor of Sun Yan. With the Eye of Perception, Yi Xian could pinpoint the location of these 6 people. At the same time, he could sense that their realms were around 90% of the physique ceiling realm. As long as no supreme being came, they would not be a threat to him. Forget it. I'll return to the desert of death first. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately left the imperial city and ran all the way. When the 6 people saw him leave the imperial city, they immediately returned to report. With Yi Xian's current realm, it only took him a day to reach the desert of death and merge with his doppelganger. Before merging, his success rate was 53%. After merging, his overall strength increased by 10%. However, his success rate increased by 15 points, reaching 68%. After returning from this expedition, I'll probably be able to break through to the Supreme Being level. Maybe I won't even need to come back. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this time, he still had one advancement point that he could add to his Gemini bloodline and increase his strength by 10% after fusion. At that time, the success rate of transcending the tribulation would probably reach 80%. However, what he wanted was not 80%, but 100%. After all, he would only be left with 1 life after fusing. If his luck was bad and he encountered that 20%, then it would be 1 corpse and 2 lives. To be safe, he could only go out and earn battle merits to exchange for dragon luck. After the secret meeting, Yi Xian secretly left and returned to the imperial city. When the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor heard that Yi Xian had left the imperial capital, his heart skipped a beat. Now that Yi Xian had returned, he was relieved. Yi Xian had the potential to become the strongest expert in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If he was secretly killed by the alien race experts, it would be disastrous. Soon, the day of Yi Xian's expedition arrived. At this moment, at the entrance of the imperial city. Yi Xian, this time, the 3 of us will be mixed in with the troops. We will be responsible for escorting you to the border, but we will not interfere in the battle. After the eagle-eyed old man finished speaking, he led the 2 supreme being experts of the imperial family and mixed in with Yi Xian's troops. Yi Xian was a little shocked because these were 3 supreme being experts. It was enough to prove that the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor valued him highly. This time, other than Yi Xian, there were a few other generals. Although their strength was not strong, they were much better than Yi Xian when it came to arranging troops. At the same time, the 6th prince also came to send Yi Xian off. When Yi Xian joined the 6th prince's residence, he was only 65% physique ceiling. Now, his strength was invincible among the half-step Supreme Being experts. He had the strength to kill a half-step Supreme Being. Very soon, the expedition team left the imperial capital and headed towards the border at high speed. On the way, they met up with the Sunflame army, so their speed was a little slow. At this speed, it would take them about a month to reach the border. However, there was no other way. After all, he had to bring the others with him. Previously, they did not encounter any problems. After all, the Sunflame army was so large that the bandits did not dare to approach them. However, on the 15th night after Yi Xian left the imperial capital, the Sunflame army was resting in the camp. Yi Xian was grilling meat. There were a few generals around him. As for the 3 of them, they were hiding. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "General Yi, what's wrong?" a general asked in surprise. At this moment, within Yi Xian's range of perception, 3 figures had already sneakily stepped in. Their auras are so strong. They are 3 Supreme Being experts. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and immediately shouted, "Senior Eagle Eye, 3 Supreme Being experts are approaching. They are in the forest behind me." "What?" When Consecrator Liang and the other 2 people who were in the same tent heard this, they were also surprised for a moment because the 3 of them did not sense the enemy's aura. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, so they chose to believe him. "Who are you? Show yourself." Minister Liang, who had a pair of fierce eyes, roared to the sky. The 3 people in the forest looked at each other. The leader in the black robe shouted, "Don't care about those small fries. Kill that guy first. Go." The next moment, the 3 figures rushed out of the forest. At the same time, they exposed their auras and were targeted by Eagle Eye and the other 2 generals. 3 against 3, just right. The 6 Supreme Being experts started to fight. At the same time, Yi Xian took out his Wolf Fang sword and followed them. With his current strength, he should be able to fight against the Supreme Being experts. However, he did not rush out rashly. He wanted to see the strength of his opponents first. At this moment, Minister Liang suddenly shouted, "Minister He, it's you." He knew the leader of the Supreme Being experts who came to assassinate Yi Xian. "So what if it's me, Eagle Eye?" The leading man sneered and revealed his true form. He was from the demonic snake clan, disguised as a human. Although it was difficult to repair the sovereign golden body of a Supreme Being expert, there were many good medicines in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's treasury. It was relatively easy to repair a broken pinky bone. However, it was unknown who leaked the news. After that day, some Supreme Being experts in the palace fled because they were afraid of exposing their identities and being besieged by the experts of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Minister He was one of the Supreme Being experts who fled the imperial city. However, the 2 people behind him were not the Supreme Being experts of the demonic snake clan. They were 2 burly leopards. The 6 of them started to fight fiercely. Chapter 808. In a 3-on-3 situation, the difference in strength between the 2 parties was not very obvious, so they usually did not suffer any casualties. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had comprehended sword intent. Although it was only half of it, it was enough to cause a lot of damage to the sovereign golden body. The Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast, but the leader of the demonic snake clan is obviously not an ordinary sovereign. Let's find a Mad Leopard to kill first. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly rushed out. Although the Beast clan was descended from humans, they were more beastly. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that his beast god bloodline should have an amplification effect. In addition to his sword intent and imperial heavenly sword art, it should not be a problem to kill one person. However, just as he was about to help, another aura quickly approached. What? There's another one. Yi Xian was shocked for a moment, then he fiercely slashed his sword in the direction he sensed. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. An attack infused with half of his sword intent instantly slashed into the forest, but it did not hit the other party. The other party nimbly dodged it. Good boy, you found me again. You're courting death. A 2-meter-tall mad leopard waved its claws and rushed toward Yi Xian. Let's see who's going to die. Yi Xian coldly snorted and faced it head-on. He, who was only at 80% of his Emperor Will Seal, already had 100% of his Emperor Will Seal. Now that he had 100% of his Emperor Will Seal, and with his bloodline, it was not a problem to fight a sovereign. Imperial Slash. Mad Claw. Boom. Yi Xian's slash collided with the other party's claw attack. Shockwaves surged, but the one who had the upper hand was indeed Yi Xian. Although breaking through to the sovereign level would allow one's true energy to leap by leaps and bounds, Yi Xian was using a sovereign-level martial art. In addition to the Sword Emperor's bloodline and sword intent, his attacks were enough to severely injure an ordinary sovereign expert. However, the Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed, so the other party dodged the Imperial Slash. Brat, I know you've comprehended sword intent. It's hard for me to imagine that a human could comprehend sword intent at half-step Supreme Being. This is a huge threat to my clan. The Mad Leopard sneered and flew towards Yi Xian. His attacks couldn't compare to Yi Xian's, so naturally, he couldn't exchange blows with him. Therefore, he wanted to get close to Yi Xian and then tear Yi Xian, who didn't have a sovereign golden body, into pieces. You want close combat? As you wish. Yi Xian harumphed coldly in his heart and rushed over. Although he didn't have the sovereign golden body and would be torn apart by the other party's claws if he wasn't careful, his speed was still not something an ordinary person could compare to. Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps. Yi Xian moved quickly like a slippery loach. Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps has increased. It is currently at 50%. Ding! The proficiency of the Heavenly Imperial Sword Art has increased. It is currently at 70%. Since the quasi-sovereign martial art was a transition, there was no proficiency to speak of. However, the sovereign martial art appeared again. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword and exchanged blows with the Mad Leopard clan expert. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior to the other party at all. How is this possible? A mere half-step sovereign martial artist can actually keep up with the speed of my Mad Leopard clan? This is impossible. The Mad Leopard clan expert roared in his heart. The Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed. Moreover, he was a sovereign martial artist. It was the first time he saw a half-step sovereign martial artist catching up to him. Brat, no matter what, I will kill you today. The Mad Leopard clan expert shouted and his attacks became more and more violent. Yi Xian felt a little regretful because the Mad Leopard clan expert was also using a sovereign martial art. It was a claw technique that looked very powerful. Unfortunately, his Eye of Revelation couldn't see through the sovereign golden body, so he couldn't steal it. He just had to wait until he broke through to the sovereign realm. At that time, he should be able to do it again. The Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, other than using advancement points to upgrade, would also upgrade according to the realm. Boom! 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 Loud sounds kept coming out from the area. After all, there were 7 Supreme Being experts fighting here. In a battle of this level, the 50,000 Blazing Sun army couldn't interfere at all. That brat is indeed powerful. He can actually fight the Mad Leopard clan expert to a draw. The eagle-eyed old man glanced at Yi Xian. It was the first time he had seen a half-step sovereign martial artist challenge a real sovereign martial artist. However, at this moment... Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Art has increased. It is currently at 90%. Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps has increased. It is currently at 70%. 2 notifications sounded at the same time. Yi Xian suddenly increased his speed and slashed out with his sword. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. Boom! The Mad Leopard clan expert couldn't react in time. He opened his eyes wide and watched as the slash landed on his shoulder. Rip! A crisp sound was heard, and the Mad Leopard clan expert retreated a few steps. He and Yi Xian had fought more than 100 rounds, but he was the first one to be injured. How was this possible? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yi Xian was the same. The sovereign golden body of this Mad Leopard clan expert is at least twice as powerful as the first prince. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first prince had just passed the sovereign tribulation and hadn't finished condensing his sovereign golden body. His sovereign golden body wasn't even 10% complete, so he was killed by Yi Xian. The Mad Leopard clan expert in front of him had broken through many years ago, so his sovereign golden body was naturally powerful. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the Mad Leopard clan expert was at a disadvantage. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Rising Dragon Sword. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword and slashed viciously from the bottom to the top. Rip! The Mad Leopard clan expert's chin was cut open. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been cut in half. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat! The Mad Leopard clan expert finally realized the danger and hurriedly shouted. The 6 people fighting on the other side didn't have such injuries. This was enough to prove the strength of the sword intent. If they continued to fight, they would be the ones to die. Retreat! The demonic snake clan expert in the lead also shouted. In an instant, the 4 of them quickly fled into the forest. After them. The eagle-eyed elder shouted. What a joke! They had the advantage now, so how could they not chase after them? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let this Mad Leopard clan expert go. After all, this was a sovereign golden body expert. If they killed him and devoured the treasures inside, they might be able to break through. However, the Mad Leopard clan had another racial characteristic. They were extremely fast when running in a straight line. They were 30% faster than when they were fighting. In the blink of an eye, they pulled away from Yi Xian. Damn it! Stop chasing! The eagle-eyed elder suddenly called out to everyone. What if they were ambushed if they continued to chase? Yi Xian also chose to give up. It was indeed not so easy to deal with a sovereign golden body expert. It seemed that his timing wasn't right. Yi Xian immediately met up with the eagle-eyed elder and the other 2. Chapter 809. Fortunately, they don't have enough manpower this time. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. The eagle-eyed old man heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded silently. If another Supreme Being expert came, then he would have to face 2 of them alone. If you want to go to the border, I'm afraid you will have to abandon the army. The 3 of us will escort you. As long as we reach the border, the Holy Verdict Alliance will deter them from making a move. The eagle-eyed old man said. Holy Verdict Alliance? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the Holy Verdict Alliance before. It was a force used to guard the lower-grade Holy Dynasty. In the war between the lower-grade Holy Dynasty, Supreme Being experts were not allowed to intervene. Those alien races were able to make a move because they were in the territory of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The Holy Verdict Alliance was very strong and well-informed. Previously, a Supreme Being expert of the Holy Dynasty took advantage of the situation and made a move in the war, but unexpectedly, he was killed by the experts of the Holy Verdict Alliance. As long as they reached the border, those Supreme Beings who had infiltrated the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would not be able to make a move. Then, I will have to trouble the 3 seniors. Yi Xian thanked them. Splitting up was the only thing he could do. Who asked him to have such a high hatred? As for the 50,000 soldiers of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, they were not worried. After all, they were not interested in them. Immediately, Yi Xian followed the 3 of them and left the army secretly. Yi Xian had the perceptive eye and left under the cover of the night. Therefore, the enemy should not be able to find him. Originally, it would take about 15 days to reach the border, but Yi Xian and the other three only spent a little more than a day to reach the border. Originally, there was a Supreme Being expert guarding the border to prevent the enemy's Supreme Being experts from making a move. Now, with the addition of the three of them, there were four. Yi Xian, the three of us will stay here. After the war is settled, we will send you back. The three of them were stationed at the border, but they were Supreme Being experts, so they could not intervene. This border was connected to the Wild Leopard's sacred dynasty. There was a total of 50,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. They were all elite soldiers, and the weakest among them was a half-step Supreme Being. The core strength of the Sunflame's sacred dynasty was the half-step Supreme Beings. This was actually not a big deal because one Supreme Elixir could allow a 9th stage Great Sovereign to break through to the half-step Supreme Being realm. Yi Xian was a Marquis, and he could receive 10,000 Supreme Elixirs a month. A Duke could receive 100,000 Supreme Elixirs. Therefore, half-step Supreme Beings were not a big deal. General Yi, this is the military intelligence that our spies have found out. In a valley 10,000 li away from the border, there are 20,000 Mad Leopard army troops stationed there. A general in black armor handed a military report to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced over and said casually, only 3 half-step supreme martial artists with 100% physique seal cultivation? I'll deal with them myself. What? General Yi, this. The black-armored general was startled. Yi Xian was actually going to face the 30,000-strong Wild Leopard army alone. What kind of joke was this? The black-armored general didn't know about Yi Xian's past, so he couldn't help but look at Yi Xian strangely. General Yi, the Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast. They are very difficult to deal with. The black-armored general reminded him. I know, but I'm only at 80% physique seal cultivation. Now that I've reached 100% physique seal cultivation, as long as no Supreme Being comes, they won't be a threat to me. Yi Xian knew that the general didn't know him, so he said this. Invincible under the Supreme Being realm? The black-armored general immediately reacted. He didn't understand why the royal family only sent a brat, but now it seemed that Yi Xian was indeed capable. Invincible under the Supreme Being realm, he could totally lead a war. Immediately, Yi Xian left the border and followed the military intelligence. It was still night, and it was very suitable for a massacre. The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was a night for killing. Tonight, there would be rivers of blood and thousands of corpses lying on the ground. After running for a while, Yi Xian felt a huge aura. It was the aura of 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers. The 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers were led by 3 half-step Supreme Beings with 100% physique seal cultivation. Yi Xian didn't know how many merits he would get if he killed all of them. Anyway, he just had to kill them all. Yi Xian quietly sneaked over and hid behind a tree. He squinted his eyes and saw that there were many Mad Leopard soldiers among the tens of thousands. If the real Supreme Beings can't participate in the battle, then I'm invincible. Yi Xian directly took out his dragon-patterned golden armor and charged over. Although he was very confident, it was better to be safe. After all, he didn't have the Supreme Being golden body, only the dragon-patterned golden armor. When he was only 1,000 meters away, Yi Xian raised his hand and used the Sword Emperor's Slash on the Mad Leopard soldiers in front of him. The Sword Emperor's Slash, which contains sword intent, was extremely powerful. It broke through the air like a meteor flashing past. Swish! 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 The Sword Emperor's Slash moved in a straight line, taking away the lives of thousands of Mad Leopard soldiers. This Sword Emperor's Slash was only the appetizer. After it, countless more Sword Emperor's Slashes attacked the Mad Leopard soldiers. Yi Xian stood 1,000 meters away and attacked crazily. In just a second, more than 10,000 Mad Leopard soldiers fell. What? The 3 physique seal experts leading the Mad Leopard soldiers were already shocked when they saw the corpses. Just a moment ago, they were still eating and eating, but now they were suddenly cut in half. Blood spurted out crazily. This scene frightened them. But in the next moment, a white slash came and cut them in half at the waist. Yi Xian's attack could even injure a supreme being. These half-step supreme beings without the supreme being golden body couldn't withstand his attack. Then, Yi Xian flew into the air and killed those who were cut in half but didn't die. In less than 10 seconds, all 30,000 mad leopard soldiers were killed by Yi Xian. He was invincible below the supreme being level. Battle merits were calculated by the number of people killed. Therefore, Yi Xian directly collected the corpses of the mad leopard soldiers. There were more than 31,000 corpses in total. This meant that there were more than 30,000 interspatial rings. When marching to war, we don't bring many things. All of them are healing medicines and the like. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Although there weren't many things in each interspatial ring, the quantity was huge. Moreover, the 30,000 corpses could bring him a lot of battle merits because there were 3 physique seal experts among them. Then, Yi Xian quickly left. When he returned to the border, everyone was shocked because Yi Xian seemed to have left less than 5 minutes ago. Could it be that Yi Xian had suddenly changed his mind? But when Yi Xian took out the high-grade interspatial ring that contained the 30,000 corpses, everyone was shocked. In 5 minutes, he had taken care of 30,000 Berserk Leopard Tribe experts, including 3 Body Seal experts. These 5 minutes included the time taken to go back and forth. In other words, it took him at most 1 minute to kill the 30,000 mad leopard soldiers. Invincible below the Supreme Being level. Amazing. Chapter 8:10. Yi Xian asked someone and did some calculations. After exchanging the draconic luck and refining it with the imperial heavenly tyrant body, he estimated that he could only increase his chances of passing the tribulation to 60%. If he added the clone and the advancement point, it would be around 90%. Thus, he estimated that he would have to do it 1 or 2 more times. Of course, it would be best if he didn't use the advancement point. After all, he rarely merged with his clone, so it wasn't worth it to waste 1 advancement point. Simply put, before he merged with his clone, he had to increase his chances of passing the tribulation to 80%. When he merged with his clone, his strength increased by 10% and his chances of passing the tribulation increased by 15%. However, as his strength increased, the 10% increase was more than before, so his chances of passing the tribulation were around 80%. That army was sent back by the scouts of the Sunflame army. Yi Xian, who was eager to pass the tribulation, decided to go personally this time. As long as he encountered the mad leopard tribe, he would kill without mercy. Yi Xian left the border again and began to wander around. His speed was so fast that as long as he encountered a living creature, it wouldn't be able to escape his eye of perception. Moreover, the eye of perception could transmit the shape of a living creature to his brain, allowing him to instantly distinguish whether it was a human or a foreign race. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty bordered each other, and between the 2 borders was an unclaimed land. Yi Xian quickly moved through this unclaimed land. What surprised him was that after searching for an entire night, he didn't find a second Mad Leopard army. He only encountered a few scouts of the Mad Leopard tribe. I didn't expect there to be no other army stationed here. Since that's the case, I'll attack the city. Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since he couldn't find them, he would attack them himself and break through the entire border. Immediately, he rushed toward the border of the Mad Leopard tribe. With his strength, he was invincible below the Supreme Being level, he could lead a battle alone. Breaking through the border wasn't a problem. Soon, Yi Xian found the border of the Mad Leopard tribe before dawn. A battle without any suspense had begun. Kill! Yi Xian wore the dragon-patterned golden armor and wielded the Wolf Fang sword as he charged forward. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. Incomplete Sword Intent. Yi Xian immediately launched an attack on the city gate. Sword will had unparalleled power. Even Supreme Being experts who possessed the sovereign golden body could be severely injured by it. How could a mere array door stop Yi Xian's footsteps? Bang! With just 1 sword strike, Yi Xian blasted open the Mad Leopard Sacred Dynasty's border gate, and then charged in. Not good, an expert is breaking through. The Mad Leopard tribe soldiers on the city wall shouted. But at this time, Yi Xian had already killed his way in. As long as it was a foreign race, he would kill without mercy. When two nations were at war, no one could guarantee that they would win every battle. Hence, both sides had captives from the other. This time, Yi Xian could save the captives from the Wild Leopard Holy Dynasty. Behind the border was the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty's army camp. There were a total of 100,000 Mad Leopard army soldiers stationed at the border. Ha, an army of 100,000? Are you preparing to attack soon? Turn into souls under my sword. Yi Xian laughed inwardly and immediately launched an attack. Heavenly Emperor Sword Art, Sword Emperor Slash. Incomplete Sword Intent. A supreme being martial arts that had fused with incomplete sword intent had terrifying power. One sword strike could cut the entire army camp in half. One sword strike could kill at least 1,000 people. Yi Xian could slash more than 10 times in a second, which meant that Yi Xian could kill more than 10,000 people in a second. Killing more than 10,000 people in a second was something that not even a supreme being could do, but Yi Xian could because he had comprehended sword intent. The entire border of the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty was in an uproar. After all, Yi Xian, the god of slaughter, had arrived. The Mad Leopard army soldiers were well trained, but who would have thought that Yi Xian would only need a second to break through the border gate? By the time they reacted, more than 10,000 people had already died. The remaining people were still waiting for orders because they couldn't find Yi Xian. Most of them didn't even know what had happened. In Yi Xian's eyes, these foreign races were living targets. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Xian had killed more than 80,000 people, and the remaining 20,000 were cut in half. Only a few hundred people were unharmed. Then, Yi Xian collected the corpses and interspatial rings while killing the surviving foreign races. If the beasts were compared to the humans, the beasts would be stronger than the humans. What the humans knew, the beasts also knew. However, many of the beasts had special abilities. For example, the Snake Demon clan could disguise themselves, while the Fox Demon clan could charm and control others. Now that the two countries were at war, Yi Xian didn't show any mercy. He killed the foreign races on sight. In just a few minutes, the corpses of the foreign races were collected by Yi Xian into the Devour space. The entire border gate was covered in a sea of blood. 100,000 interspatial rings. What a great profit! At this time, Yi Xian had already collected everything into the Devour space. Although it was a war, there were still some things in the interspatial rings that were useful to him. After devouring those useful things, Yi Xian's strength increased by a lot. His success rate of passing the tribulation also increased, reaching 65%. My physique and true qi have improved. Now, even if I don't use my advancement points, just the battle merits from the 130,000 corpses will be enough for me to pass the tribulation. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he suddenly changed his mind. He didn't want to return to the imperial capital first. It was better to kill in the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Not everyone in the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty was bad. There were also many ordinary people. Therefore, Yi Xian chose those who were stronger, such as the city lords. But before that, he had to rescue the Sun Flame Army soldiers who were captured by the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. There was a place to hold the Sun Flame Army captives at the border, but there weren't many of them, only 1,000. After releasing them, Yi Xian sent them back to the Sun Flame Army's border gate. As for himself, he decided to enter the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Although the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty is the same as the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty, a low-grade Holy Dynasty, the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty is stronger than the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. It is said that some of the city lords are Supreme Being experts. If I can kill a Supreme Being expert, I can more or less become a Supreme Being expert. Yi Xian thought to himself as he moved away from the border gate. The Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty's border gate had been completely wiped out by him. With the eye of perception, even if the enemy hid well, they couldn't escape from him. Therefore, there was no one left in the border gate. When the Sun Flame Army captives returned to the border gate, they would report this matter to the general guarding the gate. Then, the general guarding the gate would definitely send troops to occupy the border gate. Chapter 8:11. With the arrival of Yi Xian, the wild leopard sacred dynasty's city was once again plunged into a bloodbath. However, it was only in the city lord mansion. There were no supreme being experts in the city. After Yi Xian killed his way in, he killed all the high-level half-step supreme beings in the city lord mansion in less than half a minute and plundered their belongings. After devouring all the items that could increase his strength, Yi Xian's success rate increased again, reaching 67%. The wild leopard sacred dynasty should know about the loss of the border soon. I have to move faster and increase my success rate to 100% before they react. Then, I will undergo the tribulation and become a supreme being. Yi Xian thought in his heart, then left again, heading for the next city. The Holy Adjudicator Union judged that his action was no longer considered a siege, so the supreme being experts of the wild leopard sacred dynasty could attack him. After all, he was alone and did not lead an army. Fortunately, his speed was very fast, and he had a precise target. It took him less than 2 hours to go from one city to another. 2 hours of travel was just for a few minutes, but the harvest of these few minutes could increase his success rate by a lot. In one day, Yi Xian swept through 10 cities of the wild leopard sacred dynasty. At this time, his success rate had reached 80%. If he turned back now and merged with his doppelganger, he would have a 100% success rate even if he did not exchange for dragon luck or use his advancement points. However, he did not choose to go back. 80%. In 1 or 2 more days, I will have a 100% success rate. At that time, I will condense the Supreme Being golden body and become a Supreme Being. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Supreme Being was a realm he yearned for. Now that the breakthrough was imminent, he did not want to stay for a moment. However, after he swept through a few more cities, he encountered a problem. At this time, there was a big city in front of him. It was said that the city lord was a supreme being expert, so he was considering whether to rush in and fight with this supreme being expert. The wealth of a supreme being expert was definitely worth 10 cities. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. Kill. He put on the dragon-patterned golden armor and killed his way into the city. The wild leopard sacred dynasty was a foreign race. Adult leopard men were generally more than 2 meters tall. Yi Xian was about the same height as a female leopard man. The dragon-patterned golden armor could prevent him from being recognized, but leopard men's legs and legs were different human legs. Yi Xian could not disguise himself. So, he could only kill his way in, and alert the supreme being expert. A human has entered the city, shouted a leopard man. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these leopard men who only had 70 to 80% of the emperors will seal their bodies. He directly charged towards the city lord's mansion. His aura isn't weak. He's slightly stronger than the leopard man I fought before. Yi Xian, who possessed the eye of perception, instantly determined the other party's cultivation level. However, when he was attacked by the foreign races, his success rate was only 53%. Now, his success rate had increased to 80%. This meant that his physique had improved by quite a bit. There. Over there. Yi Xian locked onto the aura of the sovereign expert and directly slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword ray pierced through the air, and the wind whistled. The supreme being expert in the city lord mansion sensed a powerful force closing in on him. His expression changed as he dodged the attack with a flash of his body. However, the half-step supreme being expert behind him could not dodge the attack. Rip! The leopard man was cut in half. Who is it? The leopard man shouted. He did not even look at the corpse and dashed out of the house. However, what answered him were streaks of sharp sword gleams. Poof! 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 The leopard man began to move quickly, dodging the sword rays. His expression was gloomy because he had sensed the sword intent in the sword rays. It's sword intent. Who wants to kill me? The leopard man's heart trembled. In the next moment, he saw Yi Xian in golden armor. You want to kill me? The leopard man took out a big sword. Now that Yi Xian was wrapped in the dragon-patterned golden armor, his face could not be seen, so the leopard man could not guess what race he was. Among the beasts, there were many races that were similar to humans. For example, the fox race had a similar body to humans, except for different ears and an extra tail. You know what you've done. Today, I'm here to kill you. Yi Xian said coldly. He was now able to lie seriously. He had never seen this leopard man before, and he only had one purpose in killing him, which was to gain benefits. However, he would lie if he could. After all, it did not cost him money. You're not even a supreme being yet. Do you think you can kill me with sword intent alone? The leopard man snorted coldly. We'll see if I can kill you or not after we fight. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly attacked with his sword. Heavenly Sword Art, Sword Emperor / Incomplete Sword Intent. Almost at the same time, the leopard man attacked. Dominating Sky / Boom! The two slashes collided, and the shockwaves blew down the surrounding walls. In the first round of attacks, no one gained the upper hand. However, because he was in the leopard man's territory, he quickly rushed out of the city. When two supreme beings fought, the slightest mistake could destroy the entire city. Yi Xian did not want to take advantage of the situation, and chased after him. At the same time, he felt relieved because he saw that the leopard man's supreme being had not comprehended sword intent. Sword intent was not something that all supreme beings could comprehend, but there were many supreme beings in the wild leopard sacred dynasty who had comprehended intent. If the leopard man had comprehended sword intent, then Yi Xian would definitely not be his opponent. Fortunately, he had not. Boom! 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 The two ran wildly, and they kept exchanging blows. At the moment, Yi Xian had improved the Heavenly Sword Art to 90%, and the Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps to 90%. This time, he wanted to improve the Heavenly Sword Art to 100%. When the time came, he would definitely be able to kill the leopard man. Soon, the two arrived outside the city. Kid, you're a human, right? The leopard man's supreme being suddenly asked. Yi Xian, who was under the dragon-patterned golden armor, raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the leopard man to guess, so he could not help but ask, how did you guess? Humph, there is no race in the beast race that can run like you. The leopard man's supreme being snorted coldly, no matter what race you are, you will die here today. You will be the one to die.
Chapter 200. February 15th, New Year's Eve. The little girl was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. Perhaps due to the cultural heritage of Shangjing City, there was no ban on setting off firecrackers in Shangjing City. Of course, there was a time limit to this. Within Shangjing's Fifth Ring Road, firecrackers could only be set off on New Year's Eve and New Year's Eve. From the second day onwards, firecrackers could only be set off during the day. It would continue until the 15th day of the first month before it was completely banned. After all, the Chinese New Year was the most important festival in the Chinese nation. It had been passed down for more than 4,000 years. If firecrackers couldn't be set off on New Year's Eve, it would feel really weird. As firecrackers were not banned, Hohai would be very lively during the Chinese New Year. A few years ago, everyone's environmental awareness was still very weak. Once it was the Chinese New Year, they wouldn't hesitate to set off firecrackers. It was also because of this that one or two pubs in Hohai would catch fire almost every year. Over the years, as the smog problem in Shangjing became more and more serious, the citizens slowly learned to restrain themselves without the need for the government's orders. They just set off a few firecrackers on New Year's Eve for fun. Today's breakfast was still porridge, but it wasn't ordinary porridge. It was Chin Shi's meticulously made laba porridge. After a bowl of laba porridge, the little girl was full. The firecrackers outside were so loud that it made the little girl's heart itch. After eating breakfast, she wanted to go out to take a look, but she was stopped by Chin Shi. Nian Nian, it's the Chinese New Year. As a junior, you should give your elders New Year's greetings. Come, let's give Grandma a New Year's greeting over the phone. In a few days, we'll go to Chengdu and let Grandma give you a red packet, okay? Upon hearing Chin Shi's words, the little girl's eyes lit up. She jumped up and down and shouted, okay. I want to give Grandma a New Year's greeting. Grandma wants to give me a red packet. Chen Shi sent a video call request to Auntie Zhang, and the old lady quickly picked up. Before Chen Shi could speak, the little girl saw Auntie Zhang's face appear on the screen. She excitedly snatched the phone from Chen Shi's hands and shouted sweetly, Grandma! Grandma! I want to give you a New Year's greeting. New Year's greeting. Oh, Nian Nian is so sensible. Grandma is so happy. When Auntie Zhang saw her little face, she was so happy that she couldn't stop laughing. The little girl was particularly excited today. After greeting Aunt Zhang, she ran out of the West Wing with the phone in her hand. Then, she raised the phone and looked around. She finally felt what it meant to celebrate the new year. She acted coquettishly with Auntie Zhang for a while until Auntie Zhang had something to do. She then reluctantly said goodbye to Auntie Zhang. Chen Shi and Qin Ruoying were hanging red lanterns in the courtyard. As soon as the red lanterns were hung up, the courtyard immediately felt a bit more festive. When Chen Shi was about to paste the word Fu on the door and window, the little fellow finally couldn't hold back and shouted that she also wanted to paste it. Thus, Chen Shi brought her a small stool and let her step on it. He pasted a big Fu character on the window. Qin Yongyan didn't cultivate today. Early in the morning, he came to the main hall. Then, he placed an incense burner on the large red sandalwood carving table and lit 3 incense sticks. When the little fellow saw Qin Yongyan, she immediately ran to Qin Yongyan according to what Qin Shi had taught her. Then, she excitedly shouted, Grandpa! Grandpa! I wish you a happy new year and all the best. Good luck. Give me the red packet. After saying that, she looked at Qin Yongyan eagerly and didn't forget to reach out her little hand at the same time. Qin Yongyan was also stunned by her sudden trick. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, Okay. Grandpa will give you a red packet. Qin Yongyan patted the little fellow's little head. Then, he took out a brand new 100 yuan note from his pocket and directly stuffed it into her hand. The little fellow held the brand new 100 yuan note and smiled happily. In fact, she didn't have any concept of money. Usually, she only needed to call Papa if she wanted something. The reason why she was so happy now was because of the meaning attached to this 100 yuan note. This was the first time she received New Year's money. New Year's Eve was after the beginning of spring. At this time, the temperature had obviously risen a lot. There were fewer cars during the spring festival, and there was no exhaust pollution. Shangjing City also changed the appearance of the past heavy smog, and for the first time, blue sky and white clouds reappeared. After lunch, the couple took the little fellow to the door and pasted couplets. Family photo every year. Good luck and fortune every year. Horizontal writing, good luck and fortune. Just as the family of 3 was busy pasting couplets, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Ing ing. Qin Ruoying looked back and saw a middle-aged man and woman. The woman was about 40 years old, but she was very well maintained. She could be said to have a beautiful body and still had a charm. The man looked about the same age as Qin Yongyan. Looking carefully, he looked somewhat similar to Qin Yongyan. Second uncle. Second aunt. You're back. Qin Ruoying handed the couplets in her hand to Qin Shi. Then, she quickly walked in front of the two people and greeted them warmly. Second uncle Qin Yongwang and second aunt Wang Chuanju, who were her sister-in-law's parents. Second uncle, second aunt, this is my husband, Qin Shi. Qin Ruoying introduced Qin Shi to the two of them. Hearing this, Qin Shi took the initiative to nod to the two of them and said with a smile, Second uncle, second aunt, hello. Upon hearing Qin Shi's name, Wang Chuanju suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and the expression on her face couldn't help but freeze. Qin Yongwang noticed his wife's strange behavior and coughed quietly. Then, he smiled at Qin Shi and said, hello. It seemed that this newly risen celestial was easier to interact with than they thought. Thus, second uncle started chatting with his nephew's son-in-law very politely. The little girl stood beside Qin Shi. Seeing that the adults were talking and ignoring her, she immediately pouted unhappily. This little girl was only half of Qin Shi's height. In addition, Qin Shi was too eye-catching, so Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju didn't notice her at all. It was the new year, yet she was being ignored. Of course, the little girl was unhappy. Thus, she twisted Qin Shi's arm and shouted, I want to set off fireworks. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Ying, your daughter. Wang Chuanju's eyes lit up when she saw the little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Yes, she's called Qin Nian. Qin Ruoying led the little girl away from Qin Shi and said, Nian Nian, great aunt. Great aunt. The little guy called out sweetly, which immediately amused Wang Chuanju and made her laugh out loud. When a woman reached this age, she would want grandchildren more than a man. Qin Shuiqing's birth characters hadn't been set in stone yet, so she could only count on Qin Ruoying. A niece's daughter was also a grandniece, right? With the arrival of Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju, the courtyard finally became lively. Chapter 201. The New Year's Eve dinner was also called the reunion dinner. This was the dinner on New Year's Eve, and it was also the most important meal of the year. What the little fellow had eaten before could only be considered a family dinner, and this was also her first time eating the reunion dinner. The reunion dinner couldn't be just a few simple home-cooked dishes. Because they had to prepare the main dishes, they usually had to start preparing after noon. For such an important meal, naturally, Qin Shi was in charge of cooking. In fact, Qin Shi didn't have any special hobby when it came to cooking. The reason why he cooked every meal was because the little girl liked to eat the dishes he cooked. Today, the side courtyard finally became lively. Qin Shi's family of 3, Qin Shuiqing's family of 3, and Qin Yongyan, who was the most senior. The TV in the main hall finally came into play. Qin Yongyan and Qin Yongwang sat in the main hall, chatting while watching TV. Wang Chuanju wanted to go to the kitchen to help Qin Shi, but Qin Shi smiled and refused. Qin Shi was busy cooking a feast for the family, and Qin Ruoying accompanied the little fellow in the courtyard to set off fireworks. Qin Ruoying naturally couldn't buy any firecrackers for the little child. A simple string of incense was enough to make her overjoyed. The string of incense was also known as the electric flower, also known as the fairy stick. It was mainly made of aluminum powder and potassium perchlorate, which had a low ignition point. Once it was ignited, it would emit thick smoke and sparks in all directions. This thing was of good quality and cheap, and it was very safe. Unless it was burned on the face, it basically wouldn't burn clothes or hair. It was also the most popular fireworks for children during the New Year. Last year during the New Year, the little fellow was only 3 years old. Naturally, Aunt Zhang wouldn't let her touch fireworks. As for setting off firecrackers, that was even more impossible. Therefore, when Qin Ruoying lit the first firework for the little fellow immediately jumped up and down excitedly. Wasn't the firecracker that was emitting thick smoke and sparks the magic wand in little fairy's hand? The little fellow carefully took the firecracker from Qin Ruoying's hand and simply waved it. After finding that there was no danger, she ran wildly in the yard. It was not dark yet, so the effect of the fireworks was not very good. However, the little guy was having a lot of fun. He waved the fireworks and circled around the yard. Perhaps it was infected by her laughter, but today, the big cat was no longer as lazy as it usually was. The little girl ran in front with the fireworks in her hand, and it meowed behind her. Who knew what they were laughing about? The first stick of fireworks burned out very quickly. Thus, the little girl ran back to Qin Ruoying's side and eagerly waited for her mother to light a second one for her. Qin Xueqing and Wang Chuanju stood on the steps outside the east wing. When they saw the little fellow's adorable appearance, Wang Chuanju sighed with emotion. Yuqing, you were just as adorable when you were Nianyan's age. Hearing that, Qin Xueqing smiled and said, people grow up eventually. Yes, people grow up eventually. When they grow up, they have to start a family and have children. I don't know when I, as a mother, can become a grandmother. Look at your uncle, I'm so envious. Wang Chuanju's sudden exclamation caught Qin Xueqing off guard. After a long silence, she stiffly spat out, I'm going to practice. After saying that, she quickly ran into the east wing as if she was escaping, leaving Wang Chuanju standing outside, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. 6 adults and 1 child, naturally a big table had to be set up, so this New Year's Eve dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. These days, everything was about good luck. Every dish was carefully selected by Qin Shi, such as the 5 blessings, 3 suns, Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, Nian Nian Yu, Happy Tonight and so on. After he placed the dishes one by one on the big table in the main hall, the little girl didn't even set off the fireworks, and ran back after smelling the aroma. She knelt on the chair and stared at the table full of delicious dishes. Her saliva almost flowed out of her mouth. The little girl turned around and glanced at Qin Ruoying. She realized that she didn't follow her into the main hall, but turned to the east wing, so she quickly grabbed a piece of pork rib from the table. Who would have thought that her sneaky behavior would be caught red-handed by Wang Chuanju? Wang Chuanju liked this grandniece very much. When she saw the little girl's gluttonous and adorable look, she couldn't help but pat her little head. This sudden movement also gave the little fellow a huge fright. She was gnawing on the pork rib with both hands when she suddenly felt her head being touched. She was so frightened that her little hand trembled, almost throwing the pork rib away. Great! Great aunt! The little girl turned around with the pork rib in her mouth and saw that Wang Chuanju was standing behind her. She immediately pouted her lips and greeted her. Perhaps she had a guilty conscience, or perhaps she wanted to drag her down with her. Therefore, before Wang Chuanju could say anything, the little girl got up from the chair, grabbed a piece of pork rib and handed it to her. She said sweetly, "Great aunt. Eat the pork rib." Wang Chuanju looked at the pork rib in the little girl's hand, then looked at her little greasy mouth. She immediately laughed and took the pork rib from her hand. Nian Nian is so sensible. Good girl. Wang Chuanju said as she sat next to the little girl. When the little girl saw that Wang Chuanju had eaten the pork rib she handed over, her little face suddenly bloomed with joy. By the time Qin Shi brought out the last dish, the lively New Year's Eve dinner had finally begun. At the same time, the Spring Festival Gala began. Just like drinking wine without a side dish, if one didn't watch the Spring Festival Gala during the New Year's Eve dinner, one would feel that something was missing. Although the Spring Festival Gala in recent years had fallen into a vicious cycle of being held every year and scolded every year, if there was really a year when the Spring Festival Gala was suddenly not held, the people of the country would probably riot. Perhaps the Spring Festival Gala wasn't as bad as imagined. The reason why it was scolded every year was because everyone had high expectations for it. As the saying goes, love is hate. The more they scolded, the more it meant that they cared about it. It was lively on the TV, and so was the Sihyuan. Among the people at the table, except for the little girl, no one could be considered a real ordinary person. However, they were like ordinary people today. The family sat together happily, simply eating and chatting while watching the Spring Festival Gala. The little girl was soon full, but she didn't run around. Instead, she sat obediently in Wang Chuanju's arms and watched TV. She couldn't understand skits, nor could she hear the actors' lines clearly. She didn't even know the subtitles above, but whenever she heard the audience applauding on the television, the little girl would clap her little hands happily. The programs came one after another, and in a flash, it was 12 o'clock. Before the host counted down, some impatient people had already gone to the streets and set off fireworks and firecrackers one after another. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. As soon as the voice fell, the bell rang, and then the people of the country boiled over. The crackling of firecrackers suddenly exploded, and countless fireworks bloomed in the night sky, instantly illuminating half of the night sky. The family came to the courtyard one after another, looking up at the brilliant fireworks one after another. Not to mention how excited the little girl was, even Qin Shueching, who had always been cold, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Chapter 202. Flowing lights and colorful lights illuminated the city, and fireworks lit up the night sky. The rumbling sound of firecrackers was like thunder in summer, carrying the people's desire for the new year, and instantly turned the dark night sky into a sea of fireworks. Zhonghai was different from Shangjing. Fireworks and firecrackers were prohibited in the outer ring of Zhonghai, so this scene could not be seen during the new year. Although the fireworks show broadcast by CCTV was gorgeous and lively, it was not as vivid as standing under the night sky. The overwhelming firework rain continued to bloom in the night sky. The little fellow stared at her big eyes, opened her small mouth, and was so excited that she could not even say a word. It was really beautiful. Fireworks were easy to cool down, but the fleeting brilliance was enough to be remembered for a lifetime. Later, with the help of Qin Shi, the little fellow successfully ignited a sky rocket cannon. Her sky rocket cannon was particularly small compared to the large fireworks outside, but the little fellow was still very happy. The firework rain lasted for about 20 minutes before gradually subsiding. The reunion dinner was finished, and the fireworks were also released. This new year, she finally had a real one. The next day, when the little fellow slowly woke up, the air seemed to be filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. She sniffed her nose and suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. The little fellow opened her eyes and saw that Qin Shi was sitting on the bed with a bowl of longevity noodles in his hand, slurping and slurping. So, this unwashed and unkempt little sloppy directly threw herself into Qin Shi's arms, opened her small mouth, and wanted Qin Shi to feed her. "Papa! I want to eat too. You get up and wash up first, then you can eat." After that, Qin Shi got up and left with the noodles in his hand, not giving in to her at all. The little fellow's small mouth twitched, and seemed to be a little unhappy. However, the temptation of delicious food was in front of her, so after hesitating for a moment, she obediently got out of the bed, and then followed Qin Shi into the bathroom. These were longevity noodles that Qin Shi had specially made using high-gluten flour. One strand was enough to fill a large bowl. Coupled with the bone broth and meat shavings that he had meticulously cooked, along with fried eggs, shiitake mushrooms, and cabbage, just looking at it was enough to make people drool. In order to make it convenient for the little fellow to eat, Qin Shi also put the noodles in the most conspicuous position. This broth was not the soup dumplings of Wei Qian, so not only did it smell good, but it also smelled delicious when it was eaten. The longevity noodles were too delicious, so the little guy followed Qin Shi's example, making slurping sounds as he ate the noodles. In just a short while, the bowl of noodles had been eaten clean. After she finished her breakfast, Qin Shi brought the little fellow to the main hall. The first day of the new year was the day to pay New Year's greetings to the elders, so Qin Yongyan and Qin Yongwang were already sitting in the main hall, waiting for the little fellow's arrival. Chen Shi led the little fellow to Qin Yongyan, and then the little fellow bowed to him and said, "Grandpa. Happy New Year. I'm here to pay you New Year's greetings." "Oh, good child. Come, yesterday's doesn't count. Today's is the New Year's money from Grandpa." As he spoke, Qin Yongyan smiled and handed a big red packet to the little fellow. The little fellow touched the thick red packet, and suddenly grinned foolishly. Seeing this, Chen Shi patted her head gently. Then, the little fellow seemed to come back to her senses, and hurriedly said to Qin Yongyan with a big smile, "Thank you, Grandpa. Happy New Year, Grandpa." The child was still young, so she didn't understand these traditional customs and ceremonies. Naturally, it was up to her parents to guide her. After she paid her New Year greetings to Qin Yongyan, Chen Shi led her to Qin Yongwang again. Hua Xia was particular about seniority. Qin Ruoying was the female, and Qin Yongyan was the maternal grandfather. Qin Yongwang was Qin Ruoying's second uncle, so the little fellow should call him granduncle. Wang Chuanju was granduncle's wife, so she should call him grandaunt or great-aunt. Granduncle didn't sound as intimate as grandpa, so Chen Shi let the little fellow omit the word uncle in front, and just call them grandpa and grandma. "Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year." Wang Chuanju liked the little fellow very much. When she saw the little fellow bow to her, she immediately pulled the little fellow into her arms. "Nian Nian is so good. Come, Grandma will give you a big red packet." "Thank you, Grandma." The little fellow held a big red packet in one hand, and her little face was so happy that flowers bloomed. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a kind of little demon called a ghost. It had a black body and white hands, and every year on New Year's Eve, it would come out to harm people. People were afraid that ghosts would come to harm their children, so that night, they would light up the lanterns and sit without sleep. It was called guarding ghosts. Because of the homonym of sway and ghost, everyone thought that after the child received the New Year's money, they could ward off evil spirits and exorcise them and spend the year peacefully. What the elders gave to the juniors was called ghost money. What the juniors gave to the elders was called lucky money. Generally, after paying their New Year greetings to the elders, they could go out and visit relatives. There were only so many people in the family, and they didn't have any relatives, so Wang Chuanju suggested that they take the little fellow to the temple fair to have fun together. Qin Shuoqing didn't want to go, but before she could say a reason, Wang Chuanju glared at her fiercely. Looking at that attitude, it was impossible for her not to go today. Thus, the big family simply packed up and walked out of the courtyard together. There were 6 adults, 1 child, and 1 cat. The whole family was really mobilized. The group of people walked out of the alley. Chen Shi went to the roadside and was about to call a taxi, but Wang Chuanju stopped him and called someone to send a car over. Then, 2 red flag H7s with white and black lettering drove over from not far away. The license plate of the armed police should have the word WJ on it, but the license plate of the 2 cars was WL. Clearly, they were Wu Lian's cars. The drivers of the 2 cars had met Chen Shi before. They were the fake couple from the inspector's office. The man was called Xiao Wang, and the woman was called Xiao Lu. Xiao Wang parked the car at the entrance of the alley. After he got out of the car, he appeared very reserved and greeted them. "Mr. Chen, Deputy Director Qin, Director Wang, Director Qin, Happy New Year." Just saying these titles made Xiao Wang feel a lot of pressure. When Qin Yongwang saw this, he smiled and patted Xiao Wang's shoulder. He said very kindly, "Xiao Wang, you've worked hard. Happy New Year." "Not at all, not at all." When Xiao Wang heard his leader's concern, he laughed foolishly. The inspector's office also had a rotation system. Because the new year was very special, one day could be 3 days. On the third day of the new year, Xiao Wang could rest for more than 10 days. Moreover, the New Year's subsidies were very high. When he thought about it, he was naturally very happy. Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu left after sending the car over. Then, Chen Shi's family of 3 and his sister-in-law sat in one car, and the elders sat in another. The whole family went straight to Earth Temple in a grandiose manner. Temple fairs were considered a traditional folk activity in Huaxia. Every new year, many places in Shangjing would hold temple fairs. In fact, temple fairs were quite similar to market fairs. However, temple fairs would be interspersed with various performances, mainly to worship customs and celebrate festivals. Markets, on the other hand, were purely commercial activities. Hohai was less than 5 kilometers away from Earth Temple. Normally, it would take half an hour to drive to Earth Temple, but today, it only took a few minutes. After parking the car, the whole family walked into Earth Temple in a grandiose manner. Today, Earth Temple was very lively. There were rows of red lanterns hanging outside, and there was a lion dance performance at the entrance. The people on both sides of the street gathered in circles. It was really a noisy scene. There was a sea of people, and it was a lively scene. Chapter 203. Going to the temple fair during the spring festival was an old custom that the people of Shangjing had followed for many years. The Earth Temple Fair was only held for 8 days, but in these short 8 days, it received more than 1 million visitors, which was really lively. Each temple fair had its own special performances, and the Earth Temple Fair performed the Qing Dynasty Palace ritual. This ritual would strictly follow the worship process of the Qianlong Emperor, and the costumes and props were also made according to the historical records, so that the people could see how the emperor worshipped the earth. The ticket for the temple fair was only 10 yuan, so compared to going to the mall and watching a movie, it was actually a very down-to-earth entertainment. Usually, a large family of men and women of all ages came together, not to buy anything, but simply to stroll around. It was very happy to squeeze together and watch the fun. 6 adults and 1 child walked with a cat. Qin Yongyan and Qin Yongwang walked in the front, while Qin Ruoying and Qin Xueqing walked side by side. The 2 sisters hadn't talked for a long time, and now they were together whispering something. Chen Shi and Wang Chuanju were walking together, while the little fellow was lying on Wang Chuanju's shoulder, holding a windmill in her hand. Looking at the bustling scene of people jostling shoulder to shoulder, she was very happy. The family came out to stroll, so naturally, they had to chat on the road. Sure enough, after walking for a while, Wang Chuanju turned her head and looked at Qin Shi with a smile. She casually said, "You are Yingying's husband. If I call you my nephew's husband, it always feels a bit awkward. How about I call you Little Qin, what do you think?" Hearing this, Chen Shi smiled and replied, "Second aunt, you are too polite. You are an elder, so you can call me whatever you want." "Well, then don't blame me for taking advantage of my seniority and putting on the airs of an elder in front of you." "Why would I?" "Second aunt, you are joking." The 2 of them chatted awkwardly for a while. At this time, the little fellow saw a barbecue skewer stall nearby, so she shouted to eat barbecue skewers. "Papa! I want to eat that. Meat! Meat!" Gluttonous baby smelled the aroma of the barbecued meat, and his saliva almost flowed out. Thus, Chen Shi went to buy a few mutton skewers for her. When Chen Shi bought the meat skewers for her and the little girl was eating them, Wang Chuanju suddenly asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Little Qin, has Ming Qing ever told you about the Wu Lian?" "Yes, I did." Chen Shi nodded. He already knew what Wang Chuanju wanted to say to him. After all, Chen Shi had heard how Xiao Wang addressed Qin Yongyan and Wang Chuanju when he was delivering the car. Secretary Qin, Director Wang. The administrative levels of Huaxia could be divided into 5 levels: national level, provincial level, departmental level, county level, and township level. The Director General was a department-level official, equivalent to an ordinary mayor of a prefecture-level city, or the head of a provincial public security department or the head of a provincial education department. From this, it could be seen that Qin Yongwang's status in Wu Lian was really not low. At least, he was at the level of Shintaro Abe. Celestial beings were really too eye-catching. Because of Qin Ruoying, Qin was related to his sister-in-law's family, and their family was the backbone of the Wu Lian. Now, naturally, they wanted to pull Qin Shi into the Wu Lian. The word relationship was a very magical existence in the eyes of Westerners. Because there was no corresponding translation of this word in other languages, they specially invented an English word, guanxi. China-style relationship. A simple example could be given. Once the people of Huaxia were in trouble, the first thing they would think of was not a lawyer, but an acquaintance. Through their acquaintances and friends, they could get in touch with the government to solve the problem. The word relationship represented many meanings, and there were many usages. The word itself was a neutral word. How to use it, where to use it, and whether it was appropriate to use it. This was why it carried both positive and negative meanings. Not long ago, his sister-in-law asked Qin Shi if he was willing to join the Wu Lian. Today, Wang Chuanju did the same thing again. It was foreseeable that if Qin Shi still did not agree today, then Qin Yongwang, or even Qin Yongyan, might come forward to invite him to join the Wu Lian. If that still did not work, then Qin Ruoying would probably have to come forward and persuade him. This was probably the so-called people in Jianghu have no choice. As long as Qin Shi still had concerns in his heart, then he could not ignore some things in this world. Join the Wu Lian. It was still the same words, not considering. It was not that he disliked the Wu Lian. He simply found it troublesome. There was no free lunch in this world. The Wu Lian could not support a group of people without doing anything. Qin Shi was now used to being lazy. Except for his wife and children, he really did not want to run errands for others. Apart from not wanting to run errands for others, he also didn't have any desire to compete for the throne. So now, as long as he could stay by the hot bed every day and laugh with his wife as they watched the little one grow up day by day, he was already very satisfied. The little fellow did not know that her father was so unambitious. After eating a skewer, she suddenly thought of Qin Shi, so she handed one of the skewers to Qin Shi and grinned. "Papa, the skewers are delicious. You eat too." "Good girl, good girl." Qin Shi took the skewer from the little fellow with a smile and ate it. The little fellow turned to ask Wang Chuanju if she wanted to try, but Wang Chuanju shook her head with a smile and then wiped her mouth with a tissue. Wang Chuanju did not speak, but her attention was always on Qin Shi. Qin Shi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. On second thought, instead of being remembered by the Wu Lian like this, it was better to take this opportunity to make it clear to them. So Qin Shi looked at Wang Chuanju and said to her directly, "The reason why you want me to join the Wu Lian is that you want to use me to deter other forces, right?" "Well, you can think of it that way." Wang Chuanju nodded. When she was about to say something, Qin Shi did not give her a chance to speak at all. Instead, he continued, "Then you can announce to the public that I have joined the Wu Lian. Anyway, I can't jump out and expose you, right?" "How can that be? You are a celestial being. If you are willing to join the Wu Lian, you should be treated accordingly." "I don't need any special treatment, so I won't join the Wu Lian." Hearing Qin Shi's resolute answer, Wang Chuanju could not help showing a trace of disappointment in her eyes, although she had been prepared for it. What a pity. However, just as Wang Chuanju was feeling disappointed, Qin Shi said with a smile, "How about this? If the Wu Lian has any problems that can't be solved, I can be a guest, but only once. What do you think?" Hearing this, Wang Chuanju's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Promise. It's a deal." In fact, this was not a simple conversation between an aunt and a niece, but a direct conversation between a Wu Lian and a celestial being. The meaning of this promise was not simple. Chapter 204. The temple fair was crowded with people, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. It was a festive scene. For the Huaxia people, the significance of the Spring Festival was extraordinary. The Spring Festival was also a holiday, but this long holiday was different from the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Dragon Boat Festival, and the National Day. Because only during this period, people could let go of their social identities, no longer bosses, employees, or students, but fathers, mothers, or children. Their social identities were temporarily invalid, and they had to rush home no matter where they were, just to be able to have a good new year with their families. The conversation between the two was quite pleasant. After reaching a consensus with a few simple words, Wang Chuanju stopped talking about business with Chen Shi and talked about the education of the little fellow. Chen Shi had already made up her mind to wait until September next year before sending the little guy to kindergarten for big classes. At that time, she was 5 years old. After adapting to kindergarten for a year, she was just at the age of primary school. The timing was just right. The little fellow was now very clever. When the adults spoke, she would listen to them. It didn't matter if she didn't understand. Once she heard something that she could understand, she would immediately express her opinion. For example, when she heard the sensitive word kindergarten, the little fellow immediately pouted and shouted, "I don't want to go to kindergarten." In the past, she was lonely and had no one to accompany her. Now, under the leadership of the two brothers, she had completely let go of herself, so she would rather die than go to kindergarten again. The little fellow sat in Wang Chuanju's arms and twisted her buttocks. Seeing this, Wang Chuanju comforted her with a smile. Okay. If you say you don't want to go, then don't go, Grandma is so nice. The family strolled around Daitan Park for the whole morning. When it was time for lunch, Qin Yongwang took everyone to know. B16 at the north gate of Daitan Park. No. B16, Hipingli Central Street, was a high-end club, similar to the Binjiang Club, but far better than the Binjiang Club. If the Binjiang Club represented business, then no. B16 represented power. It was originally a royal garden called Jifanjuan, which was under the jurisdiction of Daitan Park and covered an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. At first, the project approval was in the name of building office space in Daitan Park. However, after the construction, it suddenly changed and directly became a gathering place for the rich and powerful. No. B16 Club. This kind of fraudulent operation was simply not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, even though Daitan Park received millions of visitors a year, few people knew that this imperial garden, which was only a wall away from Daitan Park, was actually the most high-end private club in Shangjing. Gate B16 was the highest-grade gate with red paint and gold nails. There was only one staff member in the park security uniform standing outside the gate. If it were an ordinary tourist, they would probably think that this place was not open to the public and that it was some kind of museum or research institute. Qin Yongwang handed over a card. After the staff took a look at it, they bowed to him respectfully and opened the door. The door was only opened halfway. After Chen Shi and his family walked through the door, the staff quickly closed the door. Where the emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties once reigned, the merchants of the present day gathered at the altar. Without going out of the city, one can enjoy the beauty of mountains and rivers. While staying in the bustling city, one can enjoy the beauty of the woods and springs. Standing behind the gate and looking around, one could see the palace rooms, corridor pavilions, pond pavilions, climbing corridors, rockery, and so on in the garden. The Qing dynasty relics in the garden, such as Xingguang Hall and Jinghe Hall, as well as the Xingshi Hall on the inner wall of the north side of Daitan Park, reflected a strong palace style. Now, these buildings had all become private rooms of the B16 Club. The family had just walked through the gate, and before they had time to look around, two young women in cheongsams came over. They first paid their respects to Qin Yongwang, who was the leader of the group. Then, they led the group of people into the garden. Along the way, the feeling was like being in the palace of the Qin dynasty. The surrounding ancient buildings had been carefully renovated. All of them were gilded and painted with color, with corner tiles and eaves. When they passed by the parking lot, Chen Shi also noticed a small detail. The license plates of all the cars here were covered with cloth covers. It could be said that this was a meticulous service. The two women in cheongsams led the family around the garden for a while. After passing through the garden and crossing the stone bridge, they walked into a private room. The private room was very large, about 100 square meters. The decoration in the hall was decorated with dragons and phoenixes as the theme. It was decorated with large colored palace lanterns, bright yellow tablecloths, napkins, and chair covers. The tableware was made of porcelain and silver that imitated the Qin dynasty. Looking at this posture, it was estimated that they wanted the guests to experience the feeling of the emperor eating. After the family sat down, Qin Yongyan first looked around, then pointed at Qin Yongwang and said jokingly, "You, corrupt official, a very corrupt official." Hearing this, Qin Yongwang hurriedly waved his hand and smiled, "Don't accuse me of being a corrupt official. This membership card was given to me by the boss here. It's rare for me to come here. You see, it's New Year. Our family should have a good meal, right? Oh, then it's thanks to you." The two of them joked a few words. In fact, these materialistic things were of no importance to the few people present. The only reason they came here to eat was because of the novelty. In this kind of place, what they ate was not the taste, but the environment and service. Not to mention the environment, this place was definitely the best in the country. As for the service level, it could be seen from the number of people. There was a woman and a cheongsam standing in each of the four corners of the private room, and there were two waiters. There were only 7 people in Qin Shi's family, but there were 6 waiters here. Moreover, it was the spring festival. The dishes were served very quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the table was full of dishes. Wang Chuanjiu served the little fellow and tasted a few of them. She pursed her lips and carefully recalled the taste. Then she commented, "It's not as good as what Papa cooked." Nonsense, her father was in the semi-god realm. Cooking was like shooting a rocket. The amount of salt he put in had to be precise to 2 decimal places. How could the dishes not be delicious? The quality of the food here was so high, so the taste would naturally not be bad. The little fellow was really making things difficult for others. The whole family laughed happily as they ate. Qin Yongyan didn't like outsiders watching him while he was eating, so he asked the waiters to leave. However, not long after the waiters left, there was a sudden knock on the door of the private room. After Qin Yongyan asked to come in, a man who looked about 30 or 40 years old came in. The man was holding a glass of red wine. After briefly glancing at the people in the room, he went directly to Qin Yongwang and said to him with a smile, "Secretary Qin, Director Wang, I just heard that you were eating here, so I wanted to come and give you a New Year's greeting. Do you mind if I come uninvited?" After hearing the man's words, Qin Yongwang stood up and replied with a smile, "Mr. Wu, you're welcome." As he spoke, he picked up his glass and gently clinked it with Mr. Wu's. Chapter 205. Young Master Wu's full name was Wu Hui, and he ran some unknown businesses in Shangjing. He was involved in many industries, such as finance, real estate, energy, film, internet, and so on. Anything that could make money, young Master Wu definitely had a share in it. Wu Hui's business was very big, but he usually didn't run it under his own name, so there were very few people who really knew his name. For example, business moguls like Ning Zhonghua and Zhou Haixing who started from scratch, although they were rich, that was all there was to it. In China, money was not the only thing that mattered. The Chinese language was broad and profound, and the term young master in ancient times generally referred to scholars or young men from wealthy families. In the past, this term was a form of respect and a compliment. But in modern times, the term young master seemed to have a derogatory connotation, just like the 4 young masters of the capital. Just like the term emperor, anyone could joke and say that they were the emperor, but in the past, it would be a crime punishable by death. The so-called 4 young masters of the capital, in the eyes of people like Wu Hui, were actually similar to clowns, insects that could be trampled to death with 1 foot. How could a few nouveau riches be worthy of the title of 4 young masters of the capital? Of course, disdain was disdain, but Wu Hui wouldn't bother with ordinary people for no reason. Because they didn't have contact with them, many people's understanding of the second generation of rich and powerful people might be one-sided, thinking that they were all mud that couldn't support the wall. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to sons that know how to dig holes. In reality, most of the second generation were very outstanding. After all, their parents were very outstanding, and the education that these second generation received from a young age was far better than ordinary people, so in terms of personal quality, cultivation, and knowledge, the outstanding second generation could be said to be dragons and phoenixes among men. As for the nouveau riches like Li Tian'er and Yao Jiaxin, who caused a huge sensation in society, they could only be compared to ordinary people. If they were placed in the real circle of second generation, this kind of trash wouldn't even have the qualifications to carry shoes for others. Wu Hui had shares in B16, so the waiter told him about the arrival of Qin Yongwang's family. Qin Yongwang took a glass of juice and clinked it with Wu Hui, then introduced his family to him one by one. When it was Chen Shi's turn, before Qin Yongwang could introduce him, Wu Hui laughed and said, "This. Could you be Mr. Chen?" Hearing this, Chen Shi stood up with the juice in his hand. He nodded and said, "Hello. Hello, hello. I've heard a lot about Mr. Chen. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so much younger than I thought." After confirming Chen Shi's identity, Wu Hui immediately lowered his posture. When they clinked glasses, he deliberately lowered his glass to give Chen Shi enough face. However, this seemingly polite action of his attracted Qin Yongwang's attention. Although it was said that the Hua Hua sedan chair was always carried by people, and the brothers on the imperial golden list were ranked first. But no matter what, Wu Hui was still a 3rd generation of the Red Army, and his age was also a few years older than Chen Shi. Therefore, according to common sense, there was no reason for him to lower his status in front of Chen Shi. Something was strange. Wu Hui politely toasted everyone in the room. Even the little girl raised her glass of juice and clinked glasses with him. Then, Qin Yongwang invited him to take a seat. After he sat down, Qin Yongwang did not beat around the bush. He directly asked the question in his heart, "Mr. Wu, today is the first day of the new year. Why aren't you celebrating the new year with your family? Why are you here instead?" Hearing this, Wu Hui did not hide it. He smiled and said, "Director Qin, it's not a coincidence that I met your family here today. In fact, I came here after I received the news." "Oh. Why?" "For Mr. Chen." As soon as he said this, Chen Shi suddenly became the focus of the room. Even Qin Ruoying was a little confused. When did Chen Shi get in touch with Wu Hui, who represented the new generation of power in Huaxia? For me. Not only was Qin Ruoying confused, but even Chen Shi himself was confused. Therefore, he immediately asked, "Mr. Wu, this is the first time we've met. I'm a little confused by your words." "Mr. Chen, it's true that this is the first time we've met, but I've been fascinated by you for a long time." Wu Hui looked at Chen Shi meaningfully and finally said the purpose of his visit. "Actually, I came here today to ask for a favor. Not only am I representing myself, but I'm also representing my father." "Go ahead." After hearing Wu Hui's serious words, Chen Shi did not feel anything, so he casually nodded. However, the more Qin Yongwang listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. The expression on his face could not help but become more serious. At this time, the smile on Wu Hui's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Qin Shi and said solemnly, "My grandfather's physical condition is getting worse and worse. I heard that Mr. Qin has the ability to understand the world, so I took the liberty to come here today to disturb you. I only hope that Mr. Qin can save my grandfather." After that, Wu Hui got up and bowed respectfully to Qin Shi. The reason why he was so polite in front of Qin Shi was actually not because of Qin Shi's identity as a celestial being, but because the king of hell was worried. How many powerful second generations were there in Huaxia? After careful calculation, it was actually not far from the truth. There were 7 senior officials, 72 deputy national officials, at least 270 senior officials, and at least 1,700 deputy ministers. These people formed the pyramid of power in Huaxia. Only their children could be called the real second generation of power. A civilian like Li Danjiang, who enjoyed the treatment of a major general through singing, was nothing in front of these leaders with real power. Wu Hui was also one of the most outstanding people among the second generation of the Quan family. However, the reason why the Wu family was so prosperous now was not because of his father, but because of his grandfather. Although the old man had been retired for a long time, his connections were still there. As long as old man Wu did not pass away, the Wu family would be able to live in Shangjing and even Huaxia for a day longer. Wu Hui's father was called Wu Ying. He was 62 years old this year, and happened to be stuck at a very awkward time. Here, it had to be mentioned that Huaxia's chaotic retirement system had to be mentioned. When the new party congress was held, only people under the age of 67, including 67, were eligible to become members of the new Politburo. And those over the age of 67, regardless of their ability or political achievements, were all treated as retirees. If anything happened to old man Wu in these 2 years, then Wu Ying was likely to stay in his current position until he retired. Perhaps he would be promoted again, but what awaited Wu Ying would be the vice-chairman of the National People's Congress or other similar positions. They were all at the deputy national level, but in reality, these positions were not as good as the senior officials with real power. Although they were promoted, they were actually demoted. Even if they were promoted, they would only retire to the second level. Not to mention Wu Ying, even Wu Hui could not accept this situation. If Wu Ying could not pass this hurdle, then the Wu family's current glory would disappear with the old man's passing. Chapter 206. Yama's Sorrow, Yama's Sorrow. If Yama wanted someone to die at midnight, he could keep them alive until dawn. Legend had it that a single pill of Yama's sorrow could bring the dead back to life. It had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead. Although Wu Hui also felt that this was an exaggeration, he was now like a drowning man desperately trying to grasp at the last straw. Therefore, he roughly explained the Wu family's current predicament at the dinner table. There was nothing shameful about this. As long as Qin Shi could let elder Wu live for 2 more years and hold on until Wu Ying successfully crossed the threshold, then the Wu family would be able to maintain their current status. Once Qin Shi agreed, then this favor would really be a life-saving grace for the Wu family. Wu Hui was very smart, so he didn't mention anything about remuneration from beginning to end. Instead, he kept pleading very sincerely, "Mr. Qin, please save my grandfather." The Wu family will always remember this great kindness in their hearts. It was the new year, and the family could still encounter this kind of thing. Qin Shi pondered for a moment, then frowned and asked, "How old is your grandfather today?" 84. He doesn't have any serious illness, right? Only old illnesses like high blood pressure and gout. It's probably because he injured his roots on the battlefield. The old man's old, and his body can't take it anymore. Recently, his mental state has been getting worse and worse, and he doesn't even have the energy to get out of bed, so, Wu Hui didn't finish his words. However, the meaning behind his words was very simple. Although the old man wasn't seriously ill, he was nearing the end of his life. Death was an illness that couldn't be cured. After all, a person's life was limited. When a person faced a natural death, they would always be aware of it beforehand. Therefore, many old people would call their children home before they died, and let their children wash and change their clothes for them. After taking one last look at their children and grandchildren, they would close their eyes and pass away peacefully and naturally as if they were asleep. They had never suffered the torture of illness before, and they would pass away peacefully in their sleep. Therefore, to the people of Huaxia, dying of old age was a blessing, a great blessing. After all, Elder Wu was an old man who had walked through the war years. He had experienced ups and downs and enjoyed the prosperity of the world. Now that he was nearing the end of his life, it should have been a joyous occasion. Unfortunately, this was not the right time. If the old man passed away at such a critical moment, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Wu family. It was a nightmare. Just a little more, once the old man passed away, how could Wuing advance further? What Huaxia did not lack the least was talent. There were plenty of competitors who had the same qualifications and abilities as Wu Ying, and some were even older than him. As the saying goes, the tea cools down when the person is gone. These things were top secret. The fact that Wu Hui was willing to reveal the old master's condition in front of everyone meant that he saw Qin Shi as his last hope. Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju glanced at each other before they started to eat. This was a very important matter, so the moment Wu Hui finished speaking, Qin Yongwang glanced at Wang Chuanju and started to eat silently. Qin Yongyan was dressed in white. Qin Ruoying didn't understand the situation, and Qin Shueqing was completely uninterested. Everyone was waiting for Qin Shi's answer. The only one who could laugh at such a time was obviously the little girl. She picked up her chopsticks, clumsily picked up a piece of fatty meat, and handed it to Qin Shi. Then, she said seriously, "Papa, I'll treat you to it." The little girl didn't eat fatty meat because she felt that it was too stuffy, so she hated fatty meat very much. She didn't eat it, but she could give it to Papa. The little brat had learned how to be naughty. Qin Shi turned to look at her, reached out and rubbed her head. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the fatty meat on her chopsticks. After seeing Qin Shi swallow the fatty meat, the little girl clapped her hands and giggled, "Papa is so awesome." Her clear childish voice sounded in the private room, which was particularly ear-piercing. Qin Shi glanced at Wu Hui thoughtfully, but saw that there was no change on his face, which made Qin Shi think more highly of him. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush. After motioning the little girl to be quiet, Qin Shi turned to look at Wu Hui and asked very calmly, "Mr. Wu, I don't know if you have heard of the saying, life and death are predestined, and can't be changed." Hearing this, Wu Hui's face changed greatly. In a moment of excitement, he even accidentally knocked over the wine glass on the table. Life and death are predestined, and can't be changed. This sentence was said by Zhuge Liang when Wei Yan stepped on his life lamp. How could Wu Hui not know? Zhuge Liang went out of Mount Qi 6 times and exhausted his efforts. Finally, he set up the 7-star life-extending lamp in Wujiang Plain in an attempt to change his fate. However, because Wei Yan accidentally knocked over his life lamp, all his efforts were wasted, and he died with regret. The reason why Sima Yi had the last laugh was not because he was stronger than Zhuge Liang, but because he had lived for a long time. He dragged Zhuge Liang to death and exhausted 3 generations of the Wei Kingdom's monarchs. All the enemies who could compete with him were dead. Naturally, the Sima family could achieve great things. In terms of survival ability, Sima Yi was the best in the world. Old Master Wu was not Sima Yi, but Zhuge Liang, so, Wu Hui stood in place and couldn't help but clench his fists. In the end, he was still a little unwilling, so he asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Mr. Qin, you really don't have a way?" 1 year, Grandpa only needs 1 year. Qin Shi shook his head slightly, then took out 3 energy pills from his bag and put them on the round table. After slowly turning the energy pills in front of Wu Hui, Qin said calmly, "This is the legendary Yamas Cho. In fact, you should know that the Jianghu's rumors can't be trusted. After all, this medicine is not the life fruit of the grand deity Zhen Yuan. It can cure diseases, but it can't change fate. You can take it back and let the old man try it. It should improve his mental state, but I still say the same thing, life and death are predestined, and can't be changed. Young Master Wu, I'm very sorry." Wu Hui stared at the 3 pills in front of him in a daze. This was the Yamas Cho he had been dreaming of, but Qin's words completely extinguished the hope in his heart. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Wu Hui used a tissue to carefully wrap up the 3 pills. Then, he solemnly bowed to Qin and said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." After that, he turned and left the room without even saying goodbye to Qin Yongwang. Perhaps it was because they empathized with Wu Hui's feelings, so the atmosphere in the room became a little strange. After Wu Hui left, Qin Ruoying looked at Qin thoughtfully, then asked in a low voice, "You really don't have a way?" Hearing that, Qin smiled and shook his head, not answering her question. Zhuge Liang wasn't the only one who knew how to use the 7-star life-prolonging lamp. Zhuge Liang failed, but another person succeeded. That person was Liu Bowen. Zhuge Liang divided the world, Liu Bowen unified the country. Liu Bowen was the #1 strategist of the Great Ming Dynasty. He followed Zhu Yuanzhang to wipe out the warlords and expel the Tatars. After many years of fighting, he realized that his life was coming to an end, so he used the 7-star life-prolonging lamp to extend his life by 12 years. Only then was he able to help Zhu Yuanzhang unify the world and recover the Han people's country. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that Qin didn't have a way, but that he didn't want to. There were too many implications, and it couldn't be explained in a few words. The title of Yamas Cho was made by Ning Zhonghua, so today, it was up to him to personally destroy this title. The previous chapter has been censored, and I don't know when it will be released. Let's leave it at that. Friends who haven't read it can wait a few days, when the editor goes to work. I won't write about these sensitive topics in the future. Chapter 207. Huaxia was too big, and there were too many people. What happened to Wu Hui's family was not uncommon in the officialdom. The Great Han Empire and the Great Tang Empire, which used to be extremely powerful, would also collapse one day. Compared to them, what was the Wu family? Life and death were fated and could not be changed. As the supreme ruler of the world, the emperors of each dynasty held the power of life and death in their hands. They sat on 3,000 beauties, ate all kinds of delicacies, and wore all kinds of silk. But in the end, they all pursued the same thing, immortality. If Qin promised Wu Hui today to extend old Master Wu's life and help the Wu family out of this predicament, then, the threshold of the courtyard would probably be trampled flat by people who came to ask for medicine. Wu Hui's sudden departure seemed to have diluted the festive atmosphere. It was supposed to be a happy time for family reunion, but now everyone was silent. Qin Yongyan first looked at Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanju, then turned to look at Qin Shi. Only then did he pick up the juice and smiled at the little girl. "Nian Nian, Grandpa taught you a poem. Do you want to learn it?" Hearing this, the little girl tilted her head and asked, "Poem? Grandpa, what is a poem?" "It's the same as a poem. Have you recited a poem?" "Yes. Papa taught me to recite poems before." When it came to poems, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps she wanted to show off, so before Qin Yongyan said anything, she took the initiative to recite it. "Goose, goose, goose, curving its neck to the sky. White feathers floating on the green water, red palms plucking the clear waves." This was what Qin taught her in Kangju district. He did not expect her to remember and recite it so fluently. Her performance won her applause from the audience. The family laughed and praised the little girl for being smart, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Seeing his daughter so smart, Chen also felt proud, so he could not help but reach out and pinch her little face, which made the little girl pout on the spot. "Papa, you're so annoying. Even the little one knows how to be shy." With her interruption, the atmosphere in the private room became much livelier. At this time, Qin Yongyan chuckled and said, "Nian Nian, lyrics are like poems. Do you want to learn?" The little guy's performance in reciting the poem had won the cheers of the entire hall. This made her extremely proud, so she immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." "All right, then listen carefully." Qin Yongyan stood up and his entire aura suddenly changed. It was as if he had come to the riverside and was looking at the torrential river. He passionately chanted, "My name is Qin Yongyan. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away all heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure are gone in the blink of an eye. The green hills are still there, and the sunset is still red." White-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the riverside, accustomed to the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of turbid wine was a happy reunion. So many things from the past to the present are just jokes. So many things from the past to the present were all jokes. After hearing this, Qin Yongwang couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Wang Chuanjiu. He instantly understood what Qin Yongyan wanted to express. He didn't really want to teach the little guy to recite the poem. He just wanted to use this as an excuse to express his opinion on this matter. Compared to Qin Yongyan and Qin Shi's leisurely and complacent appearance, the couple's performance was indeed a bit too utilitarian. They were both martial artists, but because they had been in the Wu Lian government for a long time, they naturally couldn't avoid being contaminated with some official habits. However, this point was extremely detrimental to their martial arts cultivation. Qin Yongyan was giving them pointers, everyone was smart, so there was no need to say anything. Just a little pointers would be enough. This song, Riverside Immortal, was the theme song of the 1994 version of The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The little guy still hadn't watched The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so this song was a bit too difficult for her to pronounce. Thus, after she rolled around for a long time, she found that she couldn't even remember the first line. Immediately, she pouted unhappily and shrank back into the chair. "I can't recite it. I'm not going to recite it." Chen Shi was afraid that she would be deeply affected, so he quickly smiled and comforted her. "Nian Nian, be good. It's not your fault that you can't recite it. Don't be discouraged. This song is really too difficult. When you go to school in the future, you will naturally recite it." Hearing this, the little guy still looked unhappy. She turned her head and didn't talk to Chen Shi. Her cute little appearance immediately made everyone laugh. Having a little one at home was like having a treasure. The little guy was now the happy fruit of the family. Her every frown and smile could affect the mood of the whole family. After lunch, the family left B16 and then drove to the bird's nest, ready to take the little guy there to ski. The bird's nest was happy during the ice and snow season. In fact, it was similar to the Shikahai ice rink, except that one was a frozen lake that turned into an ice rink, and the other was a snowy gymnasium that turned into a ski rink. There were only a few entertainment projects. The bird's nest had it, and the Shikahai also had it, but the little guy still had a lot of fun. She was now enjoying the supreme treatment. The whole family revolved around her. If she wanted something, she only needed to open her mouth. Naturally, her father or grandmother would run errands for her. This little guy was really spoiled to the sky. This spring festival was quite fulfilling. After the first day of the new year, in the next few days, the whole family drove around the capital to play. The whole family was mobilized just to make her have more fun. When the two brothers came back, they didn't know how the little guy would show off to them. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 5th day of the new year. Qin Yongwang and Wang Chuanjiu were the senior cadres of the Wu Lian. After a spring festival, there were still a lot of things waiting for them to go back to deal with. Therefore, they could only say goodbye to the little guy with slight regret. After a few days of getting along, the little guy had already recognized Wang Chuanju as her great-uncle and grandmother. Now that she heard that she was leaving, she immediately showed a reluctant look. Just as the little guy and Wang Chuanju were lovey-dovey and unwilling to part, Qin Shuaching suddenly found Qin Shi. "The set of skills you taught me, can I teach my parents?" Although the sister-in-law's cultivation time was short, she had already tasted the sweetness of it. No matter what, she was still a daughter. Naturally, she wanted to show filial piety to her parents as soon as she had something good. Hearing this, Qin Shi nodded. No matter what, they were still a family. Naturally, he couldn't be stingy. However, this set of skills was after all an immortal cultivator's skill. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge impact on the existing cultivation system on Earth. It might even affect the existing social order on Earth. Such an outcome was obviously not what Qin Shi wanted to see. Therefore, he could only use hints to warn his sister-in-law to keep it a secret. After Grandpa and Grandma left, the little guy was a little sad. However, Qin Shi's words immediately made her eyes light up. Chapter 208. Go to Chengdu to see Grandma. This suggestion was very tempting for the little girl. The little girl had a good impression of Chengdu. Although she didn't like Kai Shuqin, her grandma was there. Therefore, after hearing Qin Shi's suggestion, the little girl immediately jumped up and shouted excitedly, "I want to go to Chengdu. I want to see Grandma. I want to go to Chengdu. I want to see Grandma." The family of 3 was standing outside the courtyard to send Qin Yongwang and his wife off. The little girl's sudden shout even startled Qin Yongwang and his wife, who had already walked to the entrance of the alley. While they were sending their grandparents off, she was already shouting about looking for Grandma. This was the reason why Qin Shi didn't often mention Aunt Zhang. The little girl always listened to the wind and rain. Once she had an idea, she couldn't take it back. After sending Qin Yongwang and his wife off, Qin Shi and his family returned to the West Wing and began to pack their luggage. During this time, Qin Shi even asked his sister-in-law if she wanted to go to Chengdu with them, but his sister-in-law decisively refused. The family's general mobilization during the Spring Festival had already delayed a lot of time. Now that they were finally free, she naturally had to work overtime to cultivate and rush back. Therefore, after the family of 3 simply packed, Qin Shi booked the plane tickets online. Shangjing to Chengdu. In 2 days, it would be the peak period to return to the city. Shangjing to Chengdu would only cost a few hundred yuan, but Chengdu to Shangjing would cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. It might even be impossible to buy a ticket. This was the right time to go to Chengdu. After booking the plane tickets, Qin Shi suddenly thought of something. He quickly opened WeChat and sent a video call request to Aunt Zhang. He didn't know how the old lady spent the Spring Festival. If the family of 3 rushed over excitedly and found that Aunt Zhang wasn't in Chengdu, then it would be a wasted trip. As expected, Qin Shi sent 2 video calls, but no one answered. Therefore, he had to call Aunt Zhang. Beep, beep, the phone rang for a long time. When Qin Shi was about to give up, the phone finally connected. "Hello, is this Brother Qin?" It was not Auntie Zhang's voice, but Xia Pinglin's. He was slightly older than Qin Shi, but after the previous incident, Xia Pinglin had indeed learned a lot, so he treated Qin Shi as an elder brother. Xia Pinglin called him Brother Qin out of respect from the bottom of his heart. "Yes, it's me. Where's Auntie Zhang? Why didn't she answer the phone?" "Ah, my mother is sick and hospitalized." Hearing this, Qin Shi couldn't help but frown. What a joke. Auntie Zhang had already taken his elixir before she left Zhonghai, and the elixir she gave Ning Zhongguo wasn't even the simplified version. It wasn't that Qin Shi wanted to boast, but this pill could make Auntie Zhang immune to all kinds of diseases. It wouldn't be a problem for her to live a long life. Now, Xia Pinglin was telling him that Aunt Zhang was hospitalized. Therefore, Chen Shi's first reaction was to say, "Yukiting. Are you King kidding me? What's going on? My mother suddenly fainted the day before yesterday. We sent her to the hospital, and the doctor said that it was very likely that she fainted due to insufficient blood supply to the brain. She needs to be hospitalized for a while to be sure. Is it serious? It shouldn't be a big problem. After she woke up, she just felt very tired, so she had to sleep for a long time every day. Which hospital are you in?" "Huaxi, okay, I'll call you when I arrive. Keep the phone connected." "Ha! You're coming to Chengdu?" Xia Pinglin was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, "My mother should be fine." "Brother Chen, you don't have to make a special trip." Xia Pinglin wanted to say a few polite words to Chen Shi and tell him not to worry, but Chen Shi hung up the phone. Then, Chen Shi briefly told Qin Ruoying about Auntie Zhang's situation. Qin Ruoying didn't know the seriousness of the matter, but when she heard that Auntie Zhang was hospitalized, she was still very nervous, so she quickly carried the little girl and followed Chen Shi to the airport in a taxi. It only took 3 hours from Shangjing to Chengdu. When they got off the plane, it was not even 5:00 in the afternoon. The family of 3 took a taxi and went straight to Huaxi Hospital. Many shops along the way were not open, and there were only a few scattered cars on the viaduct. Right now, Chengdu looked like an empty city. However, in fact, according to the comprehensive calculation of the National Tourism Administration's data center, the number of tourists received by Sichuan and Chongqing during the Spring Festival this year was the second highest in the country, second only to Yuezhou. As long as it was a holiday, tourist attractions would be full. Places like Chunxi Road, Jinli, Wuhu Temple, and Wenshu Courtyard were so crowded that the roads were closed. Although there was a place in Chengdu that was not a tourist attraction, it was more lively than a tourist attraction. Moreover, 365 days a year, it was lively every day as if it was the new year. This was Huaxi Hospital. After getting out of the taxi and seeing the dense crowd in front of him, Chen Shi let the little girl ride on his shoulder while he held Qin Ruoying's hand and squeezed into the hospital. With so many patients, the beds were naturally very tight. When Chen Shi found Aunt Zhang's bed according to the address given by Xia Pinglin, he was so angry that he frowned. Aunt Zhang's bed was in the aisle. When he left, he had left a total of 1.8 million yuan in cash for Xia Pinglin. In the end, this was how Xia Pinglin treated Aunt Zhang. Xia Pinglin was serving the old lady water, so he did not notice Chen Shi and his family's arrival. The old lady's mental state was indeed very bad now. Her face was slightly sallow, and there was not much color on her lips. When Qin Ruoying saw her sick appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Aunt Zhang drank a mouthful of water. Just as she was about to lie down and continue to rest, she saw the family of 3 standing not far away. She blinked, thinking that she had seen wrongly. Seeing that, Qin Ruoying quickly went forward and sat by Aunt Zhang's bed, holding her hand tightly. Looking at Aunt Zhang who was half lying in front of her, Qin Ruoying could not help but feel a lump in her throat. She could not help but cry immediately. She had not seen Aunt Zhang for many years. Unexpectedly, the old lady was already lying on the bed when they met again. How could Qin Ruoying not feel sad? Aunt Zhang had watched her grow up, and she had also watched Aunt Zhang grow old day by day. "Aunt, what's wrong with you? Why are you so sick?" "Silly child, I'm fine. My body is fine. Look at you, why are you crying? Isn't it inauspicious? Come, wipe your tears." Aunt Zhang smiled as she pulled a tissue from the bedside and handed it to Qin Ruoying. After Qin Ruoying wiped her tears, Aunt Zhang patted the back of her hand, indicating that she did not need to worry. Then, Aunt Zhang turned her head to look at the little girl in Chen Shi's arms. "Good granddaughter, Come to Grandma. The little girl was sitting in Chin Chi's arms, pouting as she looked at Aunt Zhang, who was lying on the bed. Chapter 209. Although the smell of disinfectant was strong in the corridor of the hospital, there seemed to be an irrepressible stench in the air. The corridor was bustling with activity. Although there were many people, everyone was trying their best not to make too much noise. After all, it was an unlucky place. Sadness and sadness were the main theme here. The back of the bed could be raised. Instead of saying that Aunt Zhang was lying on the bed, it was better to say that she was leaning on the bed. When the little girl saw her grandmother's sickly appearance, she immediately lay in her grandmother's arms and cried out sadly. When Aunt Zhang saw this, she immediately patted her little head and comforted her very kindly. "Oh, my good granddaughter, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell Grandma, Grandma will stand up for you." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes turned red. She said with an aggrieved face, "Grandma, don't be sick. I don't want you to be sick." All right, Grandma is not sick." Aunt Zhang took out a tissue and wiped the little girl's face. Then, she pinched her little face and comforted her. "Good girl, don't cry. Look at how many people are here, and you're still crying here. Don't you feel embarrassed?" The little girl turned her head and glanced at both sides of the corridor. When she saw that many people were looking at them, she immediately sniffled a little embarrassedly. Then, she threw herself into Aunt Zhang's arms and hugged her tightly. Just when the little girl and Aunt Zhang were being lovey-dovey, Chin Chi came to Xia Pinglin's side. He patted Xia Pinglin's shoulder and walked to the side. When Xia Pinglin came over, Chin Chi asked directly, "What did the doctor say?" "They did a Doppler examination in the morning. The report is just out. I've asked the doctor. The doctor said that acute cerebral blood supply is very common in the elderly. It's not a big problem. She just needs to pay more attention to her diet and rest. Is that so?" Chen Shi pondered for a while. Then, he looked at Aunt Zhang's bed and asked rather unhappily, "Are there no more beds in the hospital? Why did they arrange for her to be in the corridor?" There were several types of beds in the hospital. The most common ones were a 7-person room, a 3-person room, a double room, and a single room. As for the aisles, usually only patients with limited beds or financial difficulties would stay there. In the past 2 years, the housing prices in Chengdu had risen particularly fast. The prices in the Third Ring Road had exceeded 10,000, and the prices in the South Gate were as high as 20 to 30,000. However, Chen Shi had not given Xia Pinglin 1 million, but 1,800,000. The money was more than enough to buy a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Moreover, Xia Pinglin and his wife had some savings. If Xia Pinglin really wanted to mistreat his own mother, Chen Shi could only apologize to him. However, the real situation was not what Chen Shi imagined. When Xia Pinglin heard Chen Shi's question, he couldn't help but look at his expression. After realizing that Chen Shi seemed to be a little angry, Xia Pinglin quickly explained, "It's not that there aren't enough beds, and it's not that I don't want to spend money. It's just that my mom doesn't agree. Originally, I arranged a double room for her, but after my mom woke up, she felt that there was nothing wrong with her. She was afraid that it would be a waste, so she insisted that the nurse move her to the aisles. She wouldn't listen no matter how I persuaded her. Since she didn't want to, I had no choice but to let it be." Speaking of this, Xia Pinglin was also quite depressed. In fact, the hospital bed fee was not too expensive. There were clearly beds in the ward, but as a son, he let his mother stay in the aisles. Therefore, he had been looked down upon by many people these 2 days. "Then it seems that I've misunderstood you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Brother Chen, you're treating me like an outsider." Xia Pinglin was still the same as before, not good with words. Therefore, Chen Shi changed the topic and asked about their recent situation. Their child was still young. Once Aunt Zhang fell ill, there was no one to take care of the child. A place like the hospital was obviously not suitable for children to stay for long, so Kai Shu-chin was now at home taking care of the child all day. The two of them chatted for a while. Seeing that Aunt Zhang had coaxed the little guy, Chen Shi went to Aunt Zhang's bedside and took her pulse. Aunt Zhang's current situation was indeed similar to what the doctor said. There was no major problem, but her pulse was weak, and her qi and blood were insufficient. She would be fine after a good rest, a regular diet, and more exercise. However, it was precisely because of this that Chen Shi felt a little strange. Could it be that his energy cultivation pill was really a fake and inferior product? How long had it been since Aunt Zhang returned to Chengdu? How did this happen? Thinking of this, Chen Shi could not help but ask doubtfully, once acute cerebral blood supply deficiency occurs, it will come very suddenly. However, there should be some signs before the onset, such as blurred vision, tinnitus, nausea, cold sweat, and weakness in the limbs. You didn't feel any of these before? Hearing this, Aunt Zhang shook her head and smiled. No, I'm old. It's normal for some problems to suddenly appear. Previously, we were celebrating the new year at our hometown. I guess it's because we haven't been back for a long time. After I got there, I felt a little unacclimatized and couldn't sleep well. Other than sleep, there were no other problems. The symptoms you mentioned just now, there were none at all, there were no signs. Hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Chen Shi was instantly puzzled. It sounded like everything was normal. Thus, after pondering for a while, he continued to ask, "Where is your hometown?" Rain City. Although Rain City was a prefecture-level city, due to geographical reasons, its economic development was very slow. It could not even compare to some of the coastal towns. However, such a small and unremarkable city had once been glorious. During the Republic of China, Rain City was the provincial capital of Xikang Province. Its status was comparable to the current Chengdu. In 1955, the first session of the National People's Congress officially proposed to abolish Xikang Province. Thus, Rain City lost its status as a provincial capital. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The terrain was narrow and it was inconvenient to travel. After Xikang Province was abolished, Rain City's development was greatly affected. It was gradually reduced to an 18th-tier small city. Later on, Rain City finally walked into the eyes of the entire nation again. However, it was because of the 4.20 earthquake in 2013. Rain City. Chen Shi thoughtfully repeated the name of this place. Suddenly, a question appeared in his mind. Could it be that there was something wrong with that place? Aunt Zhang was still lying on the hospital bed, so Chen Shi did not ask much. The most important thing now was to let the old lady rest well and recover her body. Thus, after feeding Aunt Zhang a simplified version of the energy-enhancing pill, Chen Shi went to Huaxi Gold Card Medical Center to apply for a gold card for her in case such a situation happened again. In this day and age, money could make the devil turn millstones, let alone a hospital. The Gold Card Medical Center was located in Huaxi Hospital's headquarters. Ordinary members were 58,000 and advanced members were 200,000. When they entered the hospital, they could enjoy concierge reception, personal care, 5-star hotel rooms, on-site services, and 24 hours of call. After all, Chen Shi could not stay in Chengdu for a long period of time. Aunt Zhang was old, so it was better to be prepared for her advanced membership. Chapter 210. Insufficient blood supply to the brain was mostly due to cerebral arteriosclerosis. As people aged, their organ functions would deteriorate, leading to a decline in hematopoietic ability. In addition, the formation of microthrombosis would block the blood vessels and reduce the blood flow. As a result, the brain would have insufficient blood supply to the brain. According to statistics, 80% of people over the age of 80 had insufficient blood supply to the brain, 70% of people over the age of 60 would have some degree of insufficient blood supply to the brain. Since it was caused by the blockage of blood vessels and the decline in hematopoietic ability, the effect of the meridian unblocking pill was obviously much better than the energy pill. Therefore, Chen Shi refined a meridian unblocking pill for Aunt Zhang overnight. After the old lady took it, her complexion improved significantly. Aunt Zhang had come from a hard life and wanted to save every needle and thread. Although she knew that Chen Shi was rich now, she still insisted on not wasting money. After staying in the Gold Card Center for one night, she insisted on leaving the hospital and going home. When they went home, Xia Pinglin took a taxi alone and walked in front. The family of 3 and Aunt Zhang sat in another car. This finally gave Aunt Zhang a chance to lecture him. The ward in the Gold Card Center was obviously very high class. Staying for one night was similar to staying in a hotel. How wasteful was that? She was not that delicate. How was staying in the aisle shameful? She was not in good spirits yesterday, so when Chen Shi forced her to be transferred to another ward, Aunt Zhang did not say anything. Now that she was in good spirits, she naturally lectured Chen Shi. She lectured Chen Shi until he could not raise his head. In the end, even the little girl could not stand it anymore. She jumped into Aunt Zhang's arms and said coquettishly, "Grandma, Papa cares about you. Don't scold Papa. Oh, Nian Nian has grown up. You know how to speak up for Papa now." Looking at the little girl's cute appearance, Aunt Zhang could not help but pinch her cheeks. She finally stopped complaining about Chen Shi. The so-called traveling was actually going from a place that one was tired of to a place that others were tired of. It was already the 6th day of the Chinese New Year. The traffic in Jinli and Wuhou Temple had decreased significantly. Although there were still many tourists, it was not enough for the traffic police to block the road. The little girl wanted to eat hot pot, but when she saw the long lines of hot pot restaurants along the way, she immediately pouted unhappily. Thus, Auntie Zhang bought the hot pot base from the supermarket and prepared to make a small hot pot for her at home. When the group returned to 262 Wuhou Temple Street, Kai Shuqin was sitting on the sofa watching TV. But this time, when she saw Chen Shi and his family enter the door, Kai Shuqin's attitude changed drastically. Before Aunt Zhang could call her, Kai Shuqin stood up and warmly invited Chen Shi and his family to take a seat. Then, she excitedly ran to make 2 cups of tea for Chen Shi and Qin Ruoying. After making tea, Kai Shuqin didn't forget to peel an apple for the little girl. However, Kai Shuqin was very enthusiastic, but the little guy still remembered the grudge. After being ignored by Kai Shuqin last time, the little guy especially disliked this strange aunt. Therefore, when the little guy saw Kai Shuqin about to hand the peeled apple to her, she suddenly turned her head, snorted twice, and climbed from Qin Ruoying's lap to Chen Shi's lap. Qin Ruoying was a little confused. After thanking Kai Shuqin very politely, she took the apple and prepared to feed the little guy. But at this time, the little guy was lying in Chen Shi's arms. No matter how she called, the little guy was unwilling to raise his head. Kai Shuqin could not find a way out of this situation due to his outburst of anger. After smiling at Chen Shi a little awkwardly, Kai Shuqin let Aunt Zhang take care of the child, and she quickly walked to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chen Shi used 1.8 million to solve the conflict in Aunt Zhang's family, and also made Kai Shuqin completely change. After all, the little guy was not a stingy person. She also saw the changes in Kai Shuqin. As a result, during dinner, the little fellow finally stopped giving her attitude and sat obediently on the chair to gorge himself on the food. At the end of the Spring Festival, the family happily ate the homemade hot pot. That taste, it was simply unimaginable. After dinner, the family prepared to go out for a walk. Aunt Zhang's house was diagonally opposite the Wuhou Temple, so when they walked to the street, they saw the street was full of red lanterns, and the street was full of tourists. The family came to the entrance of Jinli to take a look. After seeing that there were many tourists inside, they dismissed the idea. Therefore, Chin Roying suggested that they go to the movies. And her suggestion was immediately seconded by the little guy. The little guy had never seen a movie before. And it was not only her, even Aunt Zhang had never seen a movie before. Of course, it was not that Aunt Zhang had never seen a movie before, but she saw an old theater in the past. The screen was much bigger than the current IMAX, and could accommodate thousands of people at a time. Aunt Zhang's impression of the cinema was still in the 1980s, so she did not really want to go. Seeing this, the little guy was immediately unhappy. He stomped his feet and insisted that his grandmother go with him. Aunt Zhang could not persuade him, so she had no choice but to agree. Therefore, Kai Shu Qin went home to take care of the child, while Aunt Zhang and Xia Pinglin accompanied Qin Shi's family to the movies. When buying tickets, Qin Shi actually wanted to buy tickets to the Red Sea operation. However, the little guy was the main character today, so he had no choice but to buy Bonnie Bears. The four adults accompanied the child to watch an animated movie. After all, it was an animated movie for young children. Qin Shi originally accompanied the little guy into the theater with the mentality of completing a mission. However, after watching it, he felt that the movie was much better than he had imagined. Apart from the joy and humor, it was also filled with a strong sense of fatherly love and warmth. When the little guy saw the part where Baldy Chong missed his father, he actually cried. Perhaps it was because he thought of the time when he did not have his parents by his side. The little guy cried so hard that he could not stop no matter how Qin Roying comforted him. In the end, it was Qin Shi who comforted him that the little guy finally stopped crying. Now that she was crying, it was worth the price of the ticket. It was already very tiring to be highly focused while watching a movie. Moreover, the little guy had cried for a while just now, so he fell into a deep sleep as soon as he left the cinema. The cinema was not far from home, so they did not take a taxi on the way back. As they walked, Qin Shi started chatting with Auntie Zhang. Aunt Zhang, I heard that Rain City is also a tourist attraction. Look, it's rare for Nyan to come here. Why don't we go to your hometown and have some fun? Qin Shi was still brooding about the energy cultivation pill's failure, so he deliberately led the conversation to that place. However, when Aunt Zhang heard his words, she waved her hand and laughed. Rain City is a city. My hometown is dozens of kilometers away from Rain City. It's in a small town in the county. What's so fun about a remote place like that? The countryside is even better. Look, Nyan has been in big cities like Zhonghai and Shangjing since she was young. Let's take her to see the countryside. Maybe it will be good for her future growth. Aunt Zhang had always attached great importance to Nyan's education, so Qin Shi's words immediately touched her heart. Wasn't Mango TV's Transfiguration meter very popular? Let the children in the city live in the countryside for a period of time, let them experience the hardships of life and learn to be grateful. Of course, the values of the program itself were distorted and lacked respect for people. The reason why the children fell was not because the family was rich, but because of improper education. Therefore, the education of the children was very important to the parents. Chapter 2:11. It was only around 10 o'clock, but the streets were already quiet. The little girl was sleeping soundly on Qin Shi's shoulder. She didn't know that her dearest grandma and dad were now discussing throwing her to the countryside to experience life. The city was developing faster and faster. From the 1990s to the millennium, from pagers to mobile phones, and then to Nokia and Motorola. 10 years after 10 years, Nokia went bankrupt, and Motorola was half dead. From the envied Crown and Santala, to the streets full of Land Rovers and Cayenne. Huaxia went through waves of rapid development. Even credit cards weren't popularized yet, and it directly entered the mobile payment era. Primary school students used their mobile phones to buy crepes, and aunties used QR codes to collect money. The mainland people couldn't afford tea eggs, and it once became a big joke on the internet. Now, no one mentioned it. Wan would be recovered sooner or later. In another 10 years, who would dare to mention independence in Hong Kong and Tibet? Hua Xiao's development speed made the Western countries stunned. It also made them realize that the lion from the East had finally woken up. However, although the economic development speed was fast, some things obviously didn't follow the pace of economic development. Instead, they became slightly worse than before. In the past, everyone called farmers uncle. Later on, people began to call the farmers brothers. Later, the word farmer seemed to become a curse word. Now, the so-called city people, who didn't have ancestors who were farmers. To use a word from the Spring Festival Gala to describe it, that was, manic. People nowadays were too manic. A program like Transfiguration shouldn't have appeared. For the children in the city, this program undoubtedly gave them a good education opportunity. It let them see the hardships of ordinary people, so that they learn to respect and cherish their current life. However, for the children and parents in the countryside, this program brought them endless harm and doubts about themselves and society. The kind and simple rural children, after seeing the bright lights of the big city, would they ask one question: why? Why did the second generation rich not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives? Why did the second generation poor not be able to walk out of the mountains for the rest of their lives? Education was never a matter of instant results. It was a long and drawn-out battle. From the moment Qin returned to Nianyan's side, he was already prepared for this battle. He wanted to teach Nianyan a lesson. What is a human? The nature of heaven and earth was the most precious. This rune was in the shape of an elephant's arm in Qin. Mortals all follow the example of humans. Man means an upright animal that knows how to bow and humbly. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years for a tree to grow, but 100 years for a man to grow. There was no perfect person in this world. Qin only wanted to do his best to train his daughter into a person that he approved of in his heart. Early the next morning, the whole family set off amidst the little fellow's cheers. In the little guy's understanding, rural areas were no different from tourist attractions. Therefore, when she heard that Qin was going to take her to Aunt Zhang's hometown, the little girl was very excited. Qin rented a commercial car, and then the family of 7 went straight to Rain City. Aunt Zhang's hometown was in Xinxian County under the jurisdiction of Rain City. They first took the highway to Xinxian County, then took the 108 National Highway to the countryside, and after more than 10 kilometers of winding mountain roads, they finally arrived at the production team in Aunt Zhang's hometown. Of course, the name of the production team had been abolished, and now it was called the Villager Group. The little guy had always been in first-tier cities like Shangjing and Zhonghai, and all she saw were reinforced concrete jungles. Suddenly coming to such a picturesque place really gave her a very novel experience. Many people didn't know that there were actually 3 Silk Roads. In addition to the mainland passage from Chang and to Rome opened by Zhang Qian in the Han Dynasty, the other was the Southwest Silk Road. The predecessor of the Southwest Silk Road was the T-Horse Ancient Road. It went from Sichuan to Dianzhou, through Myanmar to India, and finally to Iran. The 108 National Highway started from Shangjing and ended at Dianzhou Spring City. It was 3,356 kilometers long. After this highway entered Sichuan, it basically followed the route of the T-Horse Ancient Road. The car zigzagged along the highway. Because it was a winding mountain road, the speed was very slow. On one side of the road was a cliff, and on the other side was a cliff. Below the cliff was a surging river. When had the little guy ever seen such a spectacular scene? Therefore, she was very excited to lie on the car window, looking at the river under the cliff and constantly exclaiming. Most of the rural areas in the north were concentrated, while the rural areas in the south liked to live separately. Therefore, along the road, from time to time, she would see a few lonely small courtyards standing on the edge of the cliff. When the Beijing-Kunming Expressway was not built, the 108 National Highway was the only way to go from Sichuan to Dianzhou. Therefore, many villagers opened restaurants and small stores along the road to earn some extra money from long-distance outsiders to subsidize their families. However, with the completion of the Beijing-Kunming Expressway, the 108 National Highway went into decline. After all, with the expressway, who would still be circling and bumping on the old road? This also led to the economic development of this route almost stagnating, and even regressing. Most of the small houses seen along the road were built more than 10 years ago. In recent years, the real estate speculation was so fierce that the people were also greatly affected. Now, anyone who had a little money would go to the county to buy a house and move the family into the county, instead of choosing to build their own house and continue to stay in this place. This was also the result of the development of the times. Aunt Zhang's hometown was more poor and backward than Qinshi imagined. This place was called Tongjiegu. It was a small village that was 5 kilometers away from the nearest town. There were a few two-story bungalows scattered on both sides of the road. The first floor of the bungalow was a restaurant, but now the door was closed. Even the signboard with the words "Dining and Accommodation" had become tattered and uncared for. Other than these few houses, most of the other houses were bungalows. Some were even black wooden houses. At first glance, it was obvious that they were old buildings from the 50s and 60s. There was no school in the village. If the children wanted to go to school, they had to spend a yuan every morning to take a van to the town's middle school. However, who did not have a few rich and powerful relatives now? When the children reached the age of middle school, the villagers would send the children to the county or the relative's house in the town. Therefore, there were basically no children in their teens in this place. Instead, there were many children about the same age as Nian. The children were in groups of 3 to 5. As soon as they saw the GL8 from Chengdu, they swarmed over. After Qin Ruoying took the little girl out of the car, several children immediately surrounded her and chattered in a dialect that she did not understand at all. This scene was completely out of the little girl's expectations and immediately made her a little scared. The little girl timidly hid most of her body behind Qin Ruoying, only revealing half of her head to look at the peers in front of her. She was afraid of others, but the children in front of her were not afraid of her. Instead, they smiled and made faces at her. Aunt Zhang noticed the little girl's strange behavior and laughed like she was chasing ducks. She waved to the children and said, "Go, go, go, go play somewhere else." These children seemed to know Auntie Zhang, so after chattering for a while, they ran away like a swarm of bees. Once the children had run far away, the little one cowered and crawled out from behind Qin Ruoying. She looked at the bungalows around her and then looked at the shabby bungalow not far away. This small village was built on the national highway. On one side was a mountain, and on the other was a river valley. Because there were few cars passing by now, the village was particularly quiet. The little girl looked at this strange place blankly and suddenly felt a sense of oppression in her heart. Chapter 2:12. The sunshine of the 7th day of the Chinese New Year shone on her head, but the little fellow's heart was cold. Was this the countryside? Why was it different from what she had imagined? National Highway 108 went straight through the village, and all kinds of old buildings were not arranged neatly on both sides of the street. The arrival of Qinshi's family caused a lot of noise here, so that many villagers leaned out to observe them silently. The village was not big, and one could see the end of it at a glance. On the left side of the road was a mountain, and a muddy road went straight up the mountain. On the right side was the valley and large fields. The wheat fields in winter were not as beautiful as in autumn. The withered yellow straw was scattered on the field in a disorderly manner, and it was a scene of withering. The car had been booked by Qinshi, but there were no hotels nearby, so the driver could only drive back to the county to stay. Of course, his expenses for these few days were naturally all on Qinshi's head. The little fellow wanted to leave with the driver, but was stopped by Qin Ruoying. When she saw the GL8 turn around and drive away, the little fellow suddenly curled her lips. Looking at that pitiful little appearance, it seemed that she was about to cry. Qin Ruoying quickly hugged her in her arms and comforted her. "Nian Nian, be good. This is Grandma's home, don't be afraid. We'll stay here with Grandma for a few days and then go back. Don't you want to accompany Grandma?" Hearing this, the little fellow said with grievance, "I want to be with Grandma, but I don't like it here. I don't like it here. Mama, I want to go home." Children were always a little afraid of strangers. And this was a new environment that the little fellow had never been to, so even if Qin Ruoying, and Grandma were all by her side, the little fellow still felt very uncomfortable and depressed. The little fellow was upset. Her reaction also attracted Qin Shi's attention. When Qin Shi saw her pitiful appearance, he immediately came to Qin Ruoying's side. After taking the little fellow from Qin Ruoying's arms, Qin Shi said to her with a smile, "Nian Nian, are you scared?" However, when the little girl heard Qin Shi's question, she immediately turned her little head and muttered unhappily, "Papa, I want to go home. I don't want to be here. It's not fun here." Seeing this, Qin Shi immediately smiled and asked, "Why isn't it fun here?" "It's just not fun. I don't like it here." "Nian Nian, you're wrong. This place is actually very fun, not fun at all." Before Qin Shi could finish his words, the little fellow had already interrupted him. From the looks of it, she seemed to be angry. Qin Shi reached out to pinch her little face, but she swatted his hand away. This little thing was still at odds with her father. When it came to coaxing his daughter, Qin Shi was now very handy and had many tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, when he saw that the little fellow seemed to be conflicted, he decisively stopped the topic and asked in a negotiating tone, "Nian Nian, how about this? Let's stay here for one night. If you really don't like it here, Papa will take you home tomorrow, okay?" After hearing Qin Shi's words, the little fellow rested her head on his shoulder and thought for a moment. Then, she reluctantly hummed and reluctantly agreed, "Then we'll stay for one night. Just one night. Pinky promise." After that, the little fellow stretched out her little finger and motioned for Qin Shi to pinky promise with her. "Okay, Papa will pinky promise with you. I promise I'll keep my word." The father and daughter reached an agreement, and the little fellow finally stopped throwing a tantrum. Then, under the guidance of Aunt Zhang's family, they walked down the path to the valley. After walking for about 200 meters, Qin Shi's family finally saw Aunt Zhang's old house. Aunt Zhang's old house, it was indeed very old. The living environment in the Kongju district was already very poor, but compared to Aunt Zhang's old house, it was really the difference between a villa hotel and a small train station hotel. This house was built by Aunt Zhang's father's generation. The main materials were wood and yellow mud. Because it was exposed to wind and rain all year round, it caused the wood to mold and turn black. Therefore, when looking from the outside, the whole house was somewhat dark. The house was surrounded by fields, and a few hundred meters down was the river. Not far away, there was a bamboo forest with luxuriant foliage, so much so that it looked quite gloomy in broad daylight. In the morning, Chengdu was still bustling, but after 3 hours, they came to such a quiet and backward little village. Not to mention the little fellow, even Qin Ruoying was somewhat not used to it. Although the little fellow had already agreed to stay here for one night, when they were close to the house, she was still somewhat unwilling. She kept twisting her body and shouting for Qin Shi to put her down. Qin Shi did not say much to her. He carried her directly into the house. At this time, it was right to cut the Gordian knot. After letting her get used to it, naturally, she would not be as resistant as she was now. In reality, Qin Shi really thought that this place was not bad. The mountains were clear and the water was clear, and the land was full of outstanding people. Although the house was a little simple, it was good in terms of peace and comfort. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was very rich. After staying in this place for a long time, even breathing could make one feel refreshed and very comfortable. A few days ago, Aunt Zhang suddenly fell ill, so Xia Pinglin hurriedly brought the old lady back to Chengdu. They had only been away for a few days, so there was obviously the smell of smoke in this house. This house was actually very big. Looking at it now, it was 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen. Overall, it was very good. The only bad thing was that there was no bathroom, so it was very inconvenient to take a bath. Moreover, the bathroom was a latrine, the kind that was extremely smelly. Aunt Zhang was already prepared for this. The bungalow by the street used to be a hotel. There were toilets and bathrooms on the first floor. Aunt Zhang had already informed the owner of the house, so Qinxi's family could go there if they wanted to wash up. After Qinxi carried the little girl around the house, the little girl gradually relaxed, so she turned her little head and began to look around. There was a TV in the living room at home, but it was a small color TV from the 80s and 90s. There was no wall paint in the old house. After a layer of lime was casually applied, newspapers were pasted on the wall as wallpaper. Most of these newspapers were from 30 to 40 years ago, so many of them were already yellowed and rolled up. There was also a portrait of Grandpa Mao on the wall. It was a common poster of that era, so it looked quite old. Although the house was old, it was very clean. Although furniture like the wardrobe and table were old, because of its age, it had a different kind of charm. Perhaps it was because the house and furniture were made of wood that there was always an indescribable wood fragrance in the house. It was very comfortable to smell. Overall, this house was a little too simple on the outside, but the other places were really not as bad as the little girl had imagined. After roughly understanding the internal structure of the house, the little girl could finally accept the fact that she would be staying here for a night. Therefore, she came to the living room under Aunt Zhang's call, then sat on a small stool and ate oranges. Chapter 213. Auntie Zhang's house did not have a TV on demand, nor did it have so many strange toys, so the little fellow lost interest after sitting for a while. She began to wander around. The little fellow wanted to go out and play, but when she stood at the threshold and looked at the large field outside the house, she curled her lips and stopped. She didn't dare to go. In Trump's words, it was her first time here, and she hadn't even warmed up the territory yet. Of course, she didn't dare to go anywhere. The little fellow put one hand on the door and the other hand flipped the corner of her clothes. That pitiful little look was somewhat like a resentful wife waiting for her husband to return from work. Qin Ruoying was helping Kai Shu Qin clean up the kitchen. When she came out and saw the little fellow's back, she immediately went to Qin Shi and gently touched him. Qin Shi certainly understood what she meant, so after a slight smile, he suddenly stepped forward and hugged the little fellow from behind. The little fellow exclaimed. When she turned around and saw that it was her father, she couldn't help but pout. Before she could speak, Qin Shi asked with a smile, "Nian Nian, Mom and Grandma are tidying up the house. Dad will take you out to play, okay?" Hearing this, the little fellow turned her head and glanced at the surrounding environment, then muttered in a low voice, "It's not fun here. Why is it not fun?" "It's just that you're still young and haven't seen those fun things. Let's go, Dad will take you to see it." After that, Qin Shi carried the little fellow and walked directly to the bamboo forest. It was noon now, and the sun was very bright, but once they entered the bamboo forest, there was still a chill in the air. This bamboo forest was quite old, and the branches and leaves were very lush, so much so that it blocked a lot of the sun, looking a little gloomy. Cold and wet places had always been unfavored by mammals, so the little fellow's first reaction was to want to leave. Qin Shi sensed her fear, so he patted her back, and then released a strand of Jin Yuan. Under the true essence, the little fellow immediately had a warm and comfortable feeling, which also gradually calmed her slightly trembling little body. The bamboo forest was not very big, and one could see the end of it at a glance. After Qin brought her into the bamboo forest, he placed the little fellow on the ground. Because very few people would come here, the fallen bamboo leaves had piled up layer after layer. Stepping on them would immediately make a rustling sound. Since the beginning of the new year, the sun had been shining continuously for several days. Therefore, when the little fellow stepped on the ground, the pile of withered leaves began to creak. This made her feel a little interested, so she stepped on it and started jumping around. Seeing that she was no longer afraid, Qin led her to a mother bamboo, then squatted down and said to her, "Nian Nian, Daddy will teach you how to dig winter bamboo shoots, okay?" Winter bamboo shoots. What is it? This is it. As Qin talked to her, he plucked a tree branch and started digging on the ground. He didn't even have to dig a few times before he dug out a yellowish object from the ground. This thing had a sharp head and a big butt. In terms of shape, it was somewhat similar to bao gu. It was wrapped in a thick shell. This was winter bamboo shoots. Winter bamboo shoots were also a characteristic product of the south. They were the most abundant in January and February every year. They had the reputation of golden clothes and white jade, the best among vegetables. Because they had not been unearthed yet, the winter bamboo shoots were tender and white like jade. It was the most common side dish at banquets when cooked with meat. For example, the famous hua xia bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Digging winter bamboo shoots was actually very simple. Tender bamboo would not grow bamboo shoots. The darker the color, the older the age. Generally, one should not choose too tender or too old. After selecting the bamboo, you can observe it from below. Whenever you see a slight bump in the ground or a loose crack, you can use your feet to lightly step on it. If the ground is not firm and has a soft feeling, it is a sign that there are bamboo shoots. Qin briefly explained to the little fellow, and then handed the tree branch to her. Digging bamboo shoots required a small hoe, but Qin could not find a hoe for the time being, so he could only secretly use his xinqi to loosen the soil for her when the little fellow was digging. Under the guidance of Qin, the little fellow chose a new bamboo and began to dig below. After digging a few times, she felt that the tree branch seemed to have touched something. Her eyes could not help but brighten, and she dug harder. Sure enough, when she dug around the hard thing and dug out the surrounding soil, a winter bamboo shoot buried in the soil finally appeared in front of her eyes. "Papa! I dug it out! I dug it out!" After the little fellow pulled the winter bamboo shoot out of the ground, she did not care about the mud on it, grabbed the winter bamboo shoot and waved it excitedly. But at this moment, an accident suddenly occurred. The little fellow held the winter bamboo shoot in front of Qin as if she was presenting a treasure. Just as Qin took the winter bamboo shoot with a smile and was about to put it away to make bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat for the little fellow later, the little fellow's eyes suddenly drifted to the low slope in front of the bamboo forest. Following which, she was so frightened that her hand started to tremble. Suddenly, she started to cry loudly. Qin hurriedly hugged the little fellow into his arms and comforted her, and then looked back with a livid face. There was a person behind them. Qin knew about the arrival of this person, but he thought that the other party was a villager here, so he did not pay attention to him. But he did not expect that after seeing this person, the little fellow was so scared that she burst into tears, a mistake. Because there was no divine sense, Qin could only perceive with his 5 senses. After hearing it, he did not look back. When he turned around, he finally understood why this person was able to scare the little girl to tears. It was a woman. An old woman whose specific age could not be determined. Her face was haggard, and her hair was silver. She looked like an ordinary old lady. But what was truly shocking was her attire. This old woman was wearing a brightly colored old-fashioned wedding robe. It was bright red, as dazzling as a young girl who was about to get married. The withered old woman was wearing a bright red wedding robe, and there was an indescribable strangeness about her. Chen Shi's expression turned cold. After picking up the little fellow from the ground, he gently pressed the little fellow's head into his arms. Then, Chen Shi's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the old woman. Chen Shi did not stand on ceremony. With one hand holding the crying little fellow, he directly slapped the old woman's head with the other. However, after Chen Shi's slap, the old woman did not dodge, as if she did not see it. Her gaze was dull, and she was probably either retarded or stupid. Chen Shi did not want to hurt her, but wanted to see her condition. As expected, she was just an ordinary old woman. The only difference was that she had lost her young soul. The little fellow's cries were very loud, and the moment she started crying, it had already alarmed Aunt Zhang in the room. Aunt Zhang quickly ran out of the room. When she came to the courtyard and looked at the bamboo forest, Chen Shi had already returned to his original spot with the little fellow, and looked at the old woman from afar. Chapter 2:14. Under Auntie Zhang's loud call, Chen Shi immediately carried the crying little girl back to Auntie Zhang's courtyard. Auntie Zhang first glared at Chen Shi rather angrily, then angrily took the little girl from Chen Shi's arms. "Look at you, why did you bring her around for no reason? Even the sun can't shine in that old forest. I grew up here and felt that that place was a bit gloomy, so I wouldn't go near there for no reason. It's not like you don't know that children are timid, are you really not afraid of scaring her?" Auntie Zhang grumbled while carefully comforting the little girl. This time, the little girl was really frightened by the old woman in the wedding robe. Lying in Auntie Zhang's arms, she cried bitterly and couldn't stop no matter how she comforted her. When Qin Ruoying and Kai Shu Qin heard the commotion, they also hurriedly came out of the house. Looking at their somewhat resentful gazes, Chen Shi could only helplessly shake his head. It was indeed his mistake. If he had turned back to look at the old woman earlier, he wouldn't have let the old woman appear in the little girl's line of sight at all. The little girl was frightened and couldn't stop crying for a long time. Seeing this, Chen Shi asked Auntie Zhang to hand the little girl to him, then carried the little girl back and forth in the courtyard. "Nian Nian, it's okay, that strange person has already run away. Daddy is still here, don't be afraid." It seemed that his comforting words worked. After about 2 minutes, the little girl who was still wailing just now actually fell asleep on his shoulder just like that. This made Auntie Zhang finally breathe a sigh of relief. She hurriedly shouted at Chen Shi to put the little girl on the bed, ready to let her have a good sleep first. In fact, the little girl didn't fall asleep on her own. In order to prevent this from leaving a psychological scar on her, Chen Shi had no choice but to cast a mind-loss spell on the little girl. This spell could make the little girl temporarily unconscious. When she woke up, she would forget what had just happened. Chen Shi carried the little girl back to the bed, covered her with a blanket, then turned and left the room. In the living room, Aunt Zhang was still brooding over the fact that Chen Shi ran around with the child, but when Chen Shi told her about the old woman in the wedding gown, Aunt Zhang immediately frowned and muttered thoughtfully, "Old woman in the wedding gown? Could it be that you have met Guifan?" Guifan? Sigh, no wonder Nian Nian was so scared. Looking at Chen Shi's puzzled expression, Auntie Zhang smiled helplessly, and then explained, "Guifan is about the same age as me. When I married and moved to Rong City, she had just gotten married. I haven't seen her for almost 30 years. When I came back for the new year this year, I heard that Guifan had gone crazy. She's been wearing her wedding dress all day long and wandering around the village, like a ghost. It's so scary, crazy. Why? I heard them say that last year, her son suddenly fell into the river and drowned. Guifan couldn't figure it out and drove herself crazy, last year?" "Yes, I heard it was last summer." After hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Chen Shi frowned and didn't say anything for a long time. The old woman in the wedding gown's real name was Zhao Guifan. Chen Shi had close contact with her before, so he knew that she wasn't simply crazy. She clearly looked like she had lost her young soul. The young soul was different from the yin soul. Losing the yin's soul would only cause the body to be weak and sickly, but if the yang's soul was lost, it would cause the yin energy to control the yang. It would cause the human heart to be dark and weak, and the 4 major diseases would come to an end. The dark heart mentioned above referred to people becoming stupid and foolish, just like what Zhao Guifan had just shown. Losing the yang's soul meant that one wouldn't live long. Zhao Guifan was only a few years younger than Aunt Zhang. If she was born without a soul, and it was the extremely important yang soul, then she obviously wouldn't have been able to live to such an old age. Without a doubt, Zhao Guifan's sudden madness was definitely not because of her son's death, but because she had lost her yang soul. A perfectly fine person wouldn't lose her yang soul for no reason. Then, he thought of Aunt Zhang's sudden and inexplicable faint a few days ago. Chen Shi's expression immediately darkened. This place was really a little strange. The absent-minded curse wasn't as gentle as the meditation curse. This also caused the little fellow to sleep for a long time. When she woke up, she would have to go tomorrow. The countryside wasn't like the city. There were no street lights or billboards here. As soon as the sun set, the entire village would be completely swallowed by the curtain of night. Why did the supernatural phenomenon in the countryside continue? Wasn't it because there were too few entertainment activities in the past? At night, everyone would either wash up and go to sleep, or close the door to make little people to play. It was indeed much better than before. Every household had a TV, and everyone had a 4G phone, so after dark, everyone could watch TV and play with their phones before going to sleep. Perhaps it was because they had returned to the countryside. Aunt Zhang's family rested very early. However, at 9:30 p.m., they all washed up and went to sleep. After the lights in the room were turned off, the outside of the house was suddenly pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers. It wasn't spring yet, when everything was recovering. Without the chirping of birds and insects, it was particularly quiet outside the house. Lying on the bed, if one closed their eyes and listened carefully, they could even vaguely hear the sound of flowing water below the valley. Qin Ruoying sat cross-legged on the bed and silently cultivated, while Chen Shi kept looking in the direction of the window. Suddenly, Chen Shi sat up from the bed. His movement also alarmed Qin Ruoying. Qin Ruoying was about to speak, but Chen Shi had already gently touched the back of her hand, and then whispered, "This place is strange. It shouldn't be a coincidence that Aunt Zhang fell ill before. I'll go out and have a look. I'll be back in a while." Okay. Then, Chen Shi got up and quietly left the room. After setting up a restriction to surround the house, Chen Shi flew directly into the sky and carefully looked at the village in front of him from a high place. The spiritual aura was still recovering, and the spiritual aura of heaven and earth here had become very rich. But other than that, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Chen Shi carefully observed every building in the village, trying to find out what was wrong with it. But at this moment, Chen Shi suddenly found that there seemed to be a figure moving on the path up the mountain. There were only 2 main roads in the village, one going up the mountain and the other going down the river. The moonlight tonight was very weak. Although it wasn't 10 o'clock in the evening, the road was already dark and he couldn't see anything at all. The person walked on the path without a flashlight or a lantern. He just moved forward in the dark, as if he wasn't afraid that he would fall down. If it weren't for Chen Shi's eyesight that was far better than ordinary people's, he probably wouldn't have been able to find this sneaky person. So, he held his breath and flew above the person's head, wanting to see what this person wanted to do sneaking up the mountain in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. However, when Chen Shi got closer, he suddenly found that. Chapter 2:15. People who had never been to the countryside might not be able to understand that feeling. That kind of darkness was just like what Qian Zhongshu described in the siege. The night was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. In this kind of night, even ghosts would have to touch their noses and turn around. A cat would hate itself for not being able to use its mustache as an insect's feeler. In the late winter night, the mountain wind whistled. The withered grass and bare branches made a strange creaking sound. The surroundings were pitch black and it was almost impossible to see anything clearly. The tree branches were constantly swaying in the mountain wind. Under the faint moonlight, the shadows of the trees on the mountain walls were like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wailing and howling as they demanded the lives of passers-by. Zhao Guifan, this crazy woman, was wearing a wedding robe and wandering on the mountain road in the middle of the night. If someone were to pass by and shine a flashlight on her body, not to mention the little guy, even a strong-willed adult would be scared to the point of insanity by Zhao Guifan. She carefully observed the surroundings, but there were no traces of spiritual energy fluctuations in the surroundings. This meant that Zhao Guifan wasn't being cast by someone, but she wandered here in the middle of the night for no reason. A crazy person's brain circuit really couldn't be understood with common sense. She was very interested in Zhao Guifan's situation, so he quietly floated in the air. He wanted to see where Zhao Guifan was not sleeping in the middle of the night and where she was going. There was an abandoned coal mine on the mountain next to Tongjiegu. The winding mud road up the mountain was built by the coal mine owner a few years ago for mining. It was big enough for a large truck to drive normally. The coal mine had been abandoned for many years, and the mud road had been eroded out of shape by the wind and rain. It was very difficult to walk on. Fortunately, it hadn't rained these few days. Otherwise, not to mention Zhao Guifan, this crazy woman, even normal villagers would have fallen countless times on the mountain. Zhao Guifan's steps were very slow, so she also walked very steadily. Like a snail, she slowly moved up the mountain along the mud road. Fortunately, the person watching her was Qin Shi. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to stand the boring wait and would have directly returned to the house to sleep. Zhao Guifan left at 10 in the evening and walked for nearly 4 hours. At around 2 in the morning, she finally arrived at the abandoned coal mine on the mountain. This was a small coal mine. It was different from the underground coal mines shown in the blind shaft. There was no elevator here. Instead, a hole was drilled into the mountain wall. Then, one would follow the hole and push forward. This was the so-called adit mine. Compared to the development of inclined wells and vertical wells, adit development was the simplest in terms of technology, the cheapest in terms of economy, and also the safest development method. However, this mining method was only suitable for mountainous areas, so it was usually only found in small coal mines in the southwest. The passageway of the mine was a circular arch. It was dark inside the cave, and the weak moonlight couldn't shine in at all. No one knew what Zhao Guifan was thinking. After arriving at the mine, she actually swaggered directly into the mine. It was true that the reckless were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. Wasn't this crazy woman the one who didn't care about her life? Not to mention that it was still early in the morning, even if it was noon, when the sun was at its brightest, not many people would dare to enter this abandoned mine. Zhao Guifan had already gone crazy. A lunatic who didn't sleep in the middle of the night and went up the mountain in the dark into this abandoned mine. Thinking about it, it was also a very strange thing. Qin Shi made up his mind today to get to the bottom of this matter, so after seeing Zhao Guifan enter the cave, he also flew into the dark cave entrance. As soon as they entered the cave, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. There was no light in the cave at all. As soon as Zhao Guifan entered the cave, her figure completely disappeared in the darkness. Qin Shi snapped his fingers, and a fluorescent green light ball flew out from his fingertips. The light ball flew to Zhao Guifan's head, illuminating the road ahead for her. In this regard, Zhao Guifan didn't have any reaction. She just continued to walk forward. There were sidewalks on both sides of the adit mine, and in the middle was the mine cart track. Zhao Guifan walked all the way along the track. After walking for about 10 minutes, a fork suddenly appeared in front of her. One to the left, the other to the right. However, Zhao Guifan didn't stop at all. She turned and walked directly into the fork on the right. Therefore, it could be seen that this crazy woman obviously came here often before, so she was very familiar with this place. After walking for about 40 minutes, Zhao Guifan finally came to the end. She stood at the end of the passage for a while, and then a smile suddenly appeared on her withered old face. As if she saw something, Zhao Guifan quickly went up to greet her. "Son, mother is here to see you," Zhao Guifan said, while squatting in front of the plant at the end of the mine. This was a very strange scene. The mine was an extremely damp and gloomy place that didn't see the sun all day long, but a plant actually appeared. The plant's stem was upright, and the plant was tall, about 1 meter tall. Its appearance was very similar to a reed, but the color was completely different. Reeds were also called reeds. The so-called reeds were green, and the white dew was frost. Reeds were green in spring, but in autumn, they would wither and turn yellow. It was the end of winter and the beginning of spring, and most of the plants outside were still in a withered state. But this reed-like plant that grew in the deepest part of the mine was bright red. It was bright red, and in terms of the degree of beauty, it was even more beautiful than the sea of poppy flowers. This was a very strange scene. A crazy woman in a wedding robe, at this moment, was like a kind mother, squatting on the ground and rubbing her cheek against the red reed. The reed leaves gently brushed against her face, but she was like her son's hand caressing her cheek, very warm and comfortable. Chen Shi silently stood behind Zhao Guifan. When he saw this plant for the first time, he already understood why Zhao Guifan had gone crazy. Her madness was because of this plant in front of him. Although this plant looked very similar to a reed, it was not a reed at all, but a harmful plant called bloodthorn by immortal cultivators. Bloodthorn was not a very common plant in the heavenly jade world. The reason it was called bloodthorn was because this plant was bright red, and it could emit a special fragrance to attract prey to come close. Once the prey came close, their soul would be taken, and they would willingly let it suck their blood. It was strange enough that a plant that only existed in the heavenly jade world appeared on earth, but what made Chen Shi feel even more strange was, bloodthorn was a clump of plants, and as long as it grew, it would definitely grow in patches, like reeds forming a reed marsh. But there was only one bloodthorn in front of him, and it grew in such a remote and gloomy abandoned mine. Chapter 216. At the end of the dark and damp abandoned passageway, Zhao Guifan squatted beside the bloodthorn, constantly rubbing the bloodthorn's leaves with her cheeks. The tender and beautiful leaves suddenly formed a sharp contrast with Zhao Guifan's wrinkled, haggard and pale cheeks. If one looked carefully, they would find that the bloodthorn's leaves were like countless tiny tentacles, tightly attached to Zhao Guifan's cheeks. It was absorbing Zhao Guifan's blood essence through the leaves, but Zhao Guifan seemed to feel very comfortable. Looking at her affectionate attitude towards the bloodthorn, she would probably stay here for a while every night. It was no wonder that a crazy woman like Zhao Guifan could go up the mountain in the middle of the night without any obstructions. It turned out that she had come here too many times and was already familiar with the way. Zhao Guifan was a few years younger than Aunt Zhang, but now she looked like an 80 or 90-year-old woman, haggard and withered, like she was about to die. Fortunately, there was only one bloodthorn here, and not a clump. Otherwise, Zhao Guifan's soul would have been scattered, and she would have turned into a dried corpse lying in this secluded mine, growing mold and maggots. Although the bloodthorn was a harmful plant, it was different from the plants on earth. This was a magical plant that could affect the mind of its prey, and rely on devouring the prey's soul and blood essence to nourish itself. However, the bloodthorn's roots and leaves were not poisonous, and had great medicinal value, so it was often used as the main ingredient in medicine by immortal cultivators. Zhao Guifan had been eroded by the bloodthorn for a long time, and she was already half a step into the gates of hell. In her current situation, even Chen Shi couldn't do anything to save her. Death was only a matter of time. In fact, this crazy woman was quite pitiful. He didn't know what kind of sin she committed in her previous life. Not only did she lose her son at such an old age, but she herself was also turned into something neither human nor ghost by this bloodthorn. Her fate was really full of misfortune. Thinking of this, Chen-shi could not help but sigh deeply, and then gently waved his arm. A wave of vital energy suddenly wrapped around Zhao Guifan, pulling her back from the bloodthorn. However, just as Zhao Guifan was being pulled away by Chen-shi, the bloodthorn suddenly began to dance without any wind. Its leaves kept shaking like a person who was dancing, making a series of rustling sounds. Immediately after, an invisible spiritual attack suddenly erupted from Xueji's body. Animals and insects had intelligence, so why couldn't plants? Furthermore, this was no ordinary plant. Therefore, when it was interrupted by Chen-shi, this bloodthorn immediately became very manic. As its branches and leaves swayed, it directly attacked Chen-shi. In the heavenly jade domain, a large-scale bloodthorn sea would be classified as a forbidden area by cultivators, and no one would trespass. This was because in addition to causing hallucinations to trap prey, this plant could also directly launch a mental attack. An ant could not bite an elephant to death, but what if the ants became a disaster? The overwhelming number of ants swarmed forward. Not to mention the elephant, even the blue whale would be eaten up in an instant. Although there was only one bloodthorn here, it was still very aggressive. After discovering Chen-shi, it directly launched an invisible spiritual attack at Chen-shi. But it was a pity, it did not know who it had provoked today. Without seeing Chen-shi do anything, he just stared and the soil under the bloodthorn directly loosened and exploded. Then, Chen-shi gently waved at the bloodthorn. This bloodthorn was immediately uprooted by an invisible vital energy and flew directly into his hand. When the bloodthorn was planted on the ground, it was about a meter tall. After being uprooted, the roots below were at least 30 centimeters long. Its roots were similar to the roots of a reed, and there were many adventitious roots on it. When the bloodthorn was uprooted by Chen-shi, the adventitious roots on its roots suddenly twisted crazily like earthworms, which looked very disgusting. The bloodthorn lived by devouring souls and blood essence. After being used as medicine, it would naturally be very beneficial to the soul and blood essence of immortal cultivators. Wasn't this the main ingredient that Chen-shi lacked now? The bloodthorn kept twisting in Chen-shi's hand, and at the same time, it kept trying to send out spiritual attacks to disturb Chen-shi's thoughts. Chen-shi found it long-winded, so he directly grabbed its stem with both hands. Following a soft "caw" sound, Yizichen's eyes lit up. This bloodthorn was directly broken into two by him. The world was finally quiet. Because Zhao Guifan was directly pulled back by Chen-shi, she was now unconscious. After Chen-shi cast a meditation spell on her, he used vital energy to support her and then walked back along the original path. When Chen-shi came to the fork again, he suddenly stopped. The mine was very quiet. There were usually bats in the cave, but it was winter now. Although bats were warm-blooded animals, they also needed to hibernate. So this abandoned mine was very quiet, and only the faint sound of water dripping could be heard. Chen-shi stood at the fork and paused for a moment. When he stepped out again, he did not walk towards the cave entrance, but went to the left tunnel that he did not go to just now. This abandoned mine was a little interesting. It actually grew a bloodthorn that only existed in the heavenly jade domain. Since he was already here, he naturally had to explore the inside and outside of the mine tonight to see if there was anything rare in here. Chen-shi walked along the left tunnel. Zhao Guifan was being guided by his vital energy, lying flat and floating behind him. Plus, there was the fluorescent green light above Chen-shi's head. If this scene was seen by others, it would not be as simple as causing them to lose their minds, they would directly be scared to death. The mine tunnel on the left was obviously the main tunnel. After Chen-shi walked for a while, the mine tunnel suddenly changed from one track to two, and the width on both sides obviously increased by a lot. This should be the main mining area. Along the way, there were many forks in the road, but She didn't hesitate at all. She didn't even look at those forks, and just went straight down the main road. He had already discovered the abnormality here. In the depths of this abandoned mine, there was a paradise with abundant spirit energy. The spirit energy here was even richer than in the Qinling Mountains. It was probably because this place happened to be in the position of the dragon vein of this mountain, so after the spirit energy recovered, this place directly became a paradise. She walked along the main tunnel for about 10 minutes before he finally stopped. Because a huge cave suddenly appeared in front of him. This cave was like a flask. The passage she was in was the narrow mouth of the flask, and the inside of the cave was the belly of the flask. She walked into the cave, and the surrounding terrain suddenly opened up. This cave was about 4 or 5 meters high, and the actual area was about the size of a basketball court. It was not too big, but it looked very strange. Obviously, the miners would not be so bored as to dig such a strange cave in the coal mine. Chapter 217. She quietly stood at the entrance of the cave. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the top of the cave. He seemed to have seen something, but because the surrounding light was too dim, he gently snapped his fingers. Under the surge of true essence, the ball of fluorescent green light suspended in mid-air suddenly flew to the center of the cave, and then became brighter and brighter. Then, the ball of light directly turned from green to white, and constantly bloomed with dazzling light. The ball of light emitted a strong light like the summer sun, and instantly lit up every corner of the cave. In an instant, the light was as bright as day, and the fine details could be seen clearly. With the light source, She directly walked into the cave with Zhao Guifan. At this time, he raised his head again and looked at the top of the cave. There were actually 3 people hanging above the cave. He saw that in the center of the cave, about 3 meters above the ground, a wooden beam was placed on the wall at both ends of the cave. And on this beam, there were 3 people in red wedding robes hanging in order. The 3 of them had their heads down, and their faces were facing down. Their hair was messy, and their long hair hung down naturally, covering their faces. Therefore, it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, and even whether they were dead or alive. They were hung on the beam with their heads down, and their appearance was somewhat similar to the cured meat that was hung outside the balcony in winter, one after another, and arranged very neatly. What was even more strange was that these people's feet were tied with thick ropes, and there was a medium-sized weight hanging on their feet. The weight was tied with a thin rope, and it hung on their feet, naturally hanging to the ground. And below the weight, there was a wooden basin filled with clear water. In addition, around the wooden basin, there were 3 small incense burners, and they were in a tripartite formation, surrounding the basin in the middle. Each of the small incense burners had a red incense candle inserted into it. The incense candles were already lit, and a light breeze blew, and the candle flame was constantly dancing with the breeze. In the deepest part of the abandoned coal mine, such a strange scene actually appeared, and it was really a bit shocking. She silently sized up the layout of the cave, then put Zhao Guifan down on the sidewalk outside the cave, and slowly walked into the depths of the cave. The beam was made of wood, the weight was made of gold, the clear water was made of water, the candle was made of fire, and the surrounding area was made of earth. Since it was an arrangement of the 5 elements, he could calculate the time. This year was the year of Wushu, the 2nd month of the lunar year was the 1st month of the lunar year, and the 8th day of the lunar year was the 1st day of the lunar year. Wushu is yang, Jian is yang, Bingshu is yang. Yang year, yang month, yang day. Once the sun rose, it would be 1/4 noon, which was also the legendary time of the sun. It was clearly a sunny day, but she found such a sinister and evil arrangement in this gloomy and abandoned mine. Now that was interesting. She swaggered into the depths of the cave. At this moment, the person who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground slowly opened his eyes when he heard his footsteps. Yes, there was a person in the cave. That person was sitting cross-legged on the futon below the three people in red. He was about 40 years old, wearing a black robe, with a cold face, and a bun on the top of his head. This dressing was somewhat like a priest in a Taoist temple. He didn't open his eyes when Qin-Shi lit up the cave. Until Qin-Shi walked directly into the cave without even saying hello, the person finally couldn't help but open his eyes. After opening his eyes, he first looked up at the light ball suspended above the cave, then looked at Qin-Shi and asked, "Mister, why are you here so late at night?" Hearing this, Qin-Shi asked with interest, "Are you an alchemist?" "No, I'm a warlock." "Warlock?" Seeing Qin-Shi's puzzled look, the person couldn't help but look at him a few more times, then asked curiously, "You don't know about warlocks?" "I really don't know. I wonder if Mister can explain it to me." Alchemist, warlock, and sorcerer. Since Qin Shi Huang killed the alchemists, the theory of yin and yang disasters arose in Western Han. Because of the different ideas, the sorcerer was divided into two factions, alchemist and warlock. I'm the successor of the warlock. Alchemist. Warlock. Qin-Shi pondered for a moment, then asked again, "What's the difference between the two?" However, when the person heard Qin-Shi's question, it was as if he had heard a joke. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. In terms of origin, there's no difference between the two. The reason why there are two different factions, alchemist and warlock, is just because those hypocrites insist on the distinction between good and evil. What is good? What is evil? Alchemists are good, warlocks are evil. This is the difference between alchemists and warlocks. Hearing this, Qin-Shi couldn't help but glance at the layout of the cave. His heart suddenly had the most intuitive understanding of the warlock. Even cultivation had to use such evil methods. No wonder the world said that warlocks were evil. This really wasn't slandering them. "Thank you, mister, for your explanation, but I still have a question to ask." "Please ask." It was just the first time they met, but the two of them were like old friends, asking and answering questions. It was really a bit magical. "I want to ask, why did Mister arrange this?" Qin-Shi said while pointing at the three red-clothed people hanging on the beam. Hearing this, that person glanced at the blood-thorn grass in Qin-Shi's hand with deep meaning. Then, he suddenly laughed out loud. He seemed to be very proud of his masterpiece. After raising his head to look at the three red-clothed people above him, that person proudly introduced to Qin-Shi, "This is a cultivation method that I have spent several decades of effort to create. I have combined many inheritances in the world and went through untold hardships to create. I have named it, 5-element soul refining technique. The red-clothed soul locks, the weight drops the soul, 1 foot above the ground, the soul can't escape with the earth, so the soul stays. The soul guide needle opens the Niwen palace, leads the soul out of the body, hangs on the beam, and hooks the soul with wood. The water and fire array is placed below the feet, the water melts the soul, the fire tempers the soul, so it can remove the impurities of the soul. 1 out of 10, only one part of the essence will be drawn into the body. After the essence enters the body, you must immediately enter a meditative state, using the essence as a guide to circulate 36 small cycles. When the essence is exhausted, you will circulate 18 large cycles. The external essence will guide your own essence. After completing the cycle, you will not leave each other, touching the heavenly acupoints to open the jade door. If the jade door is opened, it means that you have successfully condensed your essence, and you have stepped onto the path of immortality. After the man explained the layout of the cave, he looked at Qin-Shi with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "I've been thinking about this set of techniques for many years, but I haven't been able to perfect it. Until last year, when I accidentally found this mysterious plant, I finally understood the crux of it, and perfected this 5-element soul refining technique." As he spoke, he pointed at the blood thorn in Qin-Shi's hand. The expression on his face became playful. However, Qin-Shi didn't have the self-awareness of a thief. He picked up the blood thorn and casually glanced at it, then nodded and smiled. "Although this blood thorn can steal souls, it is only a plant. I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend the truth of cultivation from it. It is truly admirable. Zhang Sanfeng is probably not much better than this. Qin Shi wasn't lying. This person was born on a planet like Earth, but he was able to rely on his own exploration to find the threshold of cultivation. If this kind of talent was placed in the heavenly jade world, there was no way to imagine what he would achieve now. Chapter 2:18. Immortals believe in it, but not in it. Go has no golden bones, not listed on the pill platform. Disciples pass on the fasting method, pill burning scripture. Only asking for hard work, in 100 years you will not succeed. Sad dream of immortals, a dream that misleads a lifetime. Sad dream of immortals, a dream that misleads a lifetime. Compared to the Song of Everlasting Regret, Bai Ji's dream of immortals was not very famous. The whole poem was about a person who dreamed that he ascended on a white crane and met the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor said that he had the talent to cultivate immortality, so he abandoned his wife and daughter and hid in the mountains for decades. However, he failed to become an immortal and wasted his life. Wasn't the person standing in front of Qin Shi the real-life dream of immortals? If the jade door opened, it meant that he had successfully condensed his qi and stepped into the path of immortality. This person actually managed to find the right direction by relying on his own groping. Such talent and aptitude really made people exclaim in admiration. But unfortunately, when one's strength was limited, one could only do one's best and wait for destiny. Now that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had recovered and was so abundant, by refining the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, one could gradually accumulate true essence and then use it to break through the jade door. Once this door opened, one could naturally step into the early stage of qi refinement. Although he had found the right direction, his cultivation method was wrong, which led him to go astray and create this extremely evil 5-element soul refining technique. Just like the great star-sucking technique, it seemed to allow one's cultivation to progress rapidly, but in reality, it was not far from qi deviation. Therefore, Qin Shi asked seriously, "May I know your name, sir?" Hearing this, the person laughed and said, "My surname is Sun, and my name is Wen. I am of the lineage of the virtuous master, and have a history of nearly 2,000 years. Mr. Sun, you said that if the jade door opened, one would step into the path of immortality. Is this the so-called immortal secret technique?" After saying this, Qin Shi pointed at the strange layout in the cave. He had a half-smile on his face. It looked like he was asking for guidance, but in fact, he was questioning. As expected, when Sun Wen heard Qin Shi's question, his expression suddenly froze. But then, he suddenly laughed even louder than before. "Fellow Taoist, that's a good question. This old man has been searching for the Tao of immortality for more than 60 years. It was only a few years ago that I finally figured it out. Actually, there are no immortals in this world." "No immortals? Then why did you say you stepped onto the immortal Tao?" "Everyone says that one can ascend to immortality as soon as the heavenly gate is opened." "Then I would like to ask, in the past 100 years, has anyone ascended to immortality? Successfully flew into the gate of heaven? I'm afraid they haven't even seen the shadow of the heavenly gate. They worship ancient books all day long as if they're their ancestors. Can they become immortals just like that?" Hearing this, Qin Shi looked at Sun Wen thoughtfully and didn't say anything. When Sun Wen saw his expression, he immediately smiled proudly and said, "In fact, as far as this old man knows, this celestial being is not the end, but the starting point." As soon as these words were spoken, they resounded throughout the cave like the sound of metal being thrown to the ground. The celestial being was not the end, but the starting point. In a sense, this statement was not wrong. The celestial being was almost above the foundation establishment stage and below the Jindan stage. They who had yet to condense a golden core could only be regarded as low-level cultivators. They had not touched the threshold of the immortal Tao at all. At this point, Sun Wen suddenly let out a burst of strange laughter as if he was mocking something. He said with a look of disdain, "Those people keep talking about Elysium all day long and count on Elysium for everything. They're completely putting the cart before the horse. The path of flowers has never been swept by a destined guest, but the gate of heaven has been opened for you from now on. It's not that one can only ascend to immortality after opening the gate of heaven, but that the gate of heaven will only be opened for you when one's cultivation has succeeded." Very insightful. Chen Shi nodded sincerely, expressing his agreement with Sun Wen's words. Sun Wen's point of view was completely different from the village's point of view. Clearly, there was still a lot of debate about the legend of the gate of heaven in this world. Chen Shi didn't say anything. After Sun Wen finished his last sentence, he suddenly closed his mouth and looked at him with a faint smile. The cave was strangely quiet. A gust of cold wind came from nowhere. When the wind blew, the three red-clothed people hanging on the beams suddenly started to sway. It looked like three red-clothed female ghosts were dancing in the cave. Chen Shi held the bloodthorn grass and stood casually not far from the cave entrance. Sun Wen looked at the bold young man in front of him with a half-smile. After a moment of silence, Chen Shi finally broke the silence. "I have another question to ask." "Please speak." "Sir, why are you telling me these things?" Hearing this, Sun Wen suddenly laughed and said, "This old man has been in seclusion for a long time, and it's been many years since I've chatted with someone like today." Speaking of this, Sun Wen's expression changed, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He said coldly, "You and I can be considered to be fated, but unfortunately, in addition to trespassing on my cave residence today, you also destroyed the immortal grass that I have painstakingly cultivated for many years. I'm afraid you can only pay for this with your life." Why would he say so much to a young man he didn't know? Wasn't it because he had created a peerless cultivation method, but there was no way to publicize it? Only the dead could keep a secret. Therefore, from the moment Chen Shi stepped into the cave, Sun Wen had no intention of letting him leave alive. Seeing this, Chen Shi couldn't help but sigh deeply and said, "Sir, you have great talent, but it's a pity that you've gone astray." "What a pity." With that, he held the blood-thorn grass with his right hand and raised his left hand, making an inviting gesture to Sun Wen. Seeing this, Sun Wen's face turned cold, and he couldn't figure out this young man's background. This was obviously his immortal's cave, yet this young man had such a confident appearance. Could it be that he had some backing? Thinking of this, Sun Wen frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Me." Chen Shi smiled, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind, so he said to Sun Wen, "Wu Lian, Special Affairs Department." Special Affairs Department, Special Affairs Department Office. Compared to the Emergency Department, the Special Affairs Department was the real main department of the Wu Lian. Obviously, Sun Wen wasn't really cut off from the world, so when he heard Chen Shi say the word Special Affairs Department, his face instantly darkened, and he immediately rushed towards Chen Shi. In the eyes of Hua Xiao's cultivators, the word Wu Lian was a very unlucky existence. This organization was part of the country's power, and once Sun Wen's secret was discovered by the Wu Lian, it would be no different from being stuck with dog skin plaster. Unless he left Hua Xiao, what awaited him would be the Wu Lian's endless pursuit. After dealing with this young man, he would have to find another place to cultivate in seclusion. Sun Wen was slightly different from great-granduncle. Great-granduncle was a martial artist, from the outside to the inside. Sun Wen was a sorcerer, from the inside to the outside. Therefore, their fighting styles were very different. When Sun Wen rushed towards Chen Shi, he suddenly waved his right hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and fiercely clawed at Chen Shi. A black shadow suddenly flew out from his hand. Then, the black shadow seemed to have turned into a malicious spirit, its face contorted as it screamed. The ghost didn't make any sound, but at this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing howl suddenly rang in Chen Shi's mind. The sound was like the sound of 2 pieces of foam rubbing against each other. It was exceptionally harsh and unpleasant to the ear, and could instantly cause goosebumps to rise on anyone who heard it. Using a killing move right from the start, Sunwon really wasn't prepared to let this young man leave alive today. Yellow Sky Path of Spirits. Samsara Impermanence. The first of every month, the routine of asking for monthly votes. Chapter 219. Sunwon's claw was very similar to the Nine White Bone Claw. As he waved his claw, a ghost shadow suddenly appeared in the air and went straight for Qin. Looking at the way the ghost was moving, it was obvious that this move must be a combination of internal and external attacks. Not only could it hurt the enemy's body physically, but it could also affect the enemy's soul spiritually. It was extremely evil. The malicious ghosts kept howling, and invisible sound waves came one after another. Qin was not affected at all. He stood in place with a smile, and his heart was constantly trying to figure out Sunwon's cultivation method. When the black shadow was about to pounce on him, Qin finally made a move. He raised his left hand and pointed a finger at it. That black shadow was like a shadow that had seen the sun. It screamed miserably and disappeared in midair. Sunwon could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent today. After Sunwon called himself a virtuous teacher, he was actually the successor of Zhang Jiao. As a top-notch necromancer after Su Fu, Zhang Jiao had attained a peerless cultivation base with the art of peace and peace that he had obtained from an unknown source. Because of that, he was honored as a great teacher. The impermanence of samsara came from the typing essential technique, and it was an upgraded version that Sunwon improved with the 5-element soul refining technique. He did not expect that Qin could easily break it with one finger. How could Sunwon not be surprised? How was this a young man? He was clearly an old monster who had a technique to retain his youthful appearance. In fact, Sunwon was not a middle-aged man. He was born during the Daoguang era of the Qing dynasty and was already more than 180 years old. Sunwon's talent was indeed far superior to ordinary people. As the only remaining successor of the Taiping path, he had already stepped into the soul conduit realm in his 40s under the guidance of his master. He was known as the Taiping Heavenly Master. After becoming a Heavenly Master, Sunwon was not willing to be mediocre. Instead, he began to travel around to find a way to go further. Sunwon was different from great-granduncle. He did not believe that the heavenly gate could allow people to ascend. Therefore, he had never counted on the heavenly gate. Instead, he had been quietly cultivating. He practiced diligently all day long, which made his cultivation far superior to great-granduncle. In fact, Sunwon was only one step away from being able to form the 3 flowers and truly step into the golden core realm. With the revival of the spirit qi of heaven and earth, Sunwon had also found a way to cultivate qi. Perhaps if he was given enough time, Sunwon would be able to carve out a path of his own. Regardless of whether it was good or evil, as long as he could continue down this path, then it was the right path. Unfortunately, Sunwon met Qin today. He was like a walking steel plate in this world, therefore, when Sunwon saw that his move was easily broken by Qin, he immediately stopped and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" "I've already told you. It's the Wu Lian Special Affairs Department." Sunwon was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Therefore, he coldly shouted in anger, pretending to be mysterious. "Since that's the case, I'll capture you first and then slowly interrogate you." After he finished speaking, Sunwon's black robes began to flutter even though there was no wind. A strong storm suddenly blew in the cave. 2 long dragons of murderous aura rolled out from Sunwon's sleeves like tornadoes in the desert, roaring as they rushed towards Qin. These 2 tornadoes were actually formed by Sunwon's magical power. In the process of rushing towards Qin, the 2 tornadoes even intertwined with each other, turning into a sharp, cone-shaped cyclone. The cyclone spun rapidly like a sharp knife. Like a high-speed drill, when the cyclone rushed towards Qin, it also tore a vacuum in the air. This move was monstrous, but when Chen Shi saw it, he shook his head in disappointment. Compared to the improved version of the Samsara Impermanence, this move did not have any special features. It looked powerful, but in fact, it was the simplest way to use vital essence. It was just using brute force to break through all techniques. This was also a method that Chen Shi often used. Perhaps he wanted to force Sun Wen to take out his trump card. So when the cyclone rushed towards him, Chen Shi raised his left hand, like fishing in the water. He directly reached into the center of the cyclone, and then, he squeezed hard. This fierce cyclone was like a poisonous snake that was pinched by him. After struggling helplessly for a while, it turned into countless bursts of energy and dissipated. The chi that scattered in all directions hit the rock walls of the cave, and like a machine gun, countless stones fell from the rock walls with a crackling sound. The rubble fell to the ground, and a rustling sound was heard. Under Sun Wen's incredulous gaze, Chen Shi calmly raised an index finger, then smiled slightly. "You still have one last chance to make a move, don't let me down." Hearing this, Sun Wen could not help but widen his eyes, the hair on his body stood up, and the expression on his face was like he had seen a ghost. It was no wonder he was afraid. The move just now was Sun Wen's own killing move. In terms of lethality, it was a bit stronger than the Samsara Impermanence. It was not that he was boasting, but as long as this move was used, even a great master in the gang state would be instantly turned into minced meat. But after Chen Shi put her hand in, she acted as if nothing had happened. Sun Wen couldn't help but have some thoughts of retreating. Who was this young man? Did he come here specifically for him? Because he could not figure out Chen Shi's background, the expression on Sun Wen's face became more and more dignified. When he saw that Chen Shi was still as calm as before, Sun Wen had to seriously consider Chen Shi's words. Last chance to make a move. Thinking of this, Sun Wen could not help but look at Chen Shi, as if he wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a moment, he just sighed deeply, and the expression on his face became quite complicated. Today was the Yang year, the Yang month, and the Yang day. It was the rare time of the highest Yang. The depths of the abandoned mine had become quite yin due to the lack of sunlight all day long. In addition to Sun Wen's arrangement, this place was now a place of extreme yin and extreme evil. Extreme Yang time, extreme yin place. Extreme yin and extreme Yang. He wanted to use this arrangement to help him break through to the celestial being realm, but he did not expect this arrangement to become his killing move in the end. Thinking of this, Sun Wen could not help but clench his teeth. He suddenly put his hands together in front of his chest and directly made various seals. As he kept making seals, a yin and yang formation slowly condensed and formed in front of his chest. Seeing this, Chen Shi was not anxious at all. He was now like a cat teasing a mouse. Because this was the first time Chen Shi came into contact with a necromancer, he wanted to thoroughly understand the cultivation system of the necromancer lineage. He only gave Sun Wen 3 chances to make a move. This was already the 3rd time. Sun Wen was a smart person, so naturally, he would not waste this opportunity. Therefore, when he began to focus and gather qi, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity suddenly shook violently. Sure enough, Sun Wen had comprehended the truth of heaven and earth and began to try to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cooperate with his casting. Probably because it was his first time using this move, Sun Wen took a long time to prepare. Chen Shi waited quietly. His curiosity was completely piqued by Sun Wen. He wanted to see what kind of amazing move a cultivation genius like Sun Wen would create. Because Earth was different from heavenly spiral, perhaps he could learn something from it. Chen Shi was looking forward to it. And Sun Wen did not disappoint him. When the yin and yang formation condensed in front of Sun Wen's chest, it immediately turned into a black and white yin and yang fish. Then, it began to slowly spin and flow. The yin and yang fish spun faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the 2 yin and yang fish seemed to have completely merged into one, turning into a hazy gray that represented chaos. Black and white blended and returned to chaos. At this moment, Sun Wen suddenly let out a roar. Immediately after, blood began to ooze out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Bleeding from all orifices. Seeing this, Chen Shi could not help but be stunned for a moment before he suddenly came back to his senses. Sun Wen was burning his blood essence. As expected. When Sun Wen began to burn his blood essence, the aura on his body suddenly rose and exploded. The yin and yang fish in front of his chest also completely turned into a gray ball of light because of the rapid rotation. Sun Wen let out another roar. His sleeves bulged like a dragon, and then he suddenly pushed the light ball outward. Then, the gray light ball suddenly carried an indescribable aura and directly pressed toward Qin Shi. Yin-Yang Calamity Mountain River Seal. Destroy. Chapter 220. Tai Chi gave birth to Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. Tai Chi was the fusion of vitality before heaven and earth were separated. It was the beginning and the unity of the universe. Simply put, Tai Chi represented chaos and Yin and Yang. The 4 divisions were the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, and fire represented north, south, east, and west respectively. Earth was in the center of the 4 divisions and did not exist in the cycle of the 4 divisions. Therefore, it was also called the central earth, representing heaven and earth. Only with heaven and earth would there be the 4 divisions. Without heaven and earth, there would naturally be no 4 divisions. Therefore, earth was the first of the 5 elements and the beginning of all things. The mountain and river seal belonged to the earth element. This was Sun Wen's strongest killing move. The moment the mountain and river seal was formed, Chen Shi could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but have a serious expression on his face. Sun Wen had actually seen through the 5 elements and reversed Yin and Yang from the 4 divisions. From this, he had touched the true essence of Tai Chi with his strength as a peak diviner. He had actually struck out an attack that was not inferior to the divine generals when he burned his essence blood. Just this move alone was enough for Sun Wen to surpass many cultivators in this world. Just as the black and white yin-yang fish turned into a gray ball of light due to the high-speed rotation, Sun Wen's face deteriorated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, in the blink of an eye, his hair and beard were all white. He looked like an old man with half a foot in the ground. His haggard and weak appearance was somewhat similar to Zhao Guifin, who had lost her young soul and had her blood sucked by the blood thorns all day long. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices and his face was rapidly aging. However, Sun Wen's eyes suddenly flashed with joy. After pushing the gray ball of light towards Chen Shi, he couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a long howl of excitement. Success! The gray ball of light was formed by Sun Wen's true essence and Dharma power. It contained his lifetime of cultivation. It was like a ball of smoke in a bubble. As it flew toward Qin Shi, the ball of light seemed to be constantly rolling and rising. In terms of appearance, there was nothing strange about it. However, in Qin Shi's opinion, this ball of light was not simple. Sun Wen did not disappoint him. Thus, Qin Shi couldn't help but laugh. Earth element. You've come at the right time. Watch me use my lightning technique to break your earth element technique. The 5 elements mutually reinforce and counteract each other. Zhen represented thunder, and Sun represented wind. Zhen and Sun belonged to wood, and would restrain earth. Thunder just so happened to restrain earth. After saying that, Qin Shi suddenly let go of the blood-thorn grass in his hand. Then, a blue light appeared in his hand out of thin air. In that instant, lightning appeared in the void, and thunder exploded. Qin Shi stood proudly with the thunderbolt in his hand. Since Sun Wen was not a celestial being, he would control his cultivation base to that of a celestial being. It was also a form of respect for him to deal with someone of the same level. Thunder versus Earth. 49 Forms of Heavenly Divination, Spell Chapter, Thunder Art of Delusion. Qin Shi was like a god descending, holding 2 thunderbolts in his hands. The blue lightning was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, constantly bubbling in Qin Shi's palm. When the gray ball of light flew towards him, Qin Shi opened his arms and fanned at the gray ball of light as if he was waving a banana fan. The thunderbolt and the gray ball collided in the air. In an instant, the aura energy shot out in all directions, and the surging true essence instantly set off an earth-shattering explosion in the cave. The abandoned mine that had long been dilapidated collapsed under the impact of the explosion, instantly turning into a pile of ruins. Ding! Qin Shi arrived at the 108 National Highway. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and opened it. It was a push message from Tencent News. #Earthquake News #February 24, 04, 17 a.m., a magnitude 3.2 earthquake occurred in the Xingxian area of Yuyu City. The tremor was not strong. The final result is based on the official report. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. After the Tangshan earthquake, 2 major earthquakes occurred in Huaxia in succession. This also meant that everyone began to pay more attention to news about earthquakes. It was estimated that the news of the earthquake in Yuqing would spread all over the country again tomorrow. After Qin Shi finished reading this news, he opened his contact list and found the name Qin Shueqing in the contact list. Then, he dialed the number. Although it was 4 in the morning, after the phone rang twice, Qin Shueqing directly picked up. Obviously, she was not sleeping, but cultivating. Hello. I just met a person. Sun Wen, do you know him? Sun Wen. I seem to have an impression of him, but I'm not very sure. Wait a moment, I'll check first. After saying that, Qin Shueqing directly hung up the phone, obviously to make a call to verify. His sister-in-law was really swift and decisive. Qin Shi held the phone and waited for about 5 minutes before she called back. I found him. Sun Wen, from the Way of Peace, celestial level. He was born in the Daoguang era of the Qing dynasty. The last time he appeared was 20 years ago. At this point, Qin Shueqing's tone could not help but be a little confused. She asked, "How did you meet such an old monster?" "Yeah, I don't know if I'm lucky or he's unlucky. Send someone here. He's a celestial after all. Capturing him for a vivisection seems to be a contribution to society, right?" After Qin Shi's voice fell, there was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time. Qin Shueqing thought that Qin Shi only met Sun Wen face to face, but now that she heard the meaning of his words, did this mean that he was going to capture Sun Wen alive? Capturing a celestial alive. Her sister-in-law was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. Then, she jumped out of bed slightly agitatedly and said quickly, "I'll bring someone over right away." "What's the address?" "I'll send you the location." "Okay." Qin Shi would not joke with her on this kind of issue, so Qin Shueqing did not have any doubts at all. After hanging up the phone, she left the side courtyard. The Wu Lian had been established for so many years, but they had never captured a celestial alive. Who knew how much credit this was? In fact, it was not that the Wu Lian could not capture a celestial. It was just that capturing a celestial required extremely careful arrangements, and it would even cause a lot of trouble. Right now, everything was about maintaining stability. Therefore, Wu Lian could only turn a blind eye to the existence of the celestials. As long as they did not go too far, the Wu Lian would not encircle and annihilate them. Qin Shi did not kill Sun Wen. Sun Wen was worthy of respect. After all, objectively speaking, if Sun Wen cultivated in the Tianyuan world for 500 years, perhaps his achievements would far surpass Qin Shi's. This was talent. Wasn't talent the most lacking in the 21st century? Although Sun Wen was not a good person, Chen Shi was not a judge after all. Handing him over to the Wu Lian and letting the Wu Lian deal with him was really a contribution to society. Chapter 221. The next day. Dawn had just broken when the villagers who had woken up early realized that there were many police cars in the village. Actually, the earthquake last night had awakened quite a number of people. However, Rain City had already experienced 2 major earthquakes, so a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake was no different from a scratch in everyone's eyes. Therefore, the villagers who had woken up early did not discuss the earthquake last night. Instead, they gathered at the entrance to the mountain and whispered to each other about the situation on the mountain. The path up the mountain had already been sealed off by the police. Once the villagers got close, they would be politely asked to leave by the police. According to Old Wang, who had woken up at 6:00 to feed the chickens, he had even seen an armored vehicle drive up the mountain with his own eyes. Old Wang was a person who liked to talk big all the time, so everyone snorted at his words. If an armored vehicle was here, why didn't he say that there were planes and tanks? In the end, Old Wang had a flash of inspiration. He pointed at the new tire marks on the ground and asked everyone to examine them. Only then did everyone reluctantly believe his words. There were many families in Tongjiago who were professional truck drivers. Therefore, they were very knowledgeable about tire marks. The tire marks on the yellow dirt road did not seem to be left behind by a truck. The police were standing guard and the army was going up the mountain, so what exactly happened on the mountain? Everyone was very puzzled, but no one would tell them. When the little fellow woke up, it was already 9:00 in the morning. She had slept very deeply. Even after waking up, she was still in a daze for a long time. Qin Ruoying fetched a basin of hot water and helped the little fellow wash up in the living room. The little fellow turned her head in a daze and looked at the courtyard outside the old house. Her memory was still stuck on the night when she watched the movie. The little fellow blinked her eyes and looked outside the house. Then, she raised her head and looked at the decorations in the room. When she realized that she was in a completely unfamiliar environment, a puzzled expression appeared on her little face. Qin Ruoying put away the wash basin and hung up the towel. Just as she was about to bring her to the kitchen for breakfast, the little thing suddenly changed her face like a master of Sichuan opera. Her little mouth suddenly pouted, and she burst into tears with a wah. Her parents had actually taken her to such an unfamiliar place while she was asleep. This was something that the little guy could not accept at all. Perhaps it was because she was scared, or perhaps it was because she had been wronged, but the little girl was crying so hard that people couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. Her crying alarmed everyone in the room. Auntie Zhang and Qin Shi were discussing the problem of making millet porridge in the kitchen. When they heard the commotion outside, they hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. When they came out, they just happened to see the little girl standing in the main hall with an aggrieved face and crying loudly. Qin Ruoying wanted to hug her, but she pushed her away with a pout. In the end, Auntie Zhang had to coax her. After telling her that this was her hometown, the little girl finally stopped crying. However, she was still unwilling to let Qin Shi and Qin Ruoying get close to her. Seeing this, the couple could only look at each other helplessly and smile. From the looks of it, they would have to coax her for a long time before she would forgive them. After breakfast, the family walked out of the house and prepared to see the situation outside. The army going up the mountain and the police standing guard was a big deal. Some of the villagers who liked to watch didn't even bother to eat their breakfast properly. They squatted by the roadside with a bowl of noodles and ate while going up the mountain. Xing County was not big, and there were only a few people in the County Public Security Bureau. These young men in police uniforms were very impressive, but in reality, they might be someone's nephew. The police were also people. Although they knew that they had to keep it a secret, they really couldn't stand the continuous questioning. Thus, some of the ignorant youngsters secretly revealed some of the things that had happened on the mountain. It was said that the abandoned coal mine on the mountain was the source of the earthquake. After the earthquake, the Geological Survey Bureau found a rare mineral underneath. This kind of mineral was very rare in the world. It was said that it could be used to make an atomic bomb. Therefore, when Shangjing received the news, they immediately asked the County Public Security Bureau to cooperate with the armed police to guard the mine. The experts from Shangjing also flew over that night and were now exploring the mine. When did the people in the small mountain village hear such a mysterious story? Therefore, the whole village, men and women, old and young, gathered in front of the small road up the mountain. They all wanted to see what the mineral that could be used to make an atomic bomb looked like. If they could see the mineral with their own eyes, then they could boast to others in the future that the material to make an atomic bomb was dug out from their village. Qin stood outside the crowd with the wronged little girl in his arms. After hearing the simple explanation of the situation, he was slightly speechless and laughed. Wu Lian was really amazing. In such a short time, he actually came up with such a decent excuse. Wu Lian probably did this kind of thing on a daily basis. After all, there were always a lot of things in this world that ordinary people could not achieve. They didn't even have the right to know. Most of the villagers were waiting at the intersection to see the atomic bomb. She looked at the little girl for a while. After seeing that the little girl was still unhappy, he was ready to take her to dig winter bamboo shoots again. But just as Qin and his family were about to leave, a saber-toothed tiger police armored vehicle suddenly drove down from the mountain. Seeing this, the villagers immediately let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. The car was a special bulletproof car modified by a Ford Raptor. It was nearly 7 meters long, more than 3 meters tall, and weighed 6 tons. Its appearance was also very handsome. And behind this car, there were 3 warriors, which were real military off-road vehicles. The 4 cars slowly drove down from the mountain. Under the command of the police, the villagers retreated to the sides and made way for the cars. Qin and his family stood on the 108 National Highway. While he was explaining to the little girl about the big cars in front of them, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly stopped in front of their family. Then, Qin Shuiqing walked out from the front passenger seat. The sister-in-law first greeted Qin Ruoying. After calling her sister, she turned to look at Qin and said to him quite seriously, "Thank you." "It's nothing." Qin waved his hand very casually, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Hearing this, Qin Shuiqing nodded, then turned to look at Aunt Zhang and said to her very politely, "Aunt Zhang, I'm Qin Shuiqing. I've seen you in the courtyard before, but I was still young at that time. I don't know if you still remember me." Yes, of course I remember." Aunt Zhang was confused by Qin Shuiqing. Why was Ying's sister sitting in the car? Aunt Zhang was not very familiar with Qin Shuiqing, so she didn't know what to talk to her about. Seeing this, Qin interrupted in time and said, "Are you busy? Do you want to have lunch before leaving?" Chapter 222. Okay. Her nod shocked everyone present. Qin was just being polite. He did not expect his sister-in-law to take it seriously. Hearing this, Qin had to first glance at the few warriors parked behind the armored vehicle, and then asked, "Aren't you on a mission?" "The mission is complete. I can go back to Shangjing in the afternoon." "Oh. Okay then, let's talk about it after dinner." Qin Shuiqing opened the door and said a few words to the driver of the armored vehicle. Then, she followed Qin and his family to Aunt Zhang's old house. Her actions immediately caused the surrounding villagers to whisper to each other in whispers. "Hey, look, that girl came down from the armored vehicle." "Yeah, why is she following Zhang San? Is she Zhang San's relative? That's crazy. Didn't they say that these people were experts from Shangjing? That young girl is an expert. She's from Xiaoqiu, she's from Shangjing." Later, it was an insider who answered everyone's questions. Aunt Zhang had been working as a nanny in Shangjing for the past few years. The young couple that she brought yesterday was her former employer. The expert from Shangjing probably knew Aunt Zhang's employer, which was why she was with them. After all, a family that could afford a nanny was probably not an ordinary family. It was natural for them to know an expert from Shangjing. Everyone thought about it and felt relieved. After the commotion, his sister-in-law also came to eat. But the little girl was still angry. As soon as she returned to the courtyard, she pouted and said that she wanted to go home. Seeing this, Chen Shi had to use the same trick that he used yesterday. He was going to promise the little girl that she would only stay here for one night. If she still wanted to go home the next day, her parents would take her home. However, today's situation was different from yesterday. Yesterday, she wanted to see the village, so after being coaxed and tricked by Chen Shi, although she was a bit unwilling, she didn't flip out on the spot. The reason why she was so angry today was that she found herself in a village when she woke up. In the little girl's mind, her parents did not discuss with her before secretly bringing her here. This was disrespectful to her, so she naturally flew into a rage. She really did not want to stay here for another day. She screamed for a long time. In the end, under the persuasion of Aunt Zhang and Qin Ruoying, the little girl pouted and reluctantly agreed to Qin Shi's condition. Then we'll stay for one night. Just one night. Pinky promise. This silly girl did not know that she had already fallen into her father's trap yesterday. So, Chen Shi brought her to the bamboo forest to dig winter bamboo shoots. This time, there was no Zhao Guifin, so the little girl's digging very happily. When she heard that Chen Shi was going to use the winter bamboo shoots she dug out for lunch, the little thing was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth, and her hands and feet couldn't help but become much more nimble. It was a new experience for the little guy to eat the vegetables he picked with his own hands. Why were farmhouse dishes delicious? Wasn't it because she could just pick whatever she wanted to eat from the fields? Fresh ingredients were the prerequisite for cooking food. Not sure if it was a psychological effect, but today's bamboo forest did not seem as gloomy as yesterday. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The bright sunlight shone on top of the bamboo forest, making the bamboo forest lush green, making people feel a trace of spring. The blood thorn was hung on the wall by Chen Shi. It was red and it formed a sharp contrast with the golden corn skewers next to it. In the village, everyone liked to hang chili and corn outside the house. First, it was for ventilation and dryness. Second, it was a symbol. Chili symbolized red and corn symbolized a bountiful harvest. Both were good omens. In fact, when Chen Shi saw Sun Wen's 5-element soul refining technique, he already knew why Aunt Zhang suddenly fainted. It turned out that Sun Wen used Aunt Zhang as the next batch of cultivation cauldrons. The principle of the 5-element soul refining technique was actually similar to the bloodthorn grass. It was to absorb other people's soul and essence to strengthen oneself. It was precisely because Sun Wen came into contact with the bloodthorn grass that he comprehended the 5-element soul refining technique. Because Aunt Zhang had taken the spirit cultivation pill, the remaining spirit energy in her body attracted Sun Wen's attention. Fortunately, Chen Shi noticed the abnormality in time and insisted on coming to Aunt Zhang's home to take a look. Otherwise, Aunt Zhang was afraid that she would inevitably follow in Zhao Guifin's footsteps. After putting down Sun Wen, Chen Shi also saved Zhao Guifin. Therefore, when he took the little fellow to dig bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest, a series of firecrackers suddenly sounded not far away. Wasn't it from Zhao Guifin's house? Looking at the situation, it was probably to celebrate Zhao Guifin's not crazy anymore. Zhao Guifin had a younger sister named Zhao Guixiang. She was Zhao Guifin's only relative in this world. The relationship between the two sisters was very good. Zhao Guifin had been crazy for so long, but Zhao Guixiang did not leave her and stayed at her house to take care of her. Early this morning, when Zhao Guixiang was about to help Zhao Guifin get up and wash up, Zhao Guifin suddenly called out her name, Guixiang. These two short words made Zhao Guixiang's eyes fill with tears on the spot. She hugged her sister and burst into tears. There was a custom in the countryside, which was to set off firecrackers when there was a joyous occasion. The firecrackers in Zhao Guifan's house sounded for a long time. In less than half an hour, the entire village knew that Zhao Guifan was no longer crazy. The crazy woman was no longer crazy, and everyone was happy for her. Zhao Guixiang was so happy that she even informed the entire village that she was going to hold a pig slaughtering feast to celebrate her sister's recovery. Aunt Zhang's family also received Zhao Guixiang's invitation. However, just when everyone was happy for Zhao Guifan's recovery, Chen Shi sighed silently. Zhao Guifan had lost her young soul for a long time. Even he could only temporarily restore Zhao Guifan's consciousness and could not save her life. It was estimated that before the pig slaughtering feast began, Zhao Guixiang would have to change the funeral for her sister. Zhao Guifan was also a pitiful person. The culprit of everything was Sun Wen. Although Sun Wen was a talent, his unscrupulous behavior of disregarding human life also aroused Qin Shi's disgust. Therefore, when the little fellow volunteered to wash the winter bamboo shoots, Qin Shi found Qin Shu etching and asked in detail how Wu Lian would deal with Sun Wen. After all, he was a diviner, so Wu Lian obviously only had one way to deal with Sun Wen. That was to persuade him to surrender and recruit him. As long as Sun Wen was willing to join the Wu Lian, then Wu Lian would be able to let bygones be bygones. This also made Qin Shi very dissatisfied. He thought that Wu Lian would dissect Sun Wen for research, but he did not expect to get this result. Chapter 223. How to deal with Sun Wen had become a problem. It would be a pity to kill him, but it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart if he didn't kill him. Using living people to cultivate and turning them into idiots was an evil art that went against the harmony of the heavens. He would definitely suffer retribution. Qin Shi was probably Sun Wen's savior. Since that was the case, Qin Shi could only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and let Sun Wen experience Zhao Guifan's pain. Thus, Qin Shi specially refined a pill for Sun Wen. For this reason, he even used a bit of bloodthorn grass. It could be said that wool comes from a sheep's back. Heart-devouring ants. However, they weren't ants. They were a type of pill, or rather, poison. When someone consumed this pill, they would feel as if their entire body was being bitten by fire ants every half an hour. The heart-wrenching pain didn't come from the body, but from the soul. Thus, it couldn't be described with words. It was densely packed, as if every inch of their skin was being burned by fire and pierced by needles. Every time the pill took effect, the poisoned person would feel a pain worse than death. They could only lie on the ground weakly, struggling and praying for the pill's effect to pass quickly. This pill came from the most poisonous sect in Heavenly Spiral. It was also developed by them to punish disciples who committed grave mistakes. It didn't harm their lives, but it also made them feel a pain worse than death. It made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, and they would never dare to commit the same mistake again. Although this pill couldn't kill people, it was said that many disciples couldn't withstand the endless heart-wrenching torture and chose to commit suicide to seek relief. He didn't know if Sun Wen could withstand this kind of torture. Chen Shi only hoped that Sun Wen could be strong and not be played to death. If Sun Wen died, it might really be a great loss to the Wu Lian. Lunch was authentic farmhouse food. Because Auntie Zhang's house didn't have any natural gas or induction cookers, the old house naturally used a firewood stove. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the food made from the firewood stove seemed to be exceptionally fragrant. The little fellow sniffed and picked up a piece of bamboo shoot. After tasting it, she immediately pointed at the plate of bamboo shoots fried with meat and laughed happily. "I dug this. Good, good, good. Let's see what you're capable of. Come, eat more." Auntie Zhang smiled and patted her little head. After giving her a piece of lean meat, she gestured for her to sit properly. It had been a long time since the old house had been so lively. Aunt Jang's family of 3, Little Bean's family of 3, Chin Shi's family of 3, and Qin Shueching's family of 3, this meal was really lively. The table was filled with authentic farmhouse dishes. The little girl giggled as she ate. She seemed to have completely forgotten that she was insisting on going home just a moment ago. In fact, not only were the vegetables delicious, even the rice was exceptionally delicious. This was because Auntie Zhang's cooking utensils were not electric cookers, but retorts. It was the 21st century. Every household used an electric cooker to cook rice, so many people didn't even know what a retorter was. In the past, a wooden bucket was used to cook rice, and that bucket was called a retorter. The rice steamed with a retorter was called retorted rice, and the taste was completely different from the rice steamed in an electric cooker. Steaming rice in an electric cooker was very simple. Put an appropriate amount of rice and water in it, cover it with a lid, and wait for the meal. But retorted rice was different. Before the electric cooker was popularized, steaming rice was actually a very troublesome thing. It also required a certain amount of experience and skill. Otherwise, if one was careless, the steamed rice would be half-cooked, or the steamed rice would be extremely hard with no moisture at all. Many people felt that retorted rice was hard, but in fact, this was because the steamed rice was not good enough. They didn't steam the rice with the right amount of softness and richness. Now, generally, only restaurants use retorts to cook rice. This was the first time the little fellow had eaten this kind of rice, so naturally, she felt that the rice was exceptionally fragrant. After lunch, the sister-in-law left with the Yida bottle that Qin Shi gave her. The toxicity of the heart-eating ant would attack every half an hour, and each attack lasted about 5 minutes. The Yida bottle contained the antidote, and one pill could suppress the toxicity for a day. The toxicity of this antidote was so strong that once it took effect, it could do nothing but lie on the ground and struggle. Wu Lian still counted on Sun Wen to do things, so Qin Shi naturally had to give him an antidote to suppress the toxicity. Letting Sun Wen earn the antidote through good performance was like giving a sweet date after a slap. This was the highest level of controlling people. Sun Wen's problem was solved, but the little fellow's problem was not. Although she was still smiling when eating, if she didn't find anything fun in the afternoon, she would probably curse at night. Qin Shi pondered for a moment, and after saying goodbye to Qin Ruoying, he took the little fellow to the river. It was still very cold in the valley at the beginning of spring. The little girl was wearing a thick down jacket and a cotton cap. She was wrapped up tightly, only revealing a small pink face. As soon as she arrived at the valley, she stepped on the big stones and skipped to the river. Then, she squatted on the stone and carefully reached out to touch the cold river water. She had never been to the river before, so of course, she was very excited. February was the best time to fish because the water temperature gradually rose at this time, and the fish would begin to move to the shallow water area on the shore. The temperature in the shallow water area rose faster under the sun, and a large number of shrimp, water insects, and plankton gathered there, which also provided a lot of food for the fish. Therefore, there would be groups of fish coming to the shallow water to warm themselves, forage for food, and even prepare for laying eggs in the future. When there were so many fish, it was naturally easy to fish. Fishing in the countryside was not so particular. A thin bamboo pole, a piece of fishing line, and a hook were enough. As for the bait, he just needed to go to the edge of the field and turn over a few stones. The little fellow was still young, so she didn't feel that the earthworms under the stones were disgusting. After Qin Shi caught more than 10 earthworms and put them into the plastic bag, she followed her father and took one out of the soil under the stones, and then carefully studied it in her hand. Qin Shi looked at her curious appearance and couldn't help but smile and pat her little head. After letting the little fellow put the earthworm into the bag, the father and daughter found a shallow water area on the river bank that faced the sun. The sun in early spring was very bright, and the warm sun shone on the body. The river breeze blew, making people feel refreshed. The little fellow sat on a big stone by the river. Before she started to fish, she was already happily waving the bamboo pole and giggling. After she put the fishing line on her bamboo pole and hung the earthworm, the little fellow followed her father's example and threw the hook into the river under the stone. As the saying goes, jiang tai gong fishing, those who are willing to take the bait. The Christian carp in early spring was very easy to catch. In addition, she used his shinchi to drive the nearby fish over, so not long after the little fellow threw the bait, she felt a sudden pulling force on the fishing rod. Seeing this, the little fellow couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She pulled the fishing rod and was stunned for a moment. Then, she shouted excitedly, "Papa! Papa! I caught a fish! I caught a fish! Amazing! Nian Nian, quickly lift the fishing rod, or the fish will break free." Hearing Chen Shi's words, the little fellow lifted the fishing rod and then threw it to the side. A Christian carp was immediately pulled out of the water by her and directly thrown into the sand on the river bank. Seeing that he had really caught a fish, the little guy was so excited that he immediately threw away the fishing rod and ran over to the fish. This Christian carp was not very big, about a jin. After being pulled ashore, it lay on the river bank and kept jumping. Chapter 224. Fishing was a very sentimental leisure activity. People who like to fish might not even like to eat fish. The so-called fishing was actually just to enjoy the process. Basking in the warm sun of early spring, sitting on a big stone in the valley, listening to the sound of running water, a broken pole could be sat on for a long time. The kind of immersion in the mountains and rivers, leisurely enjoying the natural quiet pleasure, once experienced once, was likely to be addictive. Anyone who likes fishing may have the same feeling. No matter if it's windy or raining, cold or freezing, no matter if it's hot or unbearable, they are not afraid of the storm or the muddy road. As long as they were free, they would spare no effort to find a good place. Even if they had to run dozens of miles, they would find a good place to fish quietly. Unfortunately, such a good place was not very easy to find now. These days, as long as there was abundant water, there would be a hydropower station. Hydropower stations promoted economic development and provided abundant electricity for the local area, but imperceptibly, it seriously affected the local ecological environment. Most of the rivers in the past had now become small streams. The branch of the Qingyi River in front of Qinshi was only 51 kilometers long, but there were as many as 17 small hydropower stations built on this river. On average, there was a small hydropower station every 3 kilometers of the river. The dam of the hydropower station blocked the river, so that the downstream water flow was sharply reduced. The survival environment of the aquatic creatures was extremely bad, so the population was sharply reduced. Rare animals like the giant salamander were already on the verge of extinction. As for the flood, this kind of situation was rarely seen anymore. The father and daughter sat on the stone for an afternoon. The little fellow seemed to like this activity very much. She swung the pole to fish, bit the line and lifted the pole. This set of actions was learned well. She did not bring a bucket, so he built a diving pool with small stones by the river. Any fish caught would be put into this pool by him. After an afternoon, there were no less than 20 fish in this pool. The little guy reached his hand into the water and constantly frightened the fish in the water. Seeing the fish quickly spinning around in the puddle but unable to swim out, the little guy was so happy that he started to giggle. This was her and her father's trophy. At 5:00 in the afternoon, She took the little fellow to count the number of fish. There were a total of 23 fish, but they were all small fish. Among them, the biggest one was actually the one that the little fellow had just fished up. It could be considered her good start. 23. Papa, we caught 23 fish. The little thing squatted beside the puddle and kept fiddling with the water. After she taught her how to count the fishes in the water 1 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The little fellow was so excited that she jumped up and down on the rock. Looking at her cute little face, she couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. It was smooth, delicate, and elastic. How was it? Was fishing fun? Fun. The little girl nodded her head vigorously. She was probably looking forward to her father bringing her here to play tomorrow. It's fine as long as it's fun, but the wind here is getting stronger and stronger. If we sit by the river for too long, we'll catch a cold, so we should go home. Daddy will bring you here to play tomorrow, okay? Hearing this, the little fellow tilted his head and pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied, N. Then let's bring the fish home. Seeing this, she rubbed her head and said with a smile, these fish are too small to be eaten. It's useless for us to take them home. Let's put them all away. When they grow up, we'll come back to fish again. How about it? No. After hearing Chinshi's words, the little thing was suddenly unhappy. She curled her lips and glanced at the small fish in the puddle, then muttered loudly, these are my fish. This little thing was still talking about her trophies. Therefore, Chinshi had no choice but to squat beside the little girl and talk to her about the big picture. Perhaps she was persuaded by Chinshi. The little fellow hesitated for a long time before reluctantly putting the biggest fish into the plastic bag. Then she reached into the water and dug a hole in the puddle. The fish noticed the movement of the water and immediately went out of the hole, successfully returning to the river. The little fellow looked down at the empty puddle in front of her and did not come back to her senses for a long time. When Chinshi saw her like this, he immediately put the plastic bag in front of her with a smile. Nyen Nyen, look, there's another one here. Mine. The little fellow snatched the plastic bag from Chinshi's hand. Looking at her posture, she was probably afraid that Chinshi would let the last one go. When the father and daughter returned to the old house, dinner had not yet started. The little fellow carried her trophies and ran into the kitchen, ready to show off in front of her grandmother and mother. Qin Ruoying was learning how to cook from Auntie Zhang. When the two of them saw the fish in her bag, they immediately laughed. A few words of praise had made this little thing's tail almost to the sky. There was still some time before dinner. Chinshi was afraid that the little fellow would not be able to sit still, so he called her to the yard. The little fellow was a little confused, but Chinshi did not explain to her. Instead, he took out a brazier from the old house and used a pair of tongs to pick up a few pieces of burning charcoal on the stove. Everything was ready. Chinshi called the little fellow and asked with a smile, Nyen Nyen, do you like to eat potatoes? Yes. I like to eat potatoes and pork ribs. Then wait a minute. Daddy will treat you to roast potatoes, okay? Roast potatoes. The little fellow blinked her eyes. When it came to eating, she immediately became excited. Then, Chinshi took 2 potatoes from the kitchen and threw them directly into the brazier without even washing them. Potatoes, corn, wheat, and rice were listed as the 4 main staple foods in the world. It could be cooked in a variety of ways, whether it was fried, stewed, or steamed. The most common way to eat potatoes was to fry them. As for eating them directly like Chinshi, it was very rare to see potatoes being eaten directly in the fire. It was not because roasted potatoes were not delicious, but because it was inconvenient to start a fire. He could not roast potatoes on the gas stove just to eat a roasted potato. This novel way of cooking successfully attracted the little fellow's interest. Therefore, she obediently squatted side by side with Chinshi under the eaves, guarding the brazier, and quietly waiting for the potatoes to be cooked. The potatoes were cooked quickly. Chinshi took the tongs and picked up the 2 potatoes that had been roasted to the point of being burnt. When the little fellow saw the dirty and shabby appearance of the potatoes, she immediately wrinkled her little nose in disgust. Chinshi rolled the potatoes on the ground to lower the temperature of the potatoes. When the temperature of the potatoes dropped slightly, he picked up a piece and tore off the burnt part of the potato bit by bit in front of the little fellow. The potatoes were burnt black, and the skin was very brittle. When he tore it off, a piece fell off. When the burnt skin was torn off by Qin, a crystal-clear potato was hidden under the shabby surface. Light smoke rose from the already ripe potatoes, constantly emitting a refreshing fragrance. There was no need for salt or MSG. After roasting them, they could be eaten directly in the hand. With one bite, the soft and light taste could really melt a person's heart. In the quiet village, the distant mountains were like black, and the spring water was singing softly. A faint magnolia fragrance came with the breeze and lingered in the courtyard. The father and daughter each held a big potato and sat under the eaves of the old house to gnaw on it. Chapter 225. Since they came to the countryside, they naturally had to experience the unique market in the countryside. Going to the market was also called going to the market. The coastal area was called going to the void, the area in Dianzhou was called going to the street, and the area in Lingnan was called going to the business. The names were slightly different, but they all had the same meaning. Going to the market was also a unique product. The so-called going to the market meant that there was a fixed period of trade in remote places. When the time came, buyers and sellers would come from all over and gather at a certain place to buy and sell. There were not that many shopping malls and small stores in the countryside, so the government could only set a time. Then, everyone would gather at this time to exchange materials and buy biological products in the town. A place like Tongjiegu was not considered remote. It was adjacent to the 108 National Highway, but there was still only one small store. It could only sell small things like oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, snacks, and firecrackers. If the villagers wanted to buy clothes and farm tools, they either had to drive to the county or wait until the market. The town where Tongjiegu was located was called Siping Village. The market in Siping Village was on 3, 6, and 9. That meant that there would be a market on the 3rd, 13th, and 23rd of every month. There were a total of 9 times a month. It was not too many, but it was not too few either. If a driver often drove through the town, the most annoying situation was not to encounter livestock or children blocking the road, but to coincidentally encounter the market. Usually, there were not many people in the town, but on the day of the market, it would be particularly lively. There would be people coming and going. Not to mention driving, it would be difficult to squeeze through by walking, therefore, whenever it was time to go to the market, there would always be a traffic jam in the town for half a day. February 26th. It was only 8:30 in the morning, but the family of 7 was happily waiting on the side of the road. It was as if they were waiting for a taxi. They chatted while waiting for the passenger van from the various towns and counties to pass by. The passenger van was also a product of the era. Now, the slightly more developed areas had already banned the operation of the van. Therefore, the passenger van could only be seen in this kind of backward small county. This kind of van was also called the Chong and car. Everyone felt that the Chong and brand was the most practical, so it was called that. The Chong and car was the most common minivan. It could carry 7 people. It was dyed green and yellow with a certificate in front of the window. It was considered an officially recognized operating vehicle. The biggest problem with the van was that it was overloaded. Because you never know how many people would come out of the van, it was normal for a 7-seater van to have 12 or 13 people in it. Chen Shi's family didn't want to squeeze in, so they spent 200 yuan to rent a van and enjoyed the special treatment of a car. Siping village was very lively now. When they were 1 or 2 kilometers away from the village, they could see countless villagers carrying bags of various sizes going back and forth on the 108 National Highway. The little fellow leaned on the sliding door and looked at the scenery outside the window with interest. Most of the villagers in the south lived in scattered places. They would only gather in the towns on the day of the market. The little fellow had lived in the countryside for a few days and was used to the sparse population in the countryside. She was not used to seeing so many people all of a sudden. Looking at the bustling atmosphere in the village, it was somewhat similar to a temple fair. There were a lot of people going to the market in the morning, so the driver had to stop 1 kilometer away from the village. If he went any further, he might not even be able to find a place to turn around. The driver was also a smart person. After Chen Shi's family got out of the car, he asked for Xia Pinglin's phone number and prepared to earn another sum of money later. Smartphones were widely available now. As soon as the family of 7 walked into the village, they saw a huge Oppo store and a Vivo store next door. The 2 brothers were really inseparable wherever they went. Outside the 2 smartphone stores, a blacksmith was selling farming tools such as plowing, raking, plowing, sickles, hoes, and so on that he had made himself. This was a miniature version of the countryside in Huaxia. The market was spread out along the streets of the town, from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. There were stalls on both sides of the road. It was lively, and there were shouts and bargaining everywhere. However, most of the things sold here were necessities or livestock, feed, farming tools, and other things that were closely related to the lives of farmers. The little girl sat in Chen Shi's arms. Standing high, she could see far, so she immediately saw a different sugar painting stall. Sugar painting was also a traditional craft among the people of Huaxia. It used brown sugar and white sugar to draw the 12 zodiac signs. You could spin it for 2 yuan. Whatever you spun, you could take it and make it on the spot. It was really delicious and fun. The little girl looked at it for a while and could not take her eyes off it. Therefore, she sat in Chen Shi's arms and twisted her small body as she shouted. Her luck was not bad. After 3 spins, she actually spun a dragon. The little thing was overjoyed on the spot and laughed at the top of her voice. Seeing the master make it on the spot and draw a dragon with his bare hands, the little thing's eyes were about to pop out. When the master was done with the sugar painting, she held the dragon in one hand and the rat in the other. The remaining dog was fed to Chen Shi. Aunt Zhang watched with a smile on her face. Ever since the little thing was accompanied by her parents, even the smile on her face was more than before. Just as the family surrounded the sugar painting stall and praised the sugar painting master's skills with laughter, there was suddenly a commotion on the other side of the road. Looking at the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, it seemed that someone was picking up the bride. When the little girl heard the commotion, she immediately shouted for Chen Shi to pick her up to take a look. Sure enough, as the sound of gongs and drums got closer, a wedding procession appeared in the little girl's line of sight. The wedding procession's formation was impressive. In front, there were gongs and drums to clear the way, followed by a palanquin with 8 carriers. Along the way, the villagers all retreated to the sides of the road to make enough aisle for the wedding procession. The wedding procession forcibly crossed the entire Siping village just like that. Looking at the formation, it seemed a little too ostentatious. In fact, what the villagers really avoided was not the palanquin and the folk band, but the dozens of young people following behind the palanquin. These young people carried a few large loudspeakers and sang Zhang for you loudly as they walked. It must be a special fate that allowed us to become a family along the way. The more you love her, the more she will return the favor. Find the possibility of happiness. Their voices were very loud, and in the end, they directly suppressed the bustle of the market, so much so that the transactions on the entire street temporarily stopped. Only the singing of "For You" could be heard, as if they were singing the national anthem. The villagers all moved to the sides of the street and silently watched them pass by. The little girl had never seen such a formation before. She immediately sat in Chen Shi's arms and exclaimed, "Wow!" Chapter 226. Gongs and drums cleared the way, and firecrackers sounded. Behind the 8 sedan chairs, there were dozens of people singing "For You." Marriage was always a joyous occasion, but the attitude of this group of troublesome youngsters was not very good. They clearly chose to get married on the day of the market, which affected the normal trade of the villagers, but as long as these young people saw someone blocking the sedan chair, they would immediately rush over and yell at the other person to get out of the way. It seemed that in their dictionary, there was no such thing as communication and discussion. An old man probably had bad hearing, but he still stood on the side of the road with a backpack on his back, thinking about what he should buy back. When the young people saw this, they immediately went forward and dragged the old man to the side. It had to be said that these young people were indeed young people. Fortunately, they met an easygoing old man today. Otherwise, if the old man directly fell to the ground, they would not be able to afford it even if they sold them by the weight. As the wedding procession continued to go deeper, more and more people came to the market. In the end, the sedan chair and the folk band could no longer maintain the original speed. Seeing this, the group of young people carried the sound system to the front, and then let them open the way. Like the heavy cavalry of the Middle Ages, the young people carried the sound system, with the momentum of a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, and forcibly tore open a passage in the lively market. "Get out of the way, we brothers are getting married, don't block the way." Brothers, Chuanyu dialect, means big brother. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Ha ha ha, if you don't get out of the way, do you believe that I won't smash your stall? Get out of the way. Their aggressive posture was quite a bit of the temperament of a local hooligan and street gangster. Those who did not know would think that this street was built by them. Seeing this group of tyrannical young people like the god of plague, the villagers in the market all retreated to the sides of the street, making a spacious passage for them. For a moment, the market that was very lively just now was now only the sound of the sound system and gongs and drums that were still echoing. Seeing this, Chen Shi and his family also retreated to the side of the road and quietly waited for the wedding procession to come from the town. The little fellow did not find the atmosphere strange because she was very interested in the palanquin. Thus, she stretched her neck like a giraffe and stared at the palanquin. This group of young people probably thought that they were soldiers. Escorting the bride was like winning a battle. When they saw that no one dared to stand in front of the group, they proudly sang, "For you." In fact, most of these young people were locals. Among the commoners who came to the market, there might be their relatives and elders. However, these youngsters had always lacked discipline. They were used to being unbridled and had no respect for their elders. When they were angered, they could even beat their parents. Naturally, no one dared to stand out and say a few words to them. After all, the children in the countryside lost at the starting line. While the parents of the children in the city were considering which school to choose for their children and which specialty classes to attend, the children in the countryside were still catching grasshoppers in the vast wheat fields, digging for eels, and going to the mountains to catch birds and steal melons. Most of the people in the countryside did not have much education. Junior high school education was already very good. Although the 9-year compulsory education had been popularized, many parents in the countryside still did not have a full understanding of the importance of education. If the child did not want to study, they would find a way for the child. And the so-called way was actually not a good way. Those with better conditions could go to the army, and those with worse conditions could go out to work either in construction sites, restaurants, hair salons, or car repair shops. In short, wherever people were needed, they would be there. The salary was not high. It was enough to get enough food and clothing in the big city. Of course, there were also many children in the countryside who made a name for themselves. If they were smart, diligent, and sensible, they might find their own way after 3 to 5 years and start their own business. In the end, they might even be more successful than many highly educated people in the city. But such people were always in the minority. Gold would always shine, but the most common thing in the gold beach was still the inconspicuous gravel. Those who could go out to work were already very diligent and sensible. There were also some rural children who, because of the lack of discipline, were lazy all day long. In the end, they became slackers who did nothing all day long, just like the group of young people in front of them. They were the so-called ruffians in the countryside. There was no lack of ruffians anywhere, even in remote places. In the past, the ruffians in the countryside did not see much of the world, so most of them only knew how to make a fuss. It was not until Young and Dangerous was released that they were truly taught how to be a proper ruffian. The Young and Dangerous series of movies had a far greater impact on rural children than ordinary people could imagine. Even if the series had been released for more than 10 or 20 years, it still distorted the values of many young people. At its peak, the three words, Chin Hao Nan, were second only to QQ. It also made chasing girls, one-on-one, and slashing people, the three most popular things among young people. Unruly people came from barren lands. A few years ago, other than the popularity of Young and Dangerous, there was also a coal mining boom. Many coal bosses came from the surrounding villages. The coal bosses were rich and powerful, so they quickly recruited them and turned them into their own thugs. Therefore, these young people followed behind their so-called brothers all day long to make a living. When the brothers were free, they would give them some money for cigarettes and they would give their lives to others. This was the loyalty they learned from the movies. Today was the big day when the brothers were getting married. As brothers, of course, they would come to help the brothers. Tie up, in Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, meant to support the wedding. Dozens of hooligans were aggressively walking on the street. How could the honest villagers dare to bear the brunt of the attack? In desperation, everyone had to stop trading and obediently retreat to the sides of the street. Then, they anxiously hoped that this group of plague gods would leave quickly. It was obviously a joyous occasion, but now it was like they were sending off the plague gods. However, the young people did not feel the slightest bit of awareness. Instead, they were extremely proud. The few who walked at the front were like straight crabs with their heads held high. They were just short of using their nostrils to look at the road. The wedding procession was very fast. It did not take long for them to cross the entire Siping village and then walk past Chin-Chi's family. The little girl looked at the palanquin that was getting closer and closer. She could not help but mutter with anticipation, "Papa, I also want to sit in the palanquin." Hearing this, Chin-Chi pinched her little face and asked with a smile, "Well, in the future, you will sit in the palanquin. Papa will carry the palanquin for you, okay?" "Okay. Papa will carry the palanquin in front. Mama will carry the palanquin in the back. I will sit inside." After hearing Chin-Chi's words, the little girl immediately pointed at the palanquin bearers and giggled. This little thing has even arranged the mission. However, just as the father and daughter were laughing and chatting, a few young people in the wedding procession turned to look at them. They first glanced at the little girl, then looked at Chin-Chi. Finally, their eyes fell on Qin Ruoying. It had to be said that Chin-Chi's family's appearance was really outstanding. Their style was completely different from the local people, especially in such a small and remote place like this. Women of Qin Ruoying's level were as rare as pandas. It was estimated that these young people would not see such a beautiful woman in their lifetime. Therefore, just like the chairman's military parade, all the young people who passed by Chin-Chi's family could not help but look at Qin Ruoying a few more times. That figure, that face, that temperament, it was really amazing. Then, one of the young people could not help but whistle at Qin Ruoying. Chapter 227. The behavior of whistling was first recorded in the Book of Songs. But at that time, whistling was a pure art. It was something that the upper class would play with. But today, the behavior of whistling was given a new meaning by people. Especially when a man whistled at a woman, this behavior was completely frivolous and obscene. There was even a special word for this behavior in English called catcalling. Pinyin reading, look at the special expansion ling. Cat refers to a cat, and calling refers to shouting, calling. Catcalling meant that when a man saw a strange woman in a public place, he would whistle at the woman or shout words like, "Your breasts are so big, your butt is so perky," to attract the woman's attention. Whistling at beautiful women, this behavior not only appeared in Xia, but also in the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, India, and other countries. It could be said that it was a common hobby of men all over the world. However, when a man whistled at a woman and praised a woman's body or appearance, he didn't really want to date the woman. He just wanted to have the right to dominate her. Catcalling, that is, a man declaring sovereignty over a woman's body. It was to constantly remind a woman that satisfying a man's desire was the first priority as a woman. This was actually a form of gender discrimination and also a disguised form of sexual harassment. Therefore, since January 1, 2018, the Netherlands began to punish catcalling. If someone whistled at the opposite sex to harass someone, once caught, they could be fined up to €200. Chen Shi was a strange person. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, then he was a very easy to get along with a good family man. It could be said that he was a good cook. When he was in a good mood, Chen Shi could even chat with the aunties selling vegetables on the street for a whole day. After all, he was a qualified house husband. There were not many things in this world that were worthy of his attention. What he cared about was every family member around him. Especially Nian Yin and Ying Ying. Now, there was actually someone who dared to whistle at Qin Ruoying with a frivolous smile and an undisguised lecherous gaze right in front of him. This was completely flirting with a man's wife in front of him. If Qin Shi could even endure this, then why would he cultivate as a hammer immortal? He could just find a sewer that extended in all directions and hide in it as a ninja turtle. Therefore, the moment the whistle sounded, Chen Shi had already disappeared with the little fellow in his arms. His movements were very fast. Before the little fellow in his arms could react, Chen Shi had already appeared in front of the young man. Then, he raised his right hand and slapped the young man's face. Slap! This slap was so powerful that it sent the young man spinning like a top on the spot. After spinning a few times, he fell heavily to the ground. The turn of events was too sudden, so much so that the people around were stunned for a while before they finally regained their senses. They hurriedly squatted beside the young man and used a lot of effort to pull him up from the ground. Spring Baby. Is there no problem? The young man who was known as Spring Baby had suffered a heavy slap in the face. Although Chen Shi had already shown mercy, he still made his head faint for a short while. After lying on the ground to recover for a while, he finally covered his head and stood up with the help of his companions. Spring Baby looked to be in his early 20s. He was not tall and was almost half a head shorter than Chen Shi. He looked thin and thin. In Chuanyu dialect, he was as thin as a chicken. However, although this chicken's physical fitness was not very good, his temper was very irritable. After he stood up shakily, a trace of viciousness flashed across Spring Baby's face. Then, he roared at Chen Shi and said, F***CKU. B****. How dare you hit me? After saying that, Spring Baby carried an aura like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. He glared and clenched his fists, charging directly toward Chen Shi. The young man was arrogant and thought that he could defeat anyone with a fierce force. But to be honest, with their bodies that had long been exhausted by cigarettes and alcohol, not to mention that the person standing opposite was Chen Shi, even a middle-aged uncle who had been farming all year round on the street could probably defeat him with one hand. Therefore, when Spring Baby rushed toward Chen Shi, he was instantly kicked back by Chen Shi. Spring Baby was also lucky because today's occasion was different. Aunt Zhang and the little girl were watching from the side, so Chen Shi was very gentle. With one kick, other than sending Spring Baby flying, Chen Shi did not break several of Zhao Yuan's ribs like the last time he kicked Zhao Yuan. Chen Shi showed mercy, but Spring Baby did not have the slightest awareness in this regard. After being supported by his companions behind him, he spat on the ground fiercely and then took out a butterfly knife from his trouser pocket. As the saying goes, the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless, and the reckless are afraid of the reckless. This kind of hooligan in his early 20s happened to be in the final stage of his Chunibu syndrome. For young people like them who had wine today, they would drink today and worry about tomorrow. The two words fear and regret never existed in their dictionaries. As long as their temper flared up, they could really do anything. Perhaps when they calmed down afterward, they would also feel afraid, but at the moment of the incident, there was definitely only one word in their minds: just do it. Moreover, this was his territory, and there were dozens of brothers standing behind him. If he admitted defeat now, how could he survive in the underworld in the future? Since he could not win with his fists and feet, Spring Baby naturally had to show his knife. Get out of the way. I'm going to kill him today. No one stopped him, and a few of his quick-witted companions even quietly took a few steps to the side. All of this happened very suddenly. When Aunt Zhang finally came back to her senses and wanted to stop it, Spring Baby had already taken the butterfly knife and slashed towards Qin Shi. Qin Shi did not want the little girl to see the cruel side of the adult world, so he used his left hand to support the little girl's butt, while his right hand gently pressed the back of the little girl's head, making her obediently lie on his shoulder and not turn her head. The little girl blinked her eyes, somewhat unable to understand what was going on with her father. However, she was very obedient. After hearing Qin Shi's instructions, she wrapped her arms around Qin Shi's neck, and then obediently rested her chin on Qin Shi's shoulder. Then, the little girl heard a strange sound. First, there was a crisp caw sound, then the clang-clang sound of a knife falling to the ground, and finally Spring Baby's earth-shattering scream.